culture united, our culture united, our culture united, our culture united, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.
Word up, mic check, check, check. You're tuned in live. Culture United every Wednesday right here on the Company Man YouTube channel. Hashtag See You Wednesdays, because every Wednesday, we see you. 9-second applause. I'm really, really, really excited about this panel today. I've been trying to get this panel together for a few weeks. Our guests today are dynamic. They're all really thoughtful. And everybody on the panel, low-key and high-key, is an incredible lyricist. Most people don't even know. We're going to get into some of that in the conversation today, but let me introduce the panel. Thank you guys all again for joining us today. Up first, back once again, one of the most vibrant voices we have outside on these YouTube streets. You can catch her commentary over at the Look at the Material pod, where she lets you know what you need to know in ways that let you know how serious things can get. The one and only BK, 9-second applause.
Thanks for another great intro, Justin. It's great to be back for another Wednesday. I'm excited to talk to you guys today.
Word up, word up. Thank you for joining us again. Also on the panel today, back once again, one of the most talented MCs ever to come out of Atlanta, one of the most talented MCs you know, but probably don't really know the extent of, considering the breadth of his work, an incredible business mind, and funny as hell. Co-host of the Third Verse podcast, the one and only Stack Quo, 9-second applause.
Good to be back. Good to be back. Shout out to everybody.
Word up, word up. Also on the panel today, I remember I went to oh my God, what are these things called? Over at Atlantic and Warner Records, they had these like summer sessions where they highlight new artists that they're excited about. And I heard this song. It was called All I Ever Wanted Was to Never End Up Broke. I love that joint so much. Dug into his catalog, and his pen game is undefeated. Serious MC, straight out the Bay, representing for all the lyricists worldwide, the one and only Symba. 9-second applause.
Thanks for having me, bro.
Dope, man. Glad you're here, man. Thank you for joining us. Also on the panel today, it's very rare I find myself in debates with people, and at the end of it, I'm like, I might need to reposition my thoughts around what we just talked about. And we had people who follow this channel, we had a spirited conversation, I guess sometime last year, and we were talking about GOATs and GOAT MCs. And my man hit me with something that made me reconsider things that I thought were less important. And I think he does that for a number of us, because as founder and CEO of Pendulum Inc., he is out here teaching the next generation what it means to be great at this thing that we all love. The one and only Mickey Factz, 9-second applause.
Smicky. Happy to be here.
Word up, word up, word up. And joining us once again, man, I can't even think about this show without our next panelist that I'm about to announce right here. Quietly incredible MC, but very loudly and upfront. Brilliant mind in general. Sharp, quick, and always undefeated when it comes to letting people know everything they need to know. The one and only Elle, 9-second applause.
I love your intros. I'm always so flattered. I'm excited to be here.
Word up. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us this week. All right, everybody who's been watching the show before, you might be familiar with how we do things. There's a 2-hour main conversation, and then after 2 hours, we shift to super chats, audience questions, and anything else we might want to talk about. We also have a segment in here called React to This, so we will have a brief one that tackles a couple of headlines, at least one major headline that happens, and then we'll get to the rest of them during the later conversation. Buckle in, sit tight, and get ready for some fire conversation once again right here on Culture United. 1 second applause. All right, so up first, Up first, it feels like Iceman season. I turn on the NBA playoffs and I see iced out chairs sitting courtside. I turn online, I see academics talking about this just in, Iceman on the way. Now that is a very particular phrasing that he made when he posted that. So who knows when it's going to drop, but it feels closer than ever just given the commentary. At the same time this week, Game posted something about that Isaac Hayes III actually said, which we'll come back to in the later portion of this conversation. But I want to start with everyone around this panel. We talked about this last week, and last week I said that this is actually probably one of the most interesting opportunities I've ever seen for an MC, period. Right? We've never seen someone truthfully, we've never seen a battle like we just experienced 2 years ago. And this is Drake's first time releasing a project by himself. And I think that if there's an argument to be made that Drake suffered a legendary loss, that leaves the opportunity for a legendary, I don't want to say comeback because he didn't really go anywhere, but a legendary reclamation of his name, we shall say. I want to start with you, Symba. When it comes to Drake's Iceman, have you thought about this project, what you like to hear and what you think people can expect?
Yeah, definitely. For me personally, I want to see Drake go to another gear. Like, I want to see if he has another gear in him. I think we all know his capabilities. We all know how talented he is. We all know how great he is. But I feel like the battle kind of exposed culture versus commerce, right? And what that did now is put us in a place to where the audience no longer wants to hear how manufactured you are. They actually want to hear who you are. So I'm hoping on Iceman, what we get is just him being completely honest. Hey, y'all, look, man, I went through the battle. This what happened. This how I've been feeling. I don't like this shit. I don't like how I was treated. A lot of people turned on me. I think the way that you make the Iceman thing connect is to be completely vulnerable. Not about a girl, not about some chick in Clayco County or whatever it may be. Literally about what happened to you, where you at, how you feel, and for once kind of let us see you grow up as a individual in front of us and not try to keep up with the times, in my opinion, is what I would like to see from Iceman.
1 second, pause. I think there's a lot of realness that's in what you just broke down, Symba, and I think for me personally, I think I agree with most of that. You know what I'm saying? I think when I look at where Drake has been, I think most of us are pretty familiar with what a Drake project sounds like. Yeah. And I think that this is an opportunity to really shift the conversation, which in my opinion, he's done a few times over the course of his career. I feel like he shifted the conversation with Take Care. I feel like he shifted the conversation again when he said if you're reading it, it's too late. I think it was
for sure.
Those two right there. And I'm excited to see what he comes up with next. Mickey, what do you think? From as a fan of MCing, what do you look to hear from Drake when it comes to Iceman?
I think I saw that guy that Ben Baller. Is that guy's name?
The jewelry guy?
Yeah, the jeweler. Yeah.
Somebody
talking about Ben the Don.
Ben the Don.
Oh, right,
yes.
Right.
So I align with what Symba is saying. But Ben the Don is saying that Drake needs more bars on Iceman. So I think we're going to get the same. I think the formula is the formula, and we're going to get what we're going to get. I don't think we're getting any hip hop MCing. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be some subtle shots. There's going to be some subliminals. And he's gonna act like I think he had the opportunity to say what he needed to say with Party Next Door, and he said what he felt like he needed to say. I don't think we're gonna get anything. Wow.
Well, 1 second pause. I mean, Drake's in a hard spot, right? He has a section of his fans that really love to hear him rap, and he's got a section of his fans that really love to hear him sing and make club joints. I think if you are coming out, putting out music that is catering to sometimes opposite, polarizing communities, that could be a challenge. Does that make a difference? In your opinion, BK?
I mean, he's done it before though. Like Nothing Was the Same for me was one of his best projects, and it was one of his projects where he felt like, okay, I'm being viewed as just a singer. I need to like kind of prove myself a little bit, in my opinion. That's why he would give us like a Tuscan Leather or a Pound Cake on that album. But also, Just Hold On, We're Going Home was on that album too. Like, and if that's not like literally a melodic ballad, then I don't know what is. So he's been able to serve both audiences or give us that range on a cohesive project. But I think, like we've spoken about before, like he needs to lean into the vulnerability, and he needs to lean into like himself and his own storytelling and tap into that hunger. But with an album called Iceman, I felt like he's trying to give the energy that he doesn't care. So I don't know if he's going to actually lean into that or if it's just going to be like this fake tough guy again. But all of the stuff that he's been dropping since the battle to now has sucked and not really done shit except for like Nokia and a couple songs off 60 songs that were like really good. But everything else in between, and he's dropped a lot. People are talking about this absence. I know the game was talking about this absence. Like, this nigga hasn't been nowhere. Like, if he's not on stream doing stunts, if he's not gambling, if he's not whatever, then he's dropping some shit or leaking some shit from either Plot Twist or through academics or whatever, or Ben the Don. Like, what are we doing? I don't know. I feel like the gimmicks and the episodes that didn't really connect and the rollout and the icy chairs, it reeks of like the same old gimmicks that he's been doing, but at least like the music used to be better. I would love if you're reading this too late, I would love Nothing Was the Same. I would even like a Scorpion. Like, I didn't mind Scorpion. One of my favorite songs is on there. So if he could give us a blend, which he has before, I think that would be great. But I think that the mediocre shit that he was able to do for the past couple of years is just not going to work. And I haven't seen any indication that he's going to switch it up. I hope he does for the sake of my ears and my experience, but I don't know if he will.
I like circadian rhythm. Okay, I think Nokia and circadian rhythm. Those two I think were dope that he's dropped over the last out of the 50 songs he's dropped so far over the past 2 years. So I can't say one thing, two things, at least two things. Stat, where you at?
I just want to say, if I was him, I wouldn't put no music out. I would come on Culture United and just sit and watch and listen to all of us destroy him weekly, and then just let hip hop suffer as a whole, as the whole epicenter just crashes and everybody want to listen to pop and country, and then the underground of rap, which we all love here, rises back up and maybe becomes back on the mainstream. Then you start hearing first singles sound like some Black Moon type shit, and we go back to like some old school type shit. Maybe that. So I would like him not to put anything out, if you ask me. But the reality of it is Drake loves his money and he's contractually obligated, so he'll be releasing more of the same, because to think any of us on here are going to be overwhelmed by something that he does is just not going to happen. I know this is not going to sit well with people in the chat because they already get on me. I personally told you I love listening to Drake's music when I'm going swimming. I think he makes great pool music, and I would like for him to put out some of those pool songs. I'm not really interested in him barring me to death. He can sing the whole time, if you ask me, and do one or two songs about some girl that broke his heart in Tulum or some shit. You know what I mean? But my expectations is to get more of what he's already done, because you can't expect the bird to bark, and you can't expect the dog to fly. And you can't expect the Drake to be Kendrick Lamar. He's going to be Drake. So Drake is what Drake is. So expecting him to do something outside of what he's done, I think that's we tripping. You know what I mean?
But even Drake compared to Drake, like even if we just compare Drake to Drake, it's gotten worse.
Oh,
So
no
it's-
doubt. I agree. I agree with you. But it's like a basketball. But it's like LeBron. But okay, so LeBron James, right, is a great basketball player. He's gotten worse as he's gotten older. This is just the law of diminishing returns. This is going to happen. Drake, and then us, we have grown up. So now when we first heard Drake and we experienced it, we look past a lot of the things that he had going on personally. Is this nigga lame, or is he now we like we can't look past that. And then he just had a battle where it's like he just was truly exposed. So it's like the music has to be super cool to bring us back in. And I don't think he can do anything musically to satisfy the majority of people that are watching this and that are sitting here talking. That's just me
Well,
personally.
LeBron might get injured more as he gets older, but he could still give you a stellar game and a performance that's worth sitting on the edge of your seat for. And so I feel like Drake maybe could do it. It's just like, is he a great like that?
That sounds like 2 songs out of 15. That's like LeBron. LeBron had the 82 game season. He's had really like probably about maybe 10 to 15 games where like, damn, he still got it. But the rest of them shit's been really subpar. I mean, he better than the majority of the league still, but in comparison to what he was, the age and attrition has set in. So that's just my opinion.
Where you at, Elle?
I don't think we should expect any like super barred up, super hip hop shit from Drake. I think Drake should lean into what he actually is instead of trying to mimic some of our greats in hip hop. And I think if he gives us some borderline blue eyed soul pop music, like I would love to hear something like that. That is a good record instead of him trying to think he's gonna bunch of shooters in your TikTok, nigga. I don't think he should do that at all. I think he should just try to make some good records that we can enjoy. But I do think inside of that, he can reveal some character in there. But I don't think he should super lean into it because it's not going to work. But I still have faith that he could make a good album. But I'm, ignorantly optimistic at times.
1 second applause. I don't know, man. Scorpion exists. That first half of Scorpion is bar-tastic. I love the first half of Scorpion. If you're reading this too late, a lot of great raps on there. You know what I mean? Even an album like Take Care, I think, is a good balance. And Nothing Was the Same. Both those are pretty good balances between, the singing and the rapping. Is there not room for both of these things to exist in a dope fashion?
I think the character arc matters. Like his character arc starts off as like this underdog where it's like people don't take you seriously, kind of similar to Kanye with Polo, and then everybody kind of supported that, like, oh no, he can rap, he can sing. And then it's like we watched him get to the heights, and I think when he got to the heights, he kind of started trying to shit on people in a way that people kind of rooted for his failure. And so watching him crash from so high, I don't think the right thing for him to do is to go back to that arc. He has to give us something new in the new character development where maybe somebody who's perceived as a villain can, once again be understood. You know what I mean? Like a Bane, maybe not a Bane, but like some sort of villain that people can relate to or understand in a way.
I mean, can you have a bar fest that's also a heal the world? Can you heal the world with bars?
I don't think so.
You can't heal yourself with bars, right? And I think if, as I was saying earlier, if he opens up, we've never really known like who he is as an adult. Like we know like these girls he grew up with, or like what he did as a kid growing up on Degrassi and like the music he was inspired by. But like you as a grown man, you know what I mean? What's your point of view today? Like, what do you think like today? And I think what we're watching, as Justin was saying earlier, I seen Game say 50%. What was it, Justin? 50% of the...
That's a great transition. I'll pull it up right now, actually. We're going to put it on the screen. Okay, let's see.
I just want to make sure I'm quoting it right. I don't want to misquote nobody.
All right, let's see if that's on the screen. It is on the screen.
Shout out to Isaac Hayes Jr. He actually said the game just reposted it, but
Right,
okay.
So this
Shout out to
is, Game reposted it. This is Isaac Hayes III, and so he's been on this beat pretty much since the battle was actually happening. Right? He says the Kendrick Drake beef killed commercial rap music. It turned hip hop into an engagement art form, not a chart performing one. Everyone showed up, debated, replayed, picked sides, ran the numbers up. Meanwhile, the Billboard Hot 100 kept moving. The beef fed the masses and killed the charts. So I see why labels are cutting back. Black folks would rather tear down artists from both sides when collaboration is what drives expansion. All right, and so this is what Game posted that Isaac Hayes III said. But the conversation has been going on for a long time, and the idea that this battle killed hip hop is
Yeah.
really at the root of this.
I don't think the battle killed hip hop. Here's what I think happened. This is my opinion. For us to say, or for whoever said that Isaac Hayes to say 50% of music or whatever is down, that would say we were too dependent on Drake if 50% of music is down, right? I think what's happened is the way that attention felt around a release has changed because of Drake's like standardized way of what he did with the industry. So Drake was like the first person we kind of seen come in and like mix melody with rap and vulnerability. And if you could hold a note and hold a tune and stick to a cadence and you had a good beat, it was more so like we was more into the vibe now than we was the skill set. And I think with that battle, what happened is like people want something that's more authentic to their experience than they do something that's generally for everybody. And when you make music that's generally for everybody, as Stat taught me as a young pup in the game, it's hard to identify with who your audience is. And I think when you're trying to capture everybody with something versus just drilling down on who you are as an individual and letting the art speak for itself, we end up in this space now to where the rap side of things doesn't have nothing to lean on because it could lean on a Drake sounding beat or a Drake feature or a Drake video or him reposting something. We used to be able to lean on that. It doesn't have the same value anymore. And you kind of got to stand out and be authentic on your own. I think more than anything, that's what the battle changed.
1 second applause. I mean, I feel like there's something to that, right? I mean, you know, after the battle, Kendrick dropped GNX, right? California, LA album, right? You've got Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny went and dropped Debbie Tells My Photos about Puerto Rico. You know, you got Metro Boomin dropped his project about Atlanta. You had Redman drop a project about Jersey. You know, J. Cole dropped a project about Fayetteville. I mean, these are, the broader conversation we've been having around this is, oh, it's a return to regional rap. But perhaps that's really at the core is what you just said, Symba. It's like, yo, people need something that they can identify with.
That's literally what I'm saying is like people want something like real. People living through real life stuff, bro. People going through situations with ICE, they losing their jobs. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it ain't as pretty as it was 5 years ago. So they want something real.
1 second applause to that. We talk about that over all the time over here. But I mean, I don't know, Stat, what from your point of view, do you agree with what Isaac Hayes III said?
I'm more leaning on Symba's point of view for sure. I just think hip hop, it's a lot of mimicking that goes on. So when you have a sound that's kind of like running it, then somebody else will come along and do that sound or whatever. Right now, there's not a distinct sound. Nobody, so it's forcing artists to be original, and it's just very tough to be better than what's already happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we have been blessed in this genre to really have some great music to come out, and so the younger generation is trying to come up on that. You know, when we talk about Drake 40 years old, man. You know what I'm saying? Like Kendrick's 40 years old. You know what I'm saying? It's really up. Hip hop has always been around about the youth. It's really about where's the 19-year-olds, where's the 20-year-olds that's making that type of music that'll be mainstream. And I think that's kind of like what we're really missing. We have a lot of underground stuff, and I'm happy about that because I'm an underground head. But the mainstream is really suffering because kids is like, you know what? I don't think I want to be a rapper. It's not really cool. You know what I'm saying? Then you watching our OGs make songs about getting robbed, and just like it make you be like, you know what? I'm gonna be a streamer. This rap thing ain't really for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I want to be a rapper. You know, I'm gonna be a streamer. I'm gonna be a YouTuber. You know, or I'll just sit around and talk about rap. But I can make money doing that. I ain't got to do it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I think that's playing a role. I think we've lost the youth. You know, y'all name a 19 or 20-year-old MC that got some mainstream stuff going on right now. I mean, name one. I can't name one myself, and I'm in the business. Name somebody. That it was never like that before. It was all kind of young people making music. 25. Jid is 30. Jid 35. You know what I'm saying? Like name Corday. Corday might be 30 now. Like who? Where's the youth? I mean,
Chief,
Simba, you tell me.
Chief Baby Do It? I like Chief Baby Do It.
I mean, you got artists out
I'm
there
talking about
like
that rap.
He raps and produced. He made the song with
No,
West.
no,
It
no,
was
no,
on the
no, no, no,
charts.
no, no. Like, okay,
Oh, you
Kendrick,
just about like
Drake,
lyricists.
J. Cole,
Okay,
like
gotcha. Okay.
that's rapping, but because generally when you talk about mainstream, that really goes is we can talk about these artists like, okay, yeah, because I've been on that side of the guys that make the cool, you want to call it swag rap or whatever. But the biggest rappers that have ever, like from a mainstream standpoint, they can rap. Pac, Biggie. I'm talking about that sold a lot of records. Eminem, that's really charted and did it big. These you could say these people are like real MCs. You know what I'm saying? Like I guess what people would call it real MCs. Even Drake, I know that's debated here. But he can rap. He's not like you wouldn't say Drake is Playboy Cardi. You know what I mean? So I'm saying, where's the 22-year-olds or the 19-year-olds that's making mainstream music that'll cut through? That's even trying to do that. They either doing some underground stuff, or they're not even or they doing some trap type rap.
I feel like
You
Doechii
understand?
is right
Maybe
there. Like I feel like Doechii is right there. Like who is? I mean, she just did a song with Gaga for Devil Wears Prada, but like she can give you a boom. She can give you an Alligator by Cypress Hill too. Like she's on her way to superstardom and is there now, and is rapping and can sing and is doing pop shit too. Megan is on her way too with a mainstream appeal too. Like that are actually doing freestyles and writing their rhymes. In terms of like mainstream appeal, that's who we're talking about. If we talk about like
I'm not. I think first of all, Doechii is that's the family. She's incredible, but like, how can I say this without? Because I don't want to sound like I'm coming down on Doechii. You know what I mean? Because I think Doechii is you're right. I definitely agree with that. I think she's going to be huge. I think but I don't foresee Doechii. I don't even want to say it, man.
I,
But
I, well,
like Nicki,
I'll
yeah,
say.
let me
Let me jump in
cut it,
here.
cut in there, cut in
Yeah.
that
Well,
song.
you
Get
know,
in trouble with my
I'll
people.
jump. I'll jump in here with that. Doechii's 27, and
There
so
you go.
stats talk about 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, young people coming up, and so Doechii's in the same class.
okay.
I think we've gotten a little bit spoiled with our time in the mainstream, and I think that we're starting to be too gun ho with the commercialization of rap music. Hip hop has always been rebellious. It has always been somewhat of the outsiders, the people on the outside of main society, and us preaching what's going on with us on the side. And I think we put on too much designer, we too much in the limelight, where it's almost like we're talking about how to maintain our commercialized image. And I think this is actually good what's going on with hip hop. Maybe there'll be some time where we're not mainstream or we're not Billboard, which I don't even know how much Billboard matters, especially if YouTube isn't feeding into the Billboard numbers, because I ask people all the time, where do you listen to music at? Where do you listen to music at? And YouTube is like 60, 70% of the answer. So I don't even know that Billboard matters as much. I think that we're on our way to a time where, like you said, the people that's only in it for the money are going to get the hell out the way. And the people who are in it for the love, for the poetry, for the cultural expression is going to bubble back up. And then all of a sudden people are going to be like, oh, this club hot again. And I think that's fire. I think Drake should make pop music. I don't think that he should lean into how can I reinvigorate rap. And I don't think Drake is the reason why 50% of rap. I think the industry of music is changing, and people are equating that to Drake just because they're using it as another way to say, hey, y'all shouldn't have did that to Drake, because now look at it. I think the industry would have been like this for Drake. I think it's evidenced by his 50 plus songs that he has put out that didn't really do anything. Like, people are ignoring that fact. He did put out music and it still didn't do anything. So putting all this on Drake's shoulders, I think, is a little bit of like smoke and mirrors. It's a little bit of like Emperor's New Clothes type of thing, where it's like, oh man, we needed Drake. No, we didn't. The industry is changing. That's great, because I think people were too used to being inside the restaurant eating the good food, and now we push back outside, and now I can't wait to see what ingenuity people are going to use to create something new and amazing. And I think Drake should focus on pop music instead of trying to mimic the streets.
1 second, pause. What do you think, Mickey? You over there laughing? I see you.
Well, first of all, baby Keem is alive.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I want to give a shout out to Keem, representing Vegas. I also want to say that there are other MCs and artists that are young that are doing well. Shout out to Lil Tecca. You know what I'm saying? Lil Tecca's outside. He's outside. Cardi's, I think he might be 29, 30. Obviously, Doechii. But there are I kind of lean more towards what Elle is saying when it comes to hip hop being rebellious and so many newer artists that are not getting the shine that they deserve, like Lyricists from New Orleans, Maya the Dawn from Brooklyn. There are so many other MCs that are out there that we're just not championing. There aren't any OGs putting their arms around the newer lyricists. It almost feels like, and this is something that I had to deal with being in New York. Again, shout out to Symba. You know what I'm saying? Like barking on Flex. I was listening to Funk Master Flex when I was a kid, bruh. In 1995, 1996, he is still on the radio. 1996 that's 30 years. You need newer DJs to play, and Tat Wizard, that's my man's, but you need newer DJs to play newer music with newer people that are in the space of digital marketing to present newer ideas and newer ways to present music to not only younger people, but also people such as ourselves. And we are negating and blocking. I don't want to say we're negating and blocking newer talent from getting out there. Like it's so many rappers, so many singers, so many producers. They're not getting the opportunity to shine. And YouTube is where we're finding all of these artists. Like, and some of these people have huge fan bases. And shout out again, I love Isaac Hayes, but he's a notorious Drake stan who is obsessed with the commercialization of hip hop, when in reality, hip hop was always, like Elle said, rebellious, and the rebellion cracked into the mainstream space. It's only when people started to create mainstream music that it was mainstream, right? Puff wanted to make mainstream music. Big was making rebellious music that then turned mainstream. So at the end of the day, I don't care about hip hop being in the top 100 or the top 200, whatever. What's important is when we think about hip hop, it has to be just like the Terminator movies. There's always going to be a resistance, and that resistance is always going to push forward what needs to be done to change civilization and humanity.
1 second applause. I
want to say something to counter that a bit. I agree to a certain extent with what you're saying, but I think the deeper issue is discovery is broken, because whether if it's a funk flex or whether if it's a 19-year-old DJ, the record still has to find them, and how does it find them, I think, is the problem. So there's not enough platforms to discover new artists when we all on Instagram, we all on TikTok, we all on YouTube. There's no centralized platform for new. It's an artist right now. I started a stream a few months back, and I started a Discord for the talented artists that I thought was dope. And I started putting like my producer friends in there so they can connect with them. It's an artist in my Discord named Zay Silky right now. Another artist named Justin. Justin is literally what Stat was just talking about. Where's the 20-year-old that sounds like a Kendrick, that sounds like a Cole? He's that, right? But how does he get discovered in a world where he's posting on Instagram, but then as soon as Drewski posts, it's like all the attention is on him. Everything goes that way. So I feel like everything is so centralized when it comes to entertainment now. There's no category for music to be discovered. It's just everything is just thrown in the pot.
Mickey.
After me, I want to hear what Elle has to say. Now, Symba, I agree with you 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. The one thing that I'm going to push back on is discovery. And the reason why is rappers entertainers, singers, comedians, and influencers. All of them, every single one of them have egos. And one of the reasons why a lot of MCs popped is because they created music that were almost like they were almost cheering on the people that were already on. If I'm an MC, right? If I'm an MC in your Discord, Symba, and what you just said, Drewski, right? He makes a post and whoosh. I, as an MC, am going to try to create the soundtrack to what Drewski is doing so Drewski can see it and then post it. Because the ego, there's nothing that's going to stop an artist stop an artist dead in their tracks than ego. Because if you create a song for somebody like that, they're going to hear it the same way if an artist creates a painting for an artist, except for the baby and his kids, it's going to go. It's going to go, bro. Because we have egos. If somebody make a song about me, I'm gonna repost it. I'm gonna try to show love. And a lot of times, and it's sad that it has come to that, right? Because it comes off as glazing. But yo, man, you got to do what you got to do to get what you got to get.
First, I would like to say, do not believe that you should go make a song about Mickey, because the last couple niggas made a
I
song
was just about to say that.
Don't diss me. Don't diss me. Just show me love. Don't diss me.
I seen a trail of niggas that made a song about Mickey on my way here, and so y'all better watch what the fuck you say in the song you make about Mickey.
I love everybody. I love everybody.
Plague out now. Plague out now.
Brother, I was like, God damn. Anyway. Niggas need to go outside too. Like, another thing that I like about this so-called drought that has everybody so scared, I think discoverability will change as well, because that's another thing that we need some ingenuity with. Like, niggas used to have house parties. Niggas used to stand outside and sell their CD. Does anybody remember that? Remember, niggas used to share. It used to be almost like Pokemon cards. You heard this? You seen this? Niggas used to group together and do ciphers. Does anybody remember grouping up somewhere and we're here to hear the latest verses? Like, in the First and 15th Discord, we have a weekly cipher. Like, I think as people get out the way, because they like, oh, I can't come get rich here. I can't come easily get some attention here. I thought I could be not talented and just stumble in with a Gucci shirt on, and then all of a sudden I was going to look like I was cool. As those people get out the way, I think the people who have passion, have culture, have talent, are going to creatively come up with new ways where it's like, you're not cool if you're not in this area learning about the new shit. You're not cool if you don't have something new to trade when we all play the latest songs together. So, like I said, I could be ignorantly optimistic, but I'm somewhat happy about the drought, because I think at times like this, what do they say? Necessity is the mother of invention. I think that's the quote. So I don't believe that hip hop is just gonna die out because niggas can't afford yachts no more and shit like that. I don't believe that. I think
Elle, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Do you think we as human beings have like outgrown hip hop?
Hell no. Hell no. I don't think we can outgrow hip hop. Well,
no.
It depends on what you mean by hip hop. Do you mean actual
Like, let me not say hip hop, just the consumption of music, right? Because music used to feel like an event. Mm-hmm. And when music would drop, like, we would, sit down and we would listen to lyrics, and we would have these different moments for when music dropped. Now it just feels like something that's passive in our life. So I guess what I'm asking is, like, more than hip hop, do you think we've, like, as human beings, with all we can consume in the world, we got Chat GPT, we got AI, we got goddamn Netflix getting ready to go into verticals, we got Warner Brothers being acquired by Paramount, all these different things. Do you think music is what it once was in value to humans as it is today?
I don't think anything is what it once was, but I do get what you mean about the attention economy. But I just, it's hard for me to believe that music, something as beautiful as music, something as touching as music, could go by the wayside. I do understand what you're saying, because it seems like a lot of people now would prefer to hear a conversation over a song. which I think is kind of interesting. Like the podcast, the streamer, all of that, people will turn off the music to listen to somebody talk about some shit to get a feeling through that. But I don't think that music will go by the wayside. I think it changes with like how people socialize, because niggas is definitely not about to. I haven't seen a podcast club yet where niggas get together and try to holler at a girl and they playing a fucking conversation in the background. I haven't seen a podcast picnic yet. I haven't seen a podcast.
It's a lot of times today where I see music get interrupted. So it's like you'll be playing music on your phone or whatever, somebody will call you, or you'll be scrolling on Instagram and you'll start listening to the reel and it stops you from listening to the song, versus like when you used to be doing homework and your music could be on, or you'll be cleaning the house and it'll be playing through a CD player. It's like technology made it to where it's one thing to where it can be interrupted, to where it feels like, to me, it doesn't have the same value that it once had. And I could be completely wrong, just going off my experience.
I agree with what you're saying. I guess I wouldn't characterize it as value. Maybe utility would be the word that I would use more so than value. But I definitely don't think it'll go by the wayside. I think, like I said, the people who are only in it for their attention, they'll run to podcasts. They'll run to reactions. They'll run to all of that. And then I think what's going to happen is the quality of the people who still have to make music, because that's what's in them. That's what must come out of them. That quality of the music is going to go up so high that all of a sudden we're going to be like, oh my God, have you heard this shit? So I think we're just in like a rebirth. I don't think it's that the value.
Think about
wait, real quick. So I know BK been trying to get in.
I'm sorry.
I agree with that too, and it's just the underground culture is changing itself. But I think both Symba and Elle mentioned Discord and these like kind of IG channel communities are growing in popularity, even like Twitter communities, which are places online that you're gathering to talk about a specific artist or whatever. Even like having ciphers in places like that too. But then also like even in Dallas, they have places where you go. It's like regular monthly pop-ups where you bring a CD and you exchange CDs and you talk about, like, there's still people doing that. Like our local record store, where we get all types of stuff from there. Like everything basically on this wall is from there. So it's like people are still going to do that. But I think in the internet culture, there is something to say about the attention economy, but there is something to say also about how we've reinvented subcultures online, and there's still kind of places to do those things, and that's still happening. So it's beautiful, but it's also kind of like a weird, like you were saying, rebirth. Like,
yeah, I think it's an overcorrection though. I think people think that it's fucked up because it's not everywhere, but it's still big. Rap is still big, hip hop is still big, music is still big. But I think just because it has more competition, people are like, hold on, wait, we ain't the best show in town no more. And I just think maybe that could be not really accurate, you know?
And like to your point about the drought too, like, and like loving that post beef, I've loved that. Like there's so much good stuff that has come out from legacy acts, but even from new acts that like maybe I wouldn't have heard in a more crowded, or I don't know what to call the pre-beef, marketplace of ideas or whatever, but like it's definitely shifted. But the stuff that's bubbled to the top, like Mike and Earl just dropped, Mavi dropped, Keem dropped, Doechii dropped, like so much has come out like in the interim that is so good. And like going to shows in real life where people are buying real tickets and listening to new real shit from like young kids from Gen Z, like Trim is on the rise. Like it's there, and I love what's happening with Gen Z, and I like we're still doing the things, and hip hop is still producing beautiful things, from just the party shit to the lyrical miracle backpack shit. Like it's
but I do get what he's saying. Like, where's the group? Like, I remember when we would get ready for school, right? Everybody's listening to or watching MTV. So we saw a bunch of different types of music. Like I know a lot of those white people songs because of MTV. That shit would come on while I'm waiting on another rap video. So I get what he's saying. Like, where is the grouping where I'm forced to hear these other songs? And I think that will be reinvented. Like I still believe the music video is gonna come back. Like all we need is a centralized place where people are all watching the same thing at one time. And that should have come back where people would be like, hold on, should music videos matter again? Like, I believe in the cyclical nature of things, and I think it will come back.
Like monoculture and like a place where we're kind of forced to
Monoculture in a way.
Yeah.
A way, maybe like mono stage, because the beautiful thing about what we're calling monoculture is it was a bunch of regional sounds. So it's like people will go in their corner and have their culture and have their sound and build it up and get it perfect. And then there was some centralized location where we put all of it on display. Like, oh shit, that's them down in Louisiana. Oh shit, that's them in New York. Oh shit, that's Florida. That's Chicago. So I think as we go into our silos, something is going to happen where it's like, oh, you've been in that silo over there for 3 years. That's what y'all been doing. Oh shit, y'all been over there. That's what y'all been doing, and we'll get to appreciate it together again. That's what I think is going to happen.
1 second, pause. Stat, my bad. Yeah, I know you had something you wanted to say too.
No, I think everybody making really good points, and I think everything that we all saying is contributed to what's happening. I just want to add something in when Mickey was talking about, hip hop was breaking into, it started and it broke into the mainstream. I totally agree with that. But I always mention this because Symba know. I always try to bring the business in this, you know what I mean? And so I know Mickey don't want to hear this, but there's a lot of people that be working at these offices that feed their families that their faces look like ours. So that when we talk about the mainstream is suffering, it's a lot of people that's being laid off, that's been working in this shit for a very long time. So I like to see the mainstream flourish because I know it feeds that infrastructure. So I just always want to be that voice because people when they talk about the label, they always think it's just some white boy sitting in a suit. It's Symba. No, it's people that look like us. You know what I'm saying? It's people that our mamas, our aunties, our cousins, our nieces, our brothers, our sisters that's in these offices every day, paying their bills. So I just always want to say like, hey, yes, the underground. I'm an underground fan, and I said this last week. I wake up at 3 a.m. every day, and all I do is listen to new music from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. You know what I mean? Every day, I'm up discovering new talent, and it's definitely a drought when it comes to the mainstream stuff. And oh boy, the Reezy dude out of New Orleans, he dope. And then Belly Gang Cushington on some street shit, he dope as fuck too. So I just want to throw that out there. We don't want to forget.
Stat, you said this last week, and I thought about this because I think that's fair. Of course, I know a lot of people in the industry, so I know, well, maybe not a lot, but I know a decent amount. So I know what you're like, the type of people you're talking about. And I started to wonder, like, do they matter more than all of the ears that hear some of this music? Like, because there's some things that are successful, but are, I would say, maybe depleted on cultural value, or maybe imagery that we want to be repeated this many times. Do you think that those people are more important than the millions of ears that see and hear what comes out?
I'm not. Okay, so we had a discussion on the Third Verse podcast, and I opened up about my own feelings about rap, and I'm gonna say this here on Culture United. I feel somewhat guilty, you know what I mean, because I have been very successful in the music industry, but I have written some very debaucherous rhymes for myself and others. I have written songs where it's kill a nigga, watch a nigga die right in front of his mama, make his granny cry. I done did it. You know what I'm saying? So for me to be sitting over here talking about trying to be holier than thou on my soapbox and say the millions of ears, I have written songs where a black man is saying, I'm going to kill you. And it has sold millions of records, and I have fed my family with it. So I feel a guilt all the way around when you talking about me, about where I am. So I never try to judge somebody else for how they're doing what they're doing, because in all these industries, and somebody pointed it out to me, you can always stand on that and saying it's affecting somebody negatively. That's just a part of it. Movies, all this entertainment shit. We got the scraps as black folks, you know what I mean? And we made it do what it do. I'm just speaking from my own self personally. I deal with that regularly, like, damn, man, how did that affect, you know what I'm saying, this motherfucker? Or that, and I know some people come up to me, yo, da, 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 and I feel good, but then I also feel, I think it's called like a Questlove told me it was survivor's guilt
Driver's
that I
remorse.
have. Yeah, and so I have that in me. So when you ask me, is it more important than the millions of ears? Of course, it's not more important. But I just know I'm attached to a lot of the people that I'm speaking about, and I've had a lot of people that I know that look like me that have lost their jobs and trying to figure it out. And those millions of ears you speak of, I think about them too and how I've affected them. So I'm kind of like in the middle. Of it,
I
and
feel like
I
was
definitely walk around with a guilt for sure. Like I'm not sitting over here like, man, da, 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 like, and that's probably one of the reasons why I'm just so not judgmental about things, and I stand the way I stand because how I feel about how I have I made so much off the backs of other people. You know, I know I have. You know what I'm saying, and I feel guilty about it. I do. Every day.
I really appreciate that response because I kind of felt like I was in the middle too a little bit, because I know that although, like you said, debaucherous rhymes or whatever, I know a lot of people inside of those buildings and in their own buildings working independently, they work really hard. They spent their whole life doing this, and I do think it's easier to be dismissive or let go of hip hop. Meanwhile, some other genre that may not have ever done that good, those people are still in their offices. So I get what you're saying, but I think if this turns around and we get another era of rap where we are really hearing about what's going on in the streets, we're really hearing about the people who are suffering and doing well, we're really learning about the philosophies of urban culture, because those people have been allowed to actually get the attention. I kind of think it's worth it. I think those people would be all right. I mean, they've been rich for long enough, getting their money for long enough, they'd be all right.
I think that was a dope question you asked, because it breaks down two things, and I think both are necessary. The people and the listeners represent the marketplace, and the insiders in the industry represent the infrastructure. And the people who's listening is how you get the attention, but the industry is how you amplify it. So I think you need both, you know what I mean, to counteract what each other does, to consistently keep some type of structure to the industry. I think that was a great question, though.
Word up. 1 second applause. You know, I look at it, there's a few things people said that stand out to me. One, podcasts go on tour now. Podcasts are a concert. You can go see a podcast live.
You can.
You know. Two, all the things we talk about have music in them for the most part, right? I mean, video games, Discords, all that stuff. YouTube is where the music videos are, and that's where people are running it up, which is crazy that Billboard doesn't include that stuff anymore. My point is, there still is, music is still a part of all these things. It's just not a centralized place to go to get music in the same way as it was before. We're talking about Netflix and Paramount and all these places. Insecure is where all the new music was breaking. You know, so, you know, we are in a different landscape when it comes to that. I think the monoculture, which we talk about quite a bit, the lack of monoculture rather, is a huge reason why. But I'm more confident than ever, legitimately ever in my life, that music and the music industry will continue forward, even if it doesn't look the same way it does now. And with people, and I've been thinking about this too, with people who work inside these labels, sometimes I ask myself, because I asked myself when I worked inside a label, is this the best place for me to be using my talents? Should I be using my talents inside this organization? I know everyone has a different answer to that question, but these are things that I thought about at the same time. So,
well, I work for one of the greatest labels of all time, so I don't have to worry about that. But the rest of y'all, yeah, I wonder.
1 second applause. Anybody have any last words before we move on to the next topic? Looks like we're good. Okay. Yo, 9 second applause. I estimate that for people who are curious. There is no actual time. I
That's
don't know
longer
if it's
than 9
9.
seconds.
In my mind,
For
it's
sure.
9. I wait for the 2 woos. Like there's a woo that comes up in the beginning, and I wait for the second one. That's usually when I let it go. To me, that's what it feels like, 9 seconds.
I heard you. Definitely heard you.
Like this ain't even 1 second. That's less than a second. You know what I mean? But it's 1 second. That's how it goes. Since we have so many illustrious MCs on this panel today, let's get a cipher. Who going first?
I was gonna say, fuck it, let's go. I got bars.
I say, yo.
I say, yo.
That's all I needed to hear, man.
I say, yo.
But I did want to pull this up because I thought this was one of my favorite stories that I saw last week on social, and I thought this was really dope. And I'm actually really glad that he did this. So this is RAKIM'S top 10. So Rakim posted his top 10 to social media. Rakim the God, influenced us all, right? And so he posted his top 10, and his top 10 was number 10, LL Cool J, number 9, Scarface, number 8, Kendrick Lamar, number 7, Ice Cube, number 6, Rakim, number 5, Notorious B.I.G., number 4, Eminem, number 3, Jay-Z, number 2, Tupac, and number 1 was Nas. And what stands out to me most about this is this actually is a range of styles, and it's a range of approaches to the microphone, but all of them have impacted millions and millions of people. And so coming from Rakim, I thought this was really interesting to see because I've never seen Rakim's top 10 before. And Rakim, to so many people, is the prototype for where modern MCing what modern MCing actually became. He, in my opinion, was the first one to be so naturalistic that it impacted everybody that came after him. Open floor. Does anybody have any reactions to this list before we move on with this?
First of all, I want to say because I hadn't seen this. It's a pretty good list. But I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, so I would definitely want some more representation of the South. Even though Scarface is in here, shout out to him. But I would definitely love to see an Andre somewhere in this list. But I think it's fantastic. These are great names. I'm not about to argue with any of these people, these gentlemen in here. I think it's fantastic. I definitely would like to see some of the newer guys get mentioned too, like,
I think this is a repost.
It was, but they had the screenshot of his post up there and they put it back.
No, what I'm saying, I think Rakim reposted this.
Oh, okay. Well,
I don't think this is Rakim's top 10.
Okay. Well, what do you think of the list?
I think it's a very good list. I think it encompasses 50 years of hip hop. Let me see. Is Eminem on that list?
Eminem is on the list.
Okay, yeah. I think it's a good list. I think it encompasses all of hip hop. I think I understand what Stat's saying, but Scarface is there, and I think Scarface is the quintessential Southern MC, that kind of, damn, he left as soon as I said that. All right.
Yeah, he'll be back. Sometimes his Wi-Fi does that.
No, but I like this list. I like Nas there, I like Jay, Big, Pac. You saying M, Rakim, obviously placing himself there. If this is a repost, Cube, I think people kind of forget what Cube did in the early '90s, late '80s. I believe Kendrick should be there. I also believe LL. Yes, he only rapper that's been relevant in 4 decades. And Scarface, yeah. I like this list a lot. I'm not mad at this list at all. Not mad.
1 second applause. Open floor.
I think this may be the first list that I had no complaints about, which is interesting because it's different from mine. But usually it's somebody where you like, what, nigga, how the fuck you get them in? What the hell? And I don't see that. I have no mumbling for this list. And that's exactly what I was gonna say about Cube. I don't think Cube gets enough love or enough respect when it comes to these top 10 lists. So I was happy to see him. But I did think this was his list. So now I have to do some research to figure out.
Hey,
on somewhere else and just shared it, man.
On the internet, reposts or cosigns.
True.
Everyone is saying that Game sat out here and said all this stuff. He just reposted Isaac Hayes III.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I think And again, shout out to the OGs, shout out to the older people that are on Instagram and things of that nature. Pete Rock posts anything that comes across his timeline, and so it's so it's and that's big bro. He'll post anything. He can post himself as the number one producer, and he'll post himself as number 20, because it's just content for him. So I believe that Rakim saw his name and it's a great list, and he reposted it. I don't think that this is his top 10 list.
Yeah, I think the Lil Wayne disrespect is kind of crazy. I think I could name 2 people that I won't name that Lil Wayne's a better rapper than on this list. But overall, it's a great list. I think it's kind of hard to have a problem with this list based off. It just really goes off your personal preference. But I don't have a problem. But I just think Lil Wayne is a better rapper than 2 people on this list. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like these types of lists are super. What's up, Elle?
Are the 2 people in the top 5?
They're actually in the 5 through 10.
Come on, don't you shouldn't even have said that, Symba. Come on, man. You should have just been quiet, man.
I think 1 and 3 can switch too.
Well, I don't think Nas should ever. He's not number 1.
Yeah, I think that's wild.
I love Nas though.
All right.
I love Nas. Nas is incredible.
Mick's like, I hear y'all. I see y'all.
And Mick said, I wouldn't have him number 1.
I'm gonna put my shit on mute.
I feel like that's when the discussion happens, because not the contents of the list, but the order. That's when that starts to like actually get to rumbling and shit. But yeah, no, same with Elle, no complaints. I was like, that's actually quite well balanced. That no one on this panel even had any questions about it. But
yeah, it's not that I super agree, but I don't see anything that's like I gotta say this. And I'm not mad at the 1-3 switch. I'm not. I don't know if that's what Mick muted up about, but
I just know. Listen, I'm not a fan of lists in general because there's people that are left off. Like I agree. Symba. Lil Wayne should be somewhere in here, But then once you start doing that, then you open a can of worms. Where's T.I.? Where's Snoop?
But the can of worms is the fun part.
Exactly.
I don't like worms, man. I don't like worms.
Everybody. Like as my man Symba on the panel has said before, everybody's a GOAT. If you have been able to buy your mama a house, you're a GOAT. You know what I mean? If you have been able to bail your homie out of jail, you're a GOAT. If you've been able to afford your lifestyle doing this, you're a GOAT. You know what I mean? And I think that, generally speaking, is particularly people who are practitioners and people who are in this space, I think we all kind of understand that. I think at the core of this of these type of conversations, not even just this particular exercise, is to, get closer to explaining why you love someone or why someone is amazing in the space. So I don't necessarily look at these lists, but perhaps I'm on an island by myself, but I don't look at a list as, something where people are necessarily left off in that regard. You can extend this list to 20 and then you can give it to 20 people and they all have 20 different versions of what this list might look like.
Hey, Justin, can I say something? Because this is one of the very few times where everybody in the room has written a rhyme in their life, right? So when they be making these lists, I really feel like they need to break it down into different categories because, some people do one thing better than another thing. You know what I'm saying? So like when you talk about Black Thought, is not he normally doesn't get on these lists. But who raps better than him? Lupe Fiasco. Who raps better? You know what I'm saying? That he don't get on these lists. You know what I'm saying? So they try to group all these different categories together. But all of us here know that it's separate things that make these people great. You know what I mean? Like Nas and Jay-Z are farther apart than they are close together. They do 2 different things to me. You know what I'm saying? Jay-Z's a lot more simpler. Nas is a lot more poetic. But Jay-Z is a lot more, you know what I'm saying? So you talk about Scarface, you have him on the list, and Scarface to Ice Cube. But if they got on a song with Black Thought or Eminem, we're gonna be like, they got washed. You know what I'm saying? So it's just it's a different thing, a different type of they should break this shit into categories. It's too like, oh, he's the best or she's the best, like, and then it's never no women. We don't never get no ladies in there. You know what I'm saying? That's always fucked
Lauren
up to
in my
me.
top 5.
Like I think that's terrible. Like, oh, so ain't no women that rap either. Every time we do these lists, the girls just on the side. Then they come in and then they come with these whack ass lists. Top 20 female rappers. Nah, this ain't like basketball. We all rapping. You know what I'm saying? Put where the ladies at? So
What woman would you put in the top 10, Stat?
Nicki Minaj.
I'm with Symba. I'm with
I would
Symba.
put Nicki Minaj in the top 10.
Nicki
No,
Minaj is a better rapper than
Lauren
ain't doing enough product.
Lauren ain't got enough. She ain't got enough. She ain't got
Everybody
enough.
tries to do that. Lauren ain't got enough. They try to
She
say
ain't
that
got
about
enough.
A too. Like he don't.
Yeah, he don't got enough. He don't.
And Elle, let me let you in a
You don't
secret.
got enough, but
Lauren wasn't pinning all that either.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, I don't know about all that.
See,
we got a lot of crosstalk.
Oh, sorry.
Well, look, I think this is where I want this conversation to go more than anything else, right? We've got Nicki Minaj. I think is a great. If someone came to me and said Nicki Minaj is top 10, I wouldn't agree, but I'd understand. You know what I'm saying? That's where I live most of the time when I look at these things. But what's the difference between a good lyricist and a great lyricist?
Yeah, I was going to ask, was there criteria for GOAT, greatest of all time? Is there a rubric that we could fit, you know, and you know what I mean? I get the different categories too, but we're talking about GOAT, right? Like, is there a rubric? You know, maybe you have
what you got.
This is my criteria. When you can write a rhyme that's intricate and complicated and make people want to like learn it. Like the fact that at the pop out, I watched all them people say that Euphoria rhyme that Kendrick did. I'm like, oh, this nigga's a GOAT. Like that's when I just had to let it go because people's attention span, when you get into that lyrical, spiritual, miracle, like they just get up out of there. It's easy to keep you on like with that Gucci Mane. I got robbed. I got a job. She slobbed on the knob. Heart throb. Like that's you know what I'm saying? But if you in there sick, like if you Mickey Faxon, you know what I mean? If you in there doing that, you know what I mean? Or even with Symba dropped so much game in his raps, you just call it's like literally like it's like a lesson, like you in school. But when you a miracle spiritual nigga like Ab Soul and you get niggas to like get into that, that's when I'm like, oh, you a GOAT. I had to give it up to Lupe. That nigga just be all over the universe with it, and you like, damn, niggas really play this on the radio with this nigga talking about a robot in a building. This nigga's a GOAT. You know what I'm saying?
And he won a Grammy. And he won a Grammy.
So Kendrick Lamar was at the Super Bowl with them intricate raps. You got to get that up. Like that's crazy. That's when I'm just like, oh God, that's a whole nother level because people are stupid. I'm stupid sometimes. Like you're not listening to that. That shit sound like school. You know what I'm saying? Like Mickey dope as fuck. If you could just be intricate and be the greatest of all time, Mickey would be on the list.
I you know, hold on for a second.
Mick? No, Mick, you feel, hold up. You feel me? Mick, when you done wrote some rhymes, you like, how's niggas not feeling me right now, nigga? I'm the greatest. I didn't heard it.
Okay, but wait a second. I think there's a misconception. Over the past week or two, I think there's a misconception with me as a MC and as a lyricist. I think people think I'm like a real lyrical miracle nigga. I don't consider myself a lyrical miracle nigga. I don't. I go to the radio stations and I get lyrical miracle. I'll do a battle and I'll disrespect the person. But like in my music, I'm not really lyrical miracle.
No, you got triple and double and quadruple entendres
when I'm at the radio station.
Hey, don't make me pull up some of your shit because I'm a fan. Don't do this right now, nigga. You dog, stop it. You did a whole relationship album and you on there spitting about wifey on there. I know your catalog, sir.
But I'm also you know, I appreciate that stat, but I'm also singing on that same album.
I'm think that you can't do the other shit, but I'm saying if you could cut through with your lyrical shit, right? you would be on that list. And I'm saying it's just very hard to do. Absol's one of my favorite. That nigga be talking about the moon stars and quasars, and he don't get through. What's my? You just? It's hard to cut through with that shit. It really is.
I agree. I think, but I think that there is, to BK's point, there should be a balance, right? There should be a balance between being relatable, being vulnerable, creating music that is palatable, and also showcasing a high level of skill, along with storytelling and appealing to women, and even, you know, making music that your child will recite. All of these things encompass that. And everybody on that top 10 that we saw previously, they have a chorus on there that resonates with hip hop culture, every single one of them. And a lot of that probably is due to them creating music that resonated with the mass public and the labels that they were at to market it there. But I also feel like they knew what their superpower was. And when it was time to cut that superpower on, they turned and they dialed it up to 10. Every single time it was necessary for them to do that.
1 second applause.
I don't want to hog it, but I want to just get into it. Like somebody like Symba, right? I would take Scarface and Tupac and Ice Cube. I call them game spitters. Like Juvenile, I think Symba's a game spitter. A lot of dudes out of the Bay, E40, Too Short, they don't get the recognition on these lists when they put these lists out. They've been so like transcendent in hip hop and what they have to say. So I would say these are game spitters. You take a Black Thought, a Eminem, you know what I mean, from that list, a Kendrick Lamar, that's a skill set thing. You listen to them like that shit is extraordinary. Then you take a LL, just overall song making and basically ushering in female rap. You take Nas, which is as a poet. You take Jay-Z, he more of a game spitter. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it should be separated, I think, to categorize it and say, oh, he's the best. And I think that's just not fair.
I think Stat is right. Not to cut you off, I think Stat is right just real quick, because I think what Stat is saying is like it should be categorized, because how do we compare someone like a hit maker like the Baby with a JID, but they part of the same generation? We gonna compare them as the same skill set as rappers? It's like they do two different things. So I definitely agree with that.
What's the difference between a good lyricist and a great lyricist?
Allowing the language, making sure everybody can understand the language that you're saying. It's language. Malcolm X said it best. You can't speak to somebody that's Russian and you're talking Chinese. You have to have your language relayed to the next person. It doesn't matter how many entendres you have, how many metaphors or punchlines you have. You have to be able to, relay your language with the listener. To me.
So if you could take an artist who can connect through language, and that same artist, there's a population of their fans who are take that same language, their reaction to it, but can also connect to it 3 different ways because of how the language they use. Does that put them at a different level? For example, the entendre, right? You could say one thing and actually mean 3 things. Does that make a difference in terms of a good lyricist versus a great lyricist?
It depends on and obviously I want to hear what everybody has to say. I feel like I'm hogging. I don't like hogging on podcasts or anything like that. But I feel like people are now, how can I say this? With the rise of underground lyricists, ciphers, and battles, sometimes, not all lyricists, but they want you to catch what they're saying in their writing. Not all. Some want you to catch what they're saying. So they'll repeat a line, they'll kind of allude to what they're saying. But back in the days, it was like if you caught it, you caught it, and if you didn't, you didn't. And I think that we need to get back to layering it, and when you get asked about it years later, then you uncover it and be like, oh, that's what they meant. Those are the moments that I look to create when writing.
I would say, to me, the difference between a good lyricist and a great lyricist is skill set versus mastery. So if we look at somebody like a J. Cole, to me, he mastered being a lyricist, which means he could do it on all levels. He could go to the radio station, but he could also get in there and tell you, don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save. Kendrick Lamar could give you 616 in LA, but he could also give you, I remember syrup sandwiches and grandma allowances, versus just somebody that could just give you straight bars. You know what I mean? I don't want to say nobody's name or offend nobody, but let's just say a backpacker, you know what I mean, that just gets on Derringer beats. I think that's a skillful thing, but you didn't necessarily master the craft, is how I would take that.
Open floor.
I agree with that, but I was kind of confused by what Mick said. I wasn't gonna speak on lyricism before they got a school and whatnot. But
1 second applause. Pendulum Inc.
that's Pendulum Mick. It seemed like at first you were saying we have to speak in a language where people will understand, but then you kind of bigged up the idea of speaking in layers where people will get it later. Like the shit that came out, I don't know if it's true, like with the Cameron shit, where it's like Jay was secretly dissing him. I think that shit was fantastic. I think that's, if it's true, but I think that's evidence of a great master, a super lyricist, where it's like all these years later, we like, oh shit, he was saying he'll buy your label. Oh my God. So that is what I enjoy about it. But I felt like at first, or maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, it was almost like you were saying, if niggas can't get it, you haven't mastered it. So help me understand, like, what did I miss?
So I think what you just said is kind of what I'm saying, right? Jay-Z wrote Otis and it was palatable. He spoke in a language that we all understood on Otis, right? And it might have been even simpler from Kanye, right? So Kanye was probably even more simpler, right? But Jay was a little bit more advanced. But everyone here and everyone listened, all understood it. And then 20 years later, there's a layer underneath it that we would have never known had Cameron not said. And me saying what I said, like, we need to get back to right. Jay didn't say, hey, I was dissing Cameron. That was Cameron that came out and said that. And I think that also leads to the genius of Jay-Z.
Yeah, I feel like
Go ahead,
goes
BK.
to that it's like they need to be compelling and ubiquitous. So that's kind of what Mickey's saying, I think, from my interpretation. Like, there is a sort of widespread nature about yourself you could cut through, and also it's compelling, it's of quality, it's something that can be evergreen and long lasting. It's something that can hit today, it can hit 100 years from now and still have that same potency. But I think there is something, like Symba was saying, the mastery, there is something to being able to capture the masses, especially in the US, but also be saying something for real, that's gonna like stand the test of time. I think that's something that, if we just take the list that we just saw, they capture all of that. It's like asses and seats, ubiquity, commerciality, but then also it's prolific, it's compelling, it's something that you can eat, it's good food, it sticks with you, you know? I feel like that's what like separates them from people who are really good. And a lot of people are really good, but then there's like this God tier that I think is really interesting to like, compare, contrast, and rate like we do.
Yeah, I want to piggyback off what BK was saying and kind of tap into what Mickey said about language. And you take somebody like Bad Bunny, right? I know people that don't know no Spanish that be sitting around listening to this dude's music and don't understand anything he's saying. That's greatness. The fact that you're not knowing nothing he's saying, you just caught up in the melodies of this man, and you actually listening to something, and you start to memorize it, but you still not knowing what he's talking about.
I'm people.
That's greatness. So I think sometimes when you talk about some of these artists that are rapping at such speeds and pace, and people can't even really tap into what they're saying, but how they're saying it, that's greatness as well too. So because some of them Kendrick Lamar rhymes, you like, what is he talking about? I don't care what he's saying. That shit just sounds crazy. I'm tapped in, and I'm gonna learn it. Because I remember when I was younger, and I remember when Bone Thugs and Harmony came out.
You
The
took the word right.
girls, they would sit there and play and rewind it, write the lyrics down, go back Then they'll be rapping it, you know what I mean? But when we had these conversations, nobody ever mentions Bone or anything. So that's why I say like the categorization of it is better because you'll get more people that need to be mentioned that just get lost over time. You know what I'm saying? Because how we not gonna say that's one of the greatest groups ever, um, that ever did it? Because those guys captured the nation at one point. So
That's a fact. I was just about to bring up Bone. People definitely didn't know what they were saying, but they would harmonize to it like it was Bad Bunny. But I don't know if y'all, Justin, are you about to try to switch topics? Because I wanted to ask.
No. I want to stay here. This is good.
I feel like there is, and I guess this question is for Mick, but I still want to hear what Symba thinks as well. Because it seems like there's this like running away from lyrical miracle. Also, I think lyrical miracle gets thrown on people sometimes where they not like even with Lupe, he said something about the universe. Like Lupe really don't be talking about the universe like that. But I think it's like once you hear a certain cadence or you hear certain words that are not like the common vocabulary or whatever, sometimes it gets casted as like, oh, this is a lyrical miracle nigga. So one, I'm interested to know, do you feel like people call you a lyrical miracle nigga? Do you feel like you are a lyrical miracle nigga? Do you feel like you're running away from that? And like, I'm interested to know all of that from both of you guys.
I'll go first, Symba, if that's all right. I've been hearing that so much for the past 2 weeks. Niggas have been saying I have a big vocabulary, and I be listening to my raps. I'm like, yo, where they saying, where is this happening at? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for me, I feel like I'm a well-versed, well-read lover of art and video games and comics, and I like basketball, I like fashion, and that's what I rap about. I don't think any of that stuff is lyrical. Now, if I can incorporate entendre metaphor into it, that's when it becomes lyrical, but I still don't try to go over the top, and I feel like people think that I go over the top lyrically. Like respectfully, y'all know I love Lupe. That's my man. I don't have a song about dinosaurs. To me, that's lyrical miracle. Like I just don't have a song about dinosaurs, right? You know what I'm saying? But I can be lyrical miracle, but I prefer to be as palatable as possible. So I'm gonna pass that on. I don't run from it. I run from it when it's time to create music, and I embrace it when it's time to, like, if Symba and Stat Quo started rapping right now, then I would become the most lyrical miracle nigga in here, because then it's like, oh, okay, that's what we doing, right? But like when it comes to music, I don't feel like that's where I need to reside, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I got a similar take. For me personally, I think anytime that you rap with a high skill set, you're considered somewhat lyrical miracle. And for me personally, just being all the way honest, I never cared more about being the best rapper than I did making money. So when I got into the business and I started realizing certain things, it was like, okay, how do I get to my point? It's like a basketball player. You could do all of these fucking moves and all of these spins and crossover and all of the nigga, did the ball go in? Did the ball go in? So even when it comes down to GOAT, Justin, I'm gonna send you the original GOAT. The original GOAT was 11 minutes long. And I'm going into skill sets and double entendres, and I'm playing with different cadences and flows for 11 minutes because I'm not trying to, in that time, I wasn't trying to deliver the message of we all the GOAT. I was trying to show people I'm the GOAT, right? Which, who the fuck cares when I'm listening to this on the way to work, how good you can rap? So I was like, you know what? I'm going to dial this back and I'm going to make this something that people can digest and just say what it is. Now, within that, am I going to have entendres? Yeah, that's the rapper in me and the nigga that just grew up listening to Blueprint 2 and wanting to do shit that Jay-Z do. You know what I mean? So I'm going to do that. But I will personally admit I run from being the lyrical miracle nigga because y'all got to remember I was introduced to y'all from a freestyle. So anytime people met me, I became freestyle man. No matter how good my song was, no matter who I wrote for, no matter how good the hook was, everybody wanted Symba from LA Leakers. And I said, the only way I'm gonna get them to take me serious is to put that shit in a box, and I gotta go get records. And I'm still learning that to this day.
You know, that's interesting that you said that, because a few years back there was a story that was covered pretty widely in hip hop media, and you were talking about some things that Stat said to you that you didn't appreciate at the time.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. So
Explain that for people who don't know the story.
So when I first met Stat, I'm an up and coming artist from the Bay Area. And in the Bay Area, everything is kind of about hustle. Like we don't really understand structure and business and identifying with an audience and all of these different things. So I'm young as hell coming into a building with my sister Chelsea, who DJ had hired and gave her a shot, and Stat is with DJ. So me and Chelsea, we thinking we got this all figured out. And we run into Stat, and Stat was like, nigga, who are you? You sound like Kevin Gates on this song. You sound like Jay-Z on this song. You sound like this person. And at the time, I'm like, man, this nigga hating. You know what I'm saying? Like this nigga hating. He mad at me because his shit didn't go as planned. But what he was really telling me was, bro, don't do the same shit I did. Nigga, I did this same shit. And when I got my shot at Atlantic, I got my freestyle moment, my project came, that Stat moment to me meant something because it played a pivotal part in me understanding how to be an entertainer. So I said something in the lyric, and Stat took something I said 3 bars down as if I was calling him out of his name, and that wasn't what I was doing. So once we talked about it and everything, we worked through that. But Stat kind of taught me, the person y'all see when I'm on stream and I'm entertaining and I'm breaking certain shit down, I get that from being in meetings with Stat. And he like, bro, don't nobody care about this boring ass shit. Like, you gotta put a mask on, nigga, cut your hair, grow some dreads, do something to get people to look at you. And I literally tell artists in my Discord that all the time, like, yo, this shit too safe. Like, we gotta do something, nigga. Put a hole in your shirt or something. Like, we gotta do something.
I want to add some context. Okay, so because Symba, I guess they thought that I worked at Columbia. I didn't work at Columbia. I was just always in DJ's office because we were managing producers together. I think at the time we had S1, Bongo. We had a bunch of producers that we co-managed. So I was always in his office. And so DJ understood my career and knew how good I could rap. And we all both appreciated how dope Symba was. And so they wanted me to talk to him and to give him some advice. So when he came to the meeting, this nigga had on some basketball shorts. I don't know if he came from the gym or what. So first thing we walked in the meeting, I'm like, nigga, where you going? You can't, you know what I'm saying? This ain't gonna cut it. You know, like, I feel like with this shit to really be because I asked him who he wanted to be, and he was talking about Hov. I'm like, well, okay, you got the rhymes, but it's a lot of shit that go into being Hov. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of other things. And at the time, I'm just looking at him with the basketball shorts on, and I'm like, where's your costume? Where you gonna be? Who are you gonna be? I mean, I've told this story. We had will.i.am on third verse, and I was in the studio with him, and this nigga had on a space helmet. It's just me and him together. He looked like Elroy from the Jetsons, and it's just me and him in the room. I'm like, dog, he playing the music. I said, stop the music. I said, Will, dog, you're not about to take off in no rocket. It's just us in the room, baby. That nigga turned around and told me, he said, when they meet me, they want to meet will.i.am. If I take off this space helmet, then I'm just like the dude that work at Ralph's. He said, can Nicki Minaj does she take the wig off? Is she taking the ass and the titties off? No, I'm will.i.am. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, that shit hit me so, it was so profound. And at that moment, I knew why I'm not will.i.am. So when it came to talking to Symba, I had so much love for him. And sometimes I'm learning my delivery is very abrasive. And I don't think he was ready to hear it at the time. He thought I was coming down on him. And so when the project that he put out, we was at Chalice, he played me some of the music. So I'm like, okay. And I'm telling him that it's dope. And then when the project dropped, I'm hearing this nigga, he said something about, you remind me of my such and such, you don't want to see me rich. You know what rhymes with rich. And my name was too close to the word bitch. You know, it was too close because it's me. Nothing about me is bitch.
And as a rapper, we hear shit different. So I could understood why he was mad, because it's like you write in thought. So it's just like when I heard, I probably fuck it, I'm gonna say, it's just like when I heard Dot say, used to wear my Rolly chain proud. I made Lil Wayne mad, whatever though. It's like that whatever though got some meaning. You know what I'm saying? So it's like in stat defense, me saying that word 3 bars down could come off as if I'm still sequencing about him and I'm calling him out of his name, but really I was looking for something to rhyme at the end of that bar and I was done talking about him 2 years ago, but I couldn't be mad at how he took that because I know how we think as rappers.
And then he up there with Charlemagne. Charlemagne, man, why you talking about stats? Nigga, you dissing the nigga that's on your side. You know what I'm saying? And I am on this nigga's side because I understand Symba more than he'll ever know. I understand Mickey more than Mickey will ever know. And I respect them so much, and everybody else here that's trying to still rap. I don't know about you ladies. I'm not saying don't get mad at me if I'm not in touch. I'm just fans of these niggas, so you know, I'm not saying y'all ain't nice. But I got frustrated with writing rhymes and putting so much effort into it and knowing how good it is, and people not giving a fuck. It bothered me. It broke my heart. Like, y'all niggas not hearing me right now. And then I go listen to what y'all listening to. I'm so disappointed in the people. I was like, yo, I'm out of here. I'm about to get rich. Y'all niggas is bullshit. And so that's pretty much what it was. But I have so much respect for y'all. Stand down. You know what I'm saying? My brother Killer Mike. Man, like he stayed in this shit and then got a Grammy after all those years. Now, I'm not really big on the awards, but man, for him to do that, man, I salute him and love him so much because I would have gave that shit up long time ago. You know what I'm saying? Because you just don't, it feel like it's just a lack of appreciation sometimes from the public, man. I be hurt for the MCs that's really because, dog, it's so much work. Everybody on this panel know you just don't go in there. We ain't just going in there and saying something, flea, tree, me, he. Man, we putting thought into this shit. We writing stuff. We trying to like really shake up the world. All y'all, when y'all write rhymes, like, man, we trying to do something special. And then for a motherfucker to put it on and then be like, oh, that's garbage. Or, oh, man, I want to hear all that. That nigga talking about this, that. And what the are you crazy? Do you hear me right now? Do you see what I did? I'm rapping in reverse. I got 4 entendres in this one line, nigga. What are you saying? Are you crazy? Are you gonna go listen to that shit? Stay on that. Dog, do you hear me? I be getting mad. So that's why I get frustrated with it, and I had to back off because I was gonna kill some of these motherfuckers. Talk about I ain't nice. I choke you, nigga, in front of your family. I will kill you, nigga, and make you listen to me with my hands around your fucking throat. I'll destroy you, make your eyeballs pop out of the socket, nigga. Do you hear what I'm saying? I'll kill you, niggas. Oh, so anyway, I'm sorry. There you go. I felt something coming back. I used to get so mad, motherfuckers dissing me. You know how much work I'm putting in? This nigga Dre got me up 4 days straight. I ain't sleeping, writing these fucking raps. I done wrote raps for all of the Dog Pound and everybody else in the world. I want to get my shit off. You telling me I'm whack, and he telling me, but they said you ain't good. Nigga, I'm the greatest, nigga. Tell me the nigga who saying God, kill him. I'll kill him in front of his mama. I swear to God.
Shout out to everybody who believes they're the greatest. 1 second applause.
That's everything he just said is facts though. Like that's why I hate when people say, as long as I like it, I don't care. It's like, nigga, you cat, bro. Ain't nobody going in there writing to just please themselves, bro. We writing to make people be like, oh shit, you heard what he just said? Yeah. So it's like when you don't feel that and people don't take it as that, you really that it fucks with you.
That was a beautiful moment. I hate that completely. Everything you guys said. I understand wanting to have commercial success, but I also think you guys are the griots of this time, or at least you're supposed to be, nigga. Maybe y'all not. Shit. Maybe y'all niggas just want to get money and I don't know, be on a yacht. I don't know. It's like I understand what you're saying, but it's still kind of troubling to me. Because like even the Dinosaur record, like you brought up with Lupe, like he got hits, he got Grammys, he got whatever. That Dinosaur record is about what we just talked about rappers turning into dinosaurs, about niggas running the world, and then the meteor hits, and next thing you know, motherfuckers is extinct. Kind of similar to how niggas is not on the Billboard right now. So to me, I feel like writing that's on the House EP, came out during the pandemic for everybody who wants to go check that out. Kaylin Ellis. thinking about you wrote that then, and then now comes a time where it's like you can reflect on it and be like, damn, that nigga really gave us philosophy. He really gave us culture. He really gave us insight. I think it's similar to the way, like, when I'm in school, people talk about Shakespeare. Like, I really like the idea of fine art rap and kind of platforming the Black men and women who give us that type of, I almost look at it like literature over sound. So I guess to me, I understand that y'all want to make money. I understand that y'all want to be recognized and for people to frown up when you talk or whatever. But I wish that we can have some balance where it's like
I
we
think
get
it's also too, L. I think it's also too, it's a level. Like it's a certain level that most of us want to cross. It's not just about money. I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I just rap for money. That's didn't why I want to become a rapper. It's still a level of wanting to be able to put the mic out in the crowd screaming that shit. It's still a level of wanting to be able to tour. It's still a level of wanting to be able to sell merch and you got a plaque on the wall, and that's business. And with business comes a product that people can buy. And sometimes the lyrical miracle thing isn't the most digestible product for people to purchase. And what we look for as entertainers, sometimes rappers, is like, we know we could do that. Like, I know right now, if it's time to put on goddamn the victory beat and we finna get on Hot 97, I know what to do. But you know what I ain't felt? I ain't felt being in Madison Square Garden with a sold out crowd and I could put the mic at, and I want to feel that shit. So whatever tactics I need to take to get there, as long as I'm not losing my integrity, I'm going to attempt it.
Can we get
I
both?
want to I want to say this. Think about somebody like Saha the Prince, because I would put Saha, Symba, Mickey like in this shit, right? Saha wrote Sicko Mode, right? Now Saha got a dope album. We know that the last album he put out is really incredible. It's dope, but Saha can't pack out uh the stadium with that album, but he got to go somewhere where he wrote a song and he got to hear these people scream that shit at the top of their lungs. Now, as happy as he is and as much money as he made on the publishing of that record, it still got to fuck with you that you don't got that of your own. And if you talented enough to put pen to paper, like me, Mickey, and Symba, I don't know about you ladies, but we have written for other MCs. We have written shit for them, and shit didn't popped off, and we ain't got the commercial success from what I done wrote some shit. I done wrote songs that niggas still sing to this day and think these motherfuckers like, oh, he the greatest. I wrote that, but nigga, I can't perform none of my shit in SoFi. You know what I'm saying? I ain't standing on no globe. I ain't standing on no globe with no thing around it on the shit, and everybody looking at me with some funny boots, and I'm walking around with a half naked white girl. You know what I'm saying? I wrote some of that shit. Y'all don't like me, nigga? Huh? What I gotta get a monkey? What do I have to do? What about me? I want to be popping. Simba want to sell merch. Mickey want to sell merch. We want a boat, nigga. We want a couple cars
A
off
wise,
our raps.
a wise
Anyway,
man once
that's it.
said. A wise man once said, "God's cool, but what about me?"
It's a fact. And, I did say that. I said every time. Let me just say this. You go to these award shows, everybody get up there and they want to thank God. I'm a manager, so I manage people. Nigga, I didn't manage you. I didn't still with you. You didn't cry to me about your family. You get up there, you want to run to God. Nigga, God gonna get thanked all night. I got one shot for you to thank me, nigga. I only get one time, nigga. What about me, nigga? God, cool. He ain't gonna say nothing to you. You gotta look at me backstage. Damn, you couldn't say my name, nigga.
Oh man.
God is cool. What about me, nigga? I want some recognition. I ain't get it as a rapper. Can I get it as a manager? Can I get it as a label head? Somebody gotta thank me, nigga. Goddamn, besides my mama.
One
Shit.
second applause. I'm going to give anybody an opportunity to get one last word in on this lyricism topic. Then I want to do this one quick story before the 2 hours is up.
No, that's real as fuck stat. I can't lie. That's a bar. Like, I fuck with that.
That's facts.
Word up, word up. 9 second applause. See, because that last one right there, that's
the
9
9 seconds.
seconds. In my head, that's 9 seconds. And I know this, just to wrap up this main discussion, we do continue after this. We will, tackle these super chats directly. And thank you guys for rocking with the show every week. Thank you everybody on this panel for joining us this week. This is probably one of the best lyricism conversations that I've been a part of. And I think that, all of this at the end of the day is going to come down to preference, Like, what do you like? Who do you not like? What moves you? What affects you? And I think that's part of the beauty of music. And that's why I don't think music is going to go away. But I do agree, and I think we all agree here, that those who are inspiring, who are uplifting, who are impacting people's lives in beautiful ways should be celebrated, regardless of where they might fall on somebody online's list of whatever they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? For this last story. Now, this was a big story that took place at the end of last week. And one of the pioneers of hip hop passed away. And it is Afrika Bambaataa. Now, I want to put this on the screen for a second, but I can't seem to find it. So let's do this way. There we go. There we go. So Afrika Bambaataa, hip-hop pioneer, dies age 68. He died of complications of cancer. Excuse me. And, from a foundational standpoint, from an expansion standpoint, all the things that, all the places he was able to help take hip-hop, I think his legacy, hip-hop wouldn't be where it is without who he is. And at the same time, I think who he is or who he was very complicated for a lot of people because Bambaataa was accused for a number of years of assault and child abuse. Now, I have only met Bambaataa one time, and this was prior to a lot of these stories breaking, which I think happened around 2014, 2016, something like that. I think that's when some of the lawsuits started happening, a lot of these stories came out. And I actually hosted a show that Bambaataa performed at in Brooklyn. And I did an interview with him. We sat and talked for a while. And I remember a few years later after that show, one of my mentors came up to me and asked me if I remember him having a number of young boys with him. And when he said that, that was the first time I never really thought about that. And he did. I don't know if hip-hop or any key figures in hip-hop will ever have a more complicated legacy than Afrika Bambaataa. But Bambaataa has done so much for this culture we all love. And sadly, he has also taken away from the lives of so many people who didn't deserve to be assaulted at the hands of one of our pioneers. Open floor for anyone who wants to share some thoughts on Bambaataa.
I'm going to say this because I'm about to get off, but I just want to end. I think we should all vote, and it's just us and everybody in the chat. I want to remove Africa from his name. We talked about it before we came on. We should find a country that we all hate or don't like, and we should replace the Africa. Because we could just call him Bambaataa. You know what I'm saying? Africa got to go from the front. I appreciate what he did for hip hop, but what he did to those young boys, it doesn't balance out for me. I'd rather not have hip hop than him doing that to children. So I'd rather not ever hear a hip hop song. We would just be over here. We'd be talking about country and wearing cowboy hats in exchange for him never doing that to them children. And Mickey, I know you from New York. You from I'm just saying. I know you don't rock with that bullshit though. And I hold his generation accountable because it was some shit that Glasses said when we was talking about the Puff shit, right? Not enough people in Puff era when he was coming up grabbed him by the throat and be like, yo, what the fuck is you doing? So I hold the people in Mickey's class, not Mickey's class, excuse me, in Bambaataa's class accountable for some of that behavior to not check him. We got to self-police ourselves because people knew that was happening. That's not just some shit that just popped up. People knew that was going on. And so I appreciate y'all. It was a blessing. My internet went out 2 times, Justin. Woohoo! You know what I mean?
Yeah, we gonna
Thank
get you some fiber optic internet, man. I'm gonna put you
need
on.
that.
Capture card.
We didn't argue this week. That's good. I think we're growing as a brother and sister in Christ. BK, you're fantastic as always. Symba, you know you my dog for life. And Mickey, this is my first time being on a panel with you, dog. But I've been a fan. Symba, you know I'm a fan of your music. And Justin, you are the James Earl Jones of with your voice. You sound like the Quiet Storm, nigga. Welcome to Culture United. And join me on the third verse in the morning. Justin, we'll be talking more bullshit, but I gotta go there right now. See y'all.
9-second applause.
Peace.
Peace, brother. Yeah, I actually have to head out as well. I have a studio session at 10. But I do want to say a couple things about Afrika Bambaataa. So as Stat Quo said, he is the generation before me. And I found out about these allegations and the things that actually happened when everyone else on the internet found out about it. When I first came into the space, I have an article in Spin magazine that says, I like to think that I'm what Afrika Bambaataa would think the Bronx would sound like in 2008. That's a direct quote that was put in the table of contents of Spin magazine. And EA Sports got wind of this magazine. And they saw it and they thought it would be a great idea for us to do a song together. So we get into the studio to do this song for NBA Live 2010. The song is called Zulu, We Don't Stop Y'all, or whatever. And the interesting thing about it is the same thing that Company Man said, the same thing happened with myself. When I get to the studio, first of all, it smelled like baby powder. The entire studio smelled like baby powder, and there was a younger man in the studio. He was like 16, 17 years old. And again, this is before I didn't hear of any of these allegations. This is 2009. I'm just honored to be in the same space as this man, right? So when the person who set this up, her name is Rafaela Lima, she set this whole session up, and it was supposed to be me and Bambaataa. It was me, Bambaataa, and this young boy. He was like 16 years old, maybe 17, the oldest. And he raps on the song. And Afrika Bambaataa, all he did was go Zulu and this song is online. If once this live is done, you guys could go and listen to the song on YouTube. It's called Mickey Factz, Afrika Bambaataa, and a guy named YG. Not the YG from the West Coast. It's just he was a young boy. And the lady who set the whole studio session up, she said, okay, Mickey, so tell me, she was so excited to hear about my studio session. And everything I just said here, I said to her, and she said, oh. And mind you, she's in Cali. And she said, Bambaataa did it again. He brung that young boy into the studio again. And that's not what we wanted from him. We wanted the connection between you two guys. And again, I don't know what she's talking about. I'm like, I guess it was, the song came out. She was like, I told him not to bring any young boys into the studio and to do any type of music. And again, this is 2009. We didn't hear about any of these allegations until 2015, 2016, when Hassan started talking about it. That's when it started to all click. And I was like, this is just disgusting. I do not condone his behavior. I'm from the Bronx. He's from the Bronx. I do not condone his behavior. I don't condone the allegations. I pray for the victims. The ones that came forward and the ones who remained silent. That has no place in hip hop. I do not stand with that. I understand people are saying, yo, but he created hip hop and the legacy. I don't stand with the abuse of children in any way, shape, or form. And it was hundreds of boys. Hundreds. It wasn't just like these 20 people that came out. He had like, and I'm gonna end this right here. The same way back in the 70s and the 80s, men would have black books and have pictures and photos of women. He had that for boys. So I don't have no, I didn't speak on it. You know what I'm saying? Because that is it's just disgusting. I don't co-sign it. I don't deal with that. But in a lighter note, I am grateful to be on this panel with BK, Elle, Symba, and company, man. Thank you guys for having me. Yeah, sorry.
Happy to share the stage with you. I actually got to get out of here too, man. My son he got a music infatuation, so we got a session next door.
Yeah,
but
well, thank you both for joining. I've been
I
wanting
would
to get
like
you guys
to
on the
say
same
this.
panel for a
I would
long,
like
long
to
time.
say this right here before I get out of here. Same thing as Stat and Mickey said, man. I don't stand for none of it. I don't think that we should try to justify it because of what hip hop has done for us. At the end of the day, it's people like Jeffrey Epstein who then created all kind of ways of wealth management and all kind of things that we use to financially move ourselves forward. You know what I mean? And I don't think he should be glorified. I think he's a disgusting devil. You know what I mean? So I don't think just because somebody contributed to creating something that we like, that we should justify it. That shit is foul. That shit is wrong. I'm a father myself. I'm a son. I'm a brother. I got sisters and I got a mother. And I also got a little brother. And I know what it is to be a lost little boy looking for guidance. And to take advantage of kids like that, that shit is foul. And I hope that motherfucker rot in hell. I love y'all. Love hip hop. Shout out to Elle. Shout out to everybody. Appreciate. Hopefully I get to come back soon. Jay, you already know we tapped in, man. Mickey, we gonna tap in too, my brother.
Absolutely, brother. Much love.
Now,
For sure.
second applause.
I was just talking
I did want to say, Justin,
Yeah.
thank you for bringing this topic up, just in general, because it's really uncomfortable and it's really dark. But I think it's an important conversation to have about power, influence, culture, how we talk about, abusive geniuses, so to speak, and how do we contend with someone's, contribution that laid the groundwork for a new genre and using that genre to lure in vulnerable boys. I think it's important to talk about this too, because his victims were boys and we often don't see boys as victims. We don't believe their stories, or like, oh, if you didn't like it, maybe you were, so, you know what I mean? Like, we do minimize that because patriarchy is a cage and you're supposed to just toughen up and you're supposed to just forget that shit and be a man or whatever. So I just, I agree, with what the gentleman said, and I appreciate hearing their voices on that. And I just appreciate you bringing it to the forefront and not running away from it, because he was a pioneer, and also a serial abuser. And that when those two things exist, it's typically not named in tandem, or you rarely get people saying you could do away with the whole genre. That is not worth the abuse and exploitation of 100 black books of young boys. So that was really encouraging to hear from the men on the panel, and just thank you for bringing this conversation to such a wide audience, because I feel like oftentimes with powerful abusers that contribute so much to the culture, the easy thing to do is to just say, rest in peace, we don't speak ill of the dead, and they did so much great, and let's move on. And you didn't do that, so I appreciate that.
Well, thank you. 1 second applause. To all of us. We have to use our voices. That's what these microphones are for. Even in the uncomfortable moments, that's when it's most needed. You got anything you want to say, Elle? Are you good?
No, I'm so glad BK is here to say stuff. I was completely it's not funny, but after baby powder, I was washed. I did not know what to say at all.
Yeah.
I thank God for BK. because that was crazy.
Yeah. Time for super chats. Time for some super chats.
Lighter note.
Yeah, well, you know, some of these super chats, I'm not sure how light they are, but let's since we're in this zone, we'll start with this one right here. This is from Long-Winded Short Story, one of my favorite names on the internet. Two things are true: pioneer and disturbed human. How many of our greats, unfortunately, this sentiment? I disagree with KRS, perhaps for the first time ever. Yeah, KRS won. That was the first time I ever was disappointed in him too. When I saw some of the comments he made, truthfully, a lot of the pioneers, you know, I was watching the conversation with Melly Mel too. They were all kind of like, everybody just kind of knew. Everybody just kind of knew, you know. I think that's one thing if it's 1982. I think it's a different thing if you're in 20 anything. And you have been able to impact so many different people. Well, I'll screenshot this one and send the stat. This is from K-Way for real. My brother K-Way. 1 second, please. My bad. 1 second, pause the long-winded short story, too.
Yeah,
Giving Stat his flowers. I appreciate you, bro. I'm going to send you some Moon Rocks, Kush, and Fifth Alizé, Frankie Beverly, and May's greatest hits on tape. K-Way for real's podcast is out. I subscribe to his channel. You should, too. 1 second, applause. Okay, good.
I'm in the chat, K-Way.
Yeah. What's this one say? And then Sir Green down says KRS One made a satirical song called 13 and Good. Yeah. 1 second, applause to you and
Tomato.
to that song. All right. Now we can get into super chats. And also a couple other things that popped up that I think might be worth talking about throughout this. Palate cleanser time. This is from IV Black Coffee. Shout out to Elle. Always appreciate your takes.
I think this is for black coffee, but I could be wrong. But
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, for black coffee. I know people who drink coffee like it's an IV. You know, like they just, you know. So,
and it's
like
also a palate cleanser in some senses. So there's a lot of layers there. We know how much you guys hate the lyrical miracle, but we're still here.
I'm not sure who you guys is, but those
Still
to those
alright.
people,
To those.
to those people, sure.
Not somebody called us Justin and the Blazettes, and I got to be honest, I like it.
Hey, 1 second, applause. But this is actually a perfect example because we were having that lyricism conversation a second ago. You know, when I think of the difference between a good lyricist and a great lyricist, a lot of times it does come down to the layers. You know, you can say things so directly that it's just amazing on its own on face value. But then there is this like crop of MCs who do that, but then you peel back the layer and there's like, wait a minute, he actually said 9 things. That's kind of crazy. So,
I absolutely
shout out to 4 Black Coffee. 1 second, applause.
Thank you.
Lotus Queen 38 says, we getting GTA 6 before Iceman. I feel like it's actually kind of close now.
Me too.
I feel like we're at the time of the year where people have an idea of what's dropped, where the vibes are. I think that some of the things we've been talking about over recent weeks are still holding true. I'm not sure where the overall market is. You know, I mean, you can still bot things like crazy. Every day I see a new story about 21 Savage or Don Toliver and their bots or whatever. But for someone like Drake, I think that, you know, he is a gravitational force that kind of supersedes a lot of that. I just really hope that, like Symba said, that he tries something, like pushes himself. And I think I said that last week. I also have been thinking about what Professor Scott said, though, last week. When
Yeah, they like he's an empty vessel. He can't.
Well, no, just even what Stat said today remind me of what Professor Scott said. Stat was like, if I was Drake, I wouldn't drop. I would just go sit back and chill and, you know, wait to see what comes up out of the underground. Last week, Professor Sky said, well, Drake's career mostly has been attaching himself to popular trends. And right now, the popular trend is whatever's coming out of PG Lang, TDE. So he can't really attach himself to that one. So that sounds like a before and after. It's like, oh, this is the landscape. Maybe I'll take Stat's advice, chill, wait for something new to pop up, and then whatever. Maybe that's the cynic in me, but those two guys, generally speaking in conversations, at least that I have in my life from a music context standpoint, generally speaking, they're about 180 degrees, man, maybe 160 degrees away from each other. And they both landed at the same place on this one. And one of them, y'all call Stat Quovio.
Stat Quovio is crazy. I don't think we should do that because that would double down on a narrative.
Right.
I think Drake needs to stand on a narrative and make it interesting. I don't think he needs to try to dissolve the narrative because it can't be dissolved. You definitely were doing that. But stand on it and then give us the next act. Give us the next interesting thing afterwards. But if he does that, then it's just like, oh yeah, you just it's just is what it is after that. But we will see. On another note, I think I want to get a computer where I can play GTA 6. I think I have been convinced.
It looks dope.
It does.
You don't have a PlayStation?
No. I don't have an Xbox. I don't have a PlayStation. I have one that my son had one time that I beat up because he kept playing with me with the homework. I beat the shit out of that PlayStation. That shit still worked.
Quality product. What's taking the place?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, get out this PlayStation. So it'll be PlayStation for me. I'm thinking about, but no, I'm thinking about doing the computer. They say the computer is the right way. So
okay.
I might do it.
Yeah. All right. Huh? Big shout out to you, Lotus Queen 38. Thank you very much. 1 second, pause. This one is from Hunter HG366. Wait, what's the writer's name? Oh, that's Hunter S. Thompson. Okay, I thought it was something a little different, but I like that, Hunter HG366. Thank you all for your hard work. First time watching live, but I always listen on Thursday while I'm working. Always a highlight of my week. Thank you so much, Hunter. I appreciate you. We appreciate you. 1 second, applause, Hunter. There go BD, Brittany Danielle. 1 second, applause to Brittany Danielle.
Well, I raised the roof. I'm an auntie.
We're in unprecedented times, and I think Drake's pop-like rap won't connect with people who are dealing with real things. He stands for nothing.
I will say, something I've been thinking about really throughout the beef and after is like, I think that's just like a culture thing right now. The contradictions are getting stark in terms of wealth inequality, in terms of things that like your wages stagnating and the prices going up and all that. And I think even you can see it in, the political realm. My background's in political science. I just think that's what I'd be nerding out about. And right now you see establishment candidates suffering against populist candidates or candidates that don't take PAC money. And you've got like mainstream would be like taking corporate PACs, and like underground or the real shit or the like working class shit would be not taking those, grassroots, raising small dollar donations, speaking to the streets, the way Mamdani, like people be like, oh, I'm walking down the street and I saw the mayor ride on their bike, like being accessible, being within the people. I feel like the general public is feeling that. That's why you see like discords and sub communities. Like Vince Staples just announced like, hey y'all, we finna get on the Discord. Or like Keem being like, join my Discord. Like that's where my fans who want to support, who's gonna buy my stuff. It's a new, it's like digital direct to consumer ishy kind of, but you see that even in our political world where people, they voted for the guy that said he was going to come in and smash everything, not go status quo business as usual. Now he was lying. He's a commie. He's a charlatan. So you could, use that as a ploy, whatever, but people are going through like shit, like down to the pump. So it's just like certain stuff is just not going to hit it enough. So I agree with her comment there, but I've just been thinking about how the battle and the post-beef era is lining up with how politics is moving and changing, and like the insurgents there in who's popular now versus, what used to work.
The most popular raps I see are Legos.
Jesus.
I think you're on mute. Are you talking to Elle?
The Lego videos are fire.
That's that's all about real stuff going on in the world. Everybody's watching them. We've been saying this for all year.
Yep.
All year we've been saying this. Every Wednesday, at some point in time, one of us says, talk about some stuff going on in the world. You're going to have success. And now we got Legos leading the league. You know what I'm saying? If you need a case study, here's a case study. They got banned off of YouTube.
Really?
What's more hip hop than that?
Yeah, 'cause they was whooping they ass. Iran was whooping their ass on the propaganda. But this is my thing. I don't want that from Drake. I do not want that from Drake. I don't want Drake to tell me about the people having a hard time right now and the struggles, the social political struggles. Please, God, Drake, please don't do it. Please,
Yeah.
Lord. One, you're going to be wrong. You're not going to know what you're talking about. There's no way that you can possibly understand what's going on right now. Don't do it. Tell us about rejection, about love and loss, about ego death, about reclaiming a throne, not the rap throne, of some sort that you have ownership of. Tell us about those type of things. Please, please don't come tell us about geopolitics. Lord.
No, and he don't even have to do all that. I think the thing that maybe the most scary and vulnerable part of his life. I mean, part of what his charge is right now for that character arc you were talking about earlier is the introspection and looking in the mirror and looking within. Sometimes that is the scariest place you can go, especially if you spent your whole career mimicking and chasing and trying to emulate and all this stuff. I feel like that's really, not to be all, woo-woo about it, but I feel like that's the scariest place he could go. And he don't even need to. He honestly might be right-wing, so please don't touch the politics stuff. Like, I see who you associate with. Like, maybe don't do that. But
I'm thinking, like, tell us the story of, remember when Joe Pesci got whacked on Casino? Like, tell us the story of, like, if Joe Pesci would have got away. Like, you was smart enough to get away and you was almost whacked, and what you learned from that. Like, not exactly that, but, like, your version in your life. Like, you thought you was about to be a made man and they really invited you to the empty house, but you got away, and why, and how you noticed it, and how you saw the, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, not exactly that, but like that type of character arc. Like, not necessarily a character that was a hero, a character that was a villain, and some sort of layers of that. That's what I would be interested in. Please, Lord, don't come tell us about how to vote and fight the power. Lord.
I mean, I like the idea of third-person storytelling.
Yeah.
Tailor-Made Freestyle is my favorite joint he released during the battle.
I hate that song. But I don't like people.
I got three different people. It's the only time I listen to a Drake song, I get three different people.
Yeah, I don't like
Awesome.
like people playing with Pac. If you don't come from the tree of Pac, don't.
Well, it didn't work. It wasn't effective,
It
wasn't
effective. Too, like, ballsy.
They had Tailor-Made Freestyle. I mean, that I know it's kicking a dead horse. It's just part of reporting is that, though, right? Like, every time I read these legal filings, every time there's a new round in his lawsuit, all I see is Tailor-Made Freestyle, Tailor-Made. He asked for it. He said, Tailor-Made, Pac. Oh my gosh, it's so crazy how this all played out.
It's so crazy because people forget. Like, you have to bring that up because people will either willfully forget or just not remember that part because that song wasn't on DSPs, because I think the estate kind of pressured him or hinted at pressuring, like, bro, do not even play with us about that. But in listening to the songs again, like in order, which I did recently, I was like, this is unironically the most creative I've heard Drake in a really long time.
Thank you. Exactly. That's why I appreciate it so much.
But I also think he could have got that across without doing the voices. Like, if we were like, oh my God, wait, is he speaking from the perspective of Snoop? Like, if we had to do that, that could have been even a little bit more interesting. But the desecration of their voice, and then even like Kendrick having to pow Snoop a little bit and being like, I didn't even like that you were okay with that. Like, in Blacked Out Murals, that was a very interesting thing to see play out.
It's like, and this is another position I've taken too. I don't think Drake needed the AI at all for that to work. I don't even think he had to rap like them. I think he could have just rapped and people figure, oh shoot, he's actually coming. I think that on its own would have worked. And I think the reason he did that is because, UMG earlier that year had decided they were going to go all in on AI. And so now he is basically, pushing a new product out there in the marketplace that 6 months before that he had a problem with. But I don't know. I love that song. 1 second applause to Brittany Danielle.
Maybe it could have worked if it wasn't pop.
That too. But like he chose pop because like the reason
Because it works for the concept.
Right.
It works at the House of Blues. It works for the House of Blues concept.
then it's like he did the voice and then did the ring shit in Family Matters when he showed it in the documents. Like it was just very colonizer-y. So then when it's like yeah.
Because I think you obviously misunderstood the deep, visceral love for Tupac. You obviously did not understand that.
Yeah. Well, then he's paid for it. If anything, in lawyer fees.
Teller made.
Teller made is crazy. Big shout out to Doomer253. 1 second applause. He says Drake needs to buy a haunted house, get that sweatshop going. Oof. Oof.
I don't know what this means.
Like the OVO
Here I
song?
go again. You know, I always do that. But
Big shout out to you, Doomer. Thank you very much. 1 second applause.
I do.
We got Will Thompson. Big shout out to Will Thompson Fargo. 1 second applause. I coached high school improv a few weeks ago and did a warm-up game called Exploding Dinosaurs with a fake mic drop. And the line, Stat Quo said, ain't no retiring in this. And now he says Drake should retire. That's fine. I got to send this a stat. I'm going to send him a screenshot right now, actually. This is actually pretty interesting.
I don't know that he said Drake's, and I don't know if I'm being a stickler. I don't think he's saying he should retire. I think he's saying he should sit on his hands and watch everybody drown in quicksand. And then
That's exactly what Stat said. That's what he said. That's what he said.
Yeah.
But I do like this idea that he's
I
bringing
still like
Stat
that
in
point
his
that he tried to
improv
make.
class.
I was excited at improv class. That
Right.
I don't know if you guys ever done an improv class, but it's hella fun.
I want to try. I've always wanted to try. One of my like actor friends, community actor friends, was like, you should try that. Like that would be a good exercise. But I also think that I always thought that Drake should have sat down. And I don't know if you remember, like, and obviously we're always relitigating the beef or whatever, but closer to that, like after everything happens, people were like, Drake needs to just sit down for a second, and then this whole region was like, no, he doesn't need to do that. He just needs to like Summer Vibes only, and like Summer Vibes coming and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I don't know if all of the drops and the plot twists and all that diminished what Iceman, like I'm still going to listen to Iceman for like scientific purposes, but I think there could have been more anticipation if he genuinely sat on his hands and just saw how things were going. But the feelers, the stuff that sounded like old, that wasn't a good move in my opinion. Like, I don't know.
I got Nokia and I got Circadian Rhythm.
Nokia's good.
Nokia's a great song.
Like
That's a
it goes
fantastic
off in
song.
the club. Like it's great. Yeah.
Big shout out to you, Will. Jess B. Yappin. Shout out to Jess B. Yappin. 1 second applause. She says, don't understand how someone can purport to love hip hop and rap, but cape for a man who is still actively pursuing a lawsuit that would destroy both. Those two things are diametrically opposed.
Not really.
I don't know. To me, I also think that is it, when he does speak from the business perspective, like he said today, he's doing just that. And I think that can be read as like caping for Drake, but I don't think that's what it is. I think it literally is just speaking from a behind the scenes numbers industry office standpoint. Am I off on that?
No, 100%. I mean, you know, we have episodes of Third Verse that are up where Stat is like, it's big. There's one episode. We have a series on there called From the Vault, right? Because we legitimately developed this podcast. We recorded this podcast for 7 months maybe before anybody saw it, right? We didn't just get in the room, turn on some cameras and see what could happen. We had to gel. We had to figure out what we wanted to talk about, what we didn't want to talk about. We had to figure out who we were, or at least Stat and DJ had to figure out their on-camera personas, or at least particularly DJ, get comfortable talking on cameras. And so a lot of stuff happened that during that time period. And so for the things that are still worth talking about, we release them on Mondays as part of our From the Vault segment. When that lawsuit dropped, Stat has this monologue where he's ranting at the screen, and he's like, Drake, I need you to stop this right now, please, because you're hurting hip hop, you're hurting yourself, and these white people are going to fuck you up. Okay, I'm letting you know right now, they're going to fuck you. Like, it's one of the funniest moments in the history of this podcast. So he gets it. He's not advocating for Drake. He is speaking from the business perspective, which I do think there is some merit to. Like, there's this stuff that's been going around that I think doesn't capture what's happening in the music industry. I'm going to share this real fast, actually, since it's on. Doesn't necessarily do a great job of contextualizing what's happening in the music industry, but they are numbers, so people report them. Okay, so let's see if we get this on. Oh, there it is. All right, so there's this post down here from Hip Hop All Day. Hip Hop All Day is probably the site that basically talks about hip hop dying all day. Every time I see a Hip Hop All Day post, it's some new metric saying hip hop is dead. Now, people do things for engagement all the time, but what he's saying here is that rap music has seen a 27% decrease in sales in 2023 compared to last year, and a 62% decrease in the 5 years since 2018. Can anything be done to revert the decline? And now what he's talking about is a very narrow micro view of numbers on their own. This doesn't compare hip hop to other genres. This doesn't look at the overall music marketplace. It just says hip hop, numbers smaller, things bad, right? That's what he's doing. And so you say what?
That's what I hear. What is we gonna do?
Right. But Dog Ninja, he actually takes a better approach to this, approach that I agree with more. Hip hop's global market share from 2020 to 2025, 30% in 2020, 27% to 21, 26%, 22 to 25%, 23, 24%, and 24, and 24% in 25, right? And so if you look at the overall global market share, it has been a decline, but it's not this 60 whatever percent decline he's talking about. What he's talking about is a shrink. What's really happening is the overall music market share, which I think we talked about pretty well on this discussion, on this panel during the main discussion, is shrinking because people are going to Discord or people are on TikTok or whatever people are doing, right? Now, the other thing that's happening with these numbers here, and I think it's really, really interesting that from 25 to 24 to 24, 23 was actually smaller than when the battle was actually happening based on these numbers. But ultimately what you see here, there are some things that have evolved. Country is a big reason. Country music has become more popular over this period of time. I did a cover story last year on this. There's some videos on the channel on this. I covered this quite a bit. Country has risen. Also, a lost generation. Around this time right here is where you start seeing a lot of people we really love in this space, young people coming up who pass away, right? So we have people talk about where's the youth and all these things. Well, if you don't have Juice WRLD and XXXTentacion, and you don't have King Von, and you don't have, Lil Peep, and you don't have Nipsey Hussle, and you don't have Mac Miller, and you don't have a lot of people who are actually carrying weight moving into these later years, yeah, you're gonna feel that from a market share perspective, because those artists, unfortunately, we lost them, but these companies, and from these numbers, lost market share as well from things that would have happened as well. So every time I see Hip Hop All Day tell me everything is terrible, I know that actually things are probably doing better than they seem.
Then I hate how hip hop is always triangulated in these negative narratives. Like, I hate that people are taking the bait with that, and I hate that people are like leading with that. And it's not just Hip Hop All Day, even though they do be doing this bullshit. It's like respectable people in the space feeding into the narrative that like hip hop is this like axis of evil that is like everything wrong, and it's like everything's going down and no one cares and it has no value. And it's definitely this bait and switch. They're burying the lead, all the things, data pools being small, like just a lot of narratives being triangulated on this that I don't appreciate. And it also doesn't speak to the hip hop influence and straight up just like jocking the swag in terms of K-pop and in terms of the country in the 2020s, like the hip hop fusion there, like there are never any conversations about, and really calling it hip hop fusion is giving it too much credence. Like niggas just ripping off the garb, the beats, the lyrics, etc. And no one's talking about that type of influence or that type of siphoning off in order to go for a broader audience, like taking like all the cool, but then like putting it in K-pop or putting it in a country machine or a pop machine even or whatever. Like, so I don't know, just that combination is so just low-key anti-black to me, and it's very anti-intellectual, and it's very dishonest, and I don't appreciate it.
Here's another metrics that I do like.
I
This
love
one
that
here.
because that's what exactly what I was going to ask. Like, I would like to see what they're classifying as hip hop and not as hip hop when they're doing that market share. Because I bet you a lot of
Well, they're classifying black people,
ah,
and if and anybody who's not black gets to do it, and it can be called something else. But I like this metric too. I mean, here's another way to look at it. You know, Ninth Wonder said, "Man, if y'all don't stop with this hip hop's dead talk, it's a new beat machine that dropped that is sold out everywhere, and because legendary producers have been posting their beats with it, what are we talking about, right?" That's another way to look at it. Yeah, sure, the rap industry, as it's defined, you know, within the industry, market share might be down, but sales of beat CDs or beat machines is another indicator of what's happening with hip hop. I ran Lego videos. We talked about it already. The most popular new viral video sensations, 90% hip hop over there.
Yep.
So, you know, that gets that. That's, again, he speaks from the business perspective, the label perspective. And, whether or not people understand him on that, or whether he's doing that too much or not enough, that is a point of view that does exist, and it is a point of view that affects a lot of people as well, even if it's, not one that we as consumers encounter on a regular basis. So.
I certainly appreciate it as a civilian myself that doesn't like work in the industry. I'm not like even like my whole day life is like just so different, So I always appreciate getting a peek behind the curtain, so to speak. But also just because like I'm like a little nerdy about it, but also just like so that narratives can be either debunked or the sort of mythos around it can be like, oh no, that's just how the industry works. That's just how songs are made, or that's just how I always appreciate that perspective. So,
Word up! Shout out to Just Be Yapping. 1 second applause. That was good. That was a good comment right there. I like that one.
I'm playing with the visual effects. I'm sorry, guys. I was over here nerding out.
I know. I saw you blur your background. I was like, "What's going on over there?"
My baby's in there.
Shout out to Stace Jam X, still one of the dopest names that I see on a weekly basis.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Man, rewatched XXX's XXL Cypher last night, and man, the lost potential hurts. Imagine where he could have been, what he would have.
Mm.
That's what I mean, man. And X I was working at Empire when I guess throughout X's career, then after, and I was there unfortunately when he was murdered too, but X was going through such a evolution so quickly. Like the way he was evolving as a person, the way he was learning to be accountable for like very dark things that he had done in his life at that point in time, the way that he was moving to use his music, to possibly impact people's lives, like in a very short amount of time while still being so young. I don't know if I've ever encountered that with an artist ever. I'm not saying he's the only artist that's done that. I'm saying, like, from my personal experience being around a lot of artists in a lot of ways, I don't think I've ever seen that. And so we really lost one. Really, really lost when it came to X.
I agree. Also, this man too, this meme gets reposted a lot, but like Kendrick posting X's album over and over again, like, y'all have to listen to this. Like, listen to what this kid is saying, what he's channeling. And I love that you always point out kind of the lost generation of like massive stars in Gen Z, and of the subculture that was bubbling with like the late 2010s, and just how lost creatively a generation of people that were looking up to these guys are and were. And of course, like, we're finding our way or whatever, but the music was it was so potent and so widespread. Like Juice WRLD, I mean, they were huge and so young. Like, even watching, sometimes I'll go back and watch Juice WRLD's freestyles, and like just the ability to just give him a word and he'll like go on a whole, like, a lot of these kids were kind of, I think, underrated and cast to the side because the sound might have been a little different or whatever. But then underneath, it was like the artistry and the growth and like the pen.
Yeah.
So such a loss.
Yeah, it is. What's the story? What's this Juice WRLD story? How'd that story go? I don't want to tell it wrong. If I remember it, I'll bring it up again. There's a hilarious Juice WRLD story. I don't want to tell it wrong. I'm not going to do that. But yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Stage Jam X. 1 second, applause. Gil Inc.
Very well too, by the way. Justin, you handled those X's very well. Like
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them back to back.
I saw
There's 5 X's.
Yeah. And Stace Jam X too. So it's like
Yeah, right. 6 X's.
A little bit. Could have exits.
Let's look at that again. Like let's just look at the pros here.
Yeah, like if you glance the wrong way, it's like, wait,
Right.
was it 5? You did it though.
It's 6 with Stace Jam. 1 second, applause again. You're in that. You're in both of them. Gil and Company. Shout out to Gil. Says too much actual hip hop drop in the past 2 years for this combo to continue. If you're not seeing it, you're not looking. You know, I interviewed who came by here yesterday? Young Chris. Young Chris from the Young Guns pulled up yesterday. And so we sat down for an hour conversation. It's going to appear on the channel. Young Guns, first of all, when I was going through research for this Young Chris conversation, there was something, I forgot the Young Guns were Grammy nominated, by the way. Can't Stop, Won't Stop was a Grammy nominated song. 1 second, applause. Love that, right? Definitely had hits. But we were sitting there talking, and first of all, he was 16 years old when all that was happening. So he was super young, right? He was super young when he got signed to Rockefeller and Jay-Z and all that stuff. He had that crazy Hot 97 cypher where Jay-Z's like, he's only 16, he's only 16. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But one of the things we talked about for a substantial amount of time was the Jay versus Nas battle. We talked about Jay versus Nas because I wanted to know what it felt like sitting up close, 16-year-old. The year that he does his Hot 97 freestyle battle is this 2001. That was in January. By June, Jay-Z's on stage at Summer Jam saying, ask Nas he don't want it with Hove. By September 11th, you know, Takeover drops. And by December, Ether drops, right? So I was asking him what he thought about all that. So he gets really detailed and talking about, you know, first of all, you know, the energy is different when it's happening. And they were just all ride for Rockefeller, fuck the other side. And I asked him who won, and he said, Nas won the battle, Jay won the war, right? Which you kind of expect for someone who is, you know, aligned with it. But the most interesting part to that conversation as it pertains to Gil and Company's comment here is, I was like, do people still ask you about that battle? He's like, every day. He's like, we debated that for like 10 years, 15 years. We debated it. Jay versus Nas. That was my experience too, because that's what I wanted to know. I'm like, in my experience, we debated that battle a lot for a long time. And so I'm not sure if this particular comment says much leaning towards the Drake and Kendrick battle or otherwise, but this battle is bigger than Jay versus Nas. And I think, again, anyone who expects people to not talk about this in almost in 2 years since, I'm not sure they really understand the cultural impact that we all just experienced. Like, it's not, even BK a second ago was talking about how, you know, you can draw parallels to so many things that are happening just globally or politically speaking. You got Michael Eric Dyson, who went out here talking crazy about whatever he wanted to talk about, but his whole point was, you know, Drake and Kendrick have been used as proxies in an ongoing broader political thing. Like, this is just a massive moment, you know, and actually, give me 1 second, extra.
Ooh, props. I don't think this comment is talking about the battle. Let's get the props before we tell.
Right. I think it's the drought, maybe. Yeah.
I know.
Like, we're still, okay, I'm back. It's like we haven't even got to like the book round yet of this battle, where everybody who's been sitting around watching has been writing books. The book round hasn't even hit yet. You know what I mean? There's going to be a lot of books. Like, we're getting closer to it. Like, big shout out to Jerry McCool and Errol Hawkins. They wrote Raps of Resistance, and it's about Kendrick and J. Cole, right? And I'm quoted all, they interviewed me for this book. I'm all up in this book. All up in this book. Anybody who feels like I'm a J. Cole hater, there's a whole book that shows you how much I love J. Cole. When I was here 2 weeks ago talking about how, it was the hurt inside me more than anything else than it is me disparaging J. Cole. Yeah. That's where it's coming from. I got so many awesome things to say, but look how many pages is this? It's like
that's a big book.
It's a 215-page book. Look at all these. Everywhere here with a piece of paper is me saying something nice about J. Cole. Oh, J. Cole. Oh, this is nice, J. Cole. Yeah. Let's open up a random one. Let's see what I said nice about J. Cole on this page.
Give us the annotations. Give us the annotations.
No. Let me go see. Where did they say my name? Maybe we'll use that for another episode going in the future. But that's what I'm saying. The broader point is, it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot.
But all right, fine.
But you definitely, Raps of Resistance, Jeremy McCool, Earl Hopkins, right? The broader point is, this is one of those moments that people are going to be documenting in every single way. We haven't even got the official documentary. We haven't got the docu-series. We don't even have Drake and Kendrick just being vulnerable talking about it.
No.
So, I know that there's a lot of awesome other things that are happening in hip hop. And I think those of us who love hip hop really don't have to remind, each other about that, because we all love hip hop and we all know and love those things. But much like young Chris told me yesterday, he still gets asked about this. People debated that battle for a decade. I think it's going to be a lot longer. And I think that, people should get used to that and or find other ways to frame, the frustration with people talking about that much, or continue to just promote the things that you really do want to talk about instead. One of the things I wasn't quite sure how much I agreed with on the panel from earlier today was when people were talking about, who was that? Was that Symba who said that? When Symba said that there weren't as many outlets. I don't know, maybe I'm misquoting, but I know it feels like there's a lot of places now that, you can go for entertainment, but be the thing. Start that Twitter community, start that Discord channel. Mm-hmm. This is the prime time for that. Nobody gonna get caked up more than right now. Whoever's talking about the thing no one else is talking about, plant that flag. You know what I'm saying? This is that moment. You do stuff for years before it ever turns into something, so.
I definitely think it's a good window. That's why I'm happy with all the academies. Kind of like Mick. I wish he was able to talk about Pendulum Inc. a little more. Like, I think he started that early enough where that's going to hit at a perfect right time. Because, like, a lot of times now when I'm even having, like, battles, if we start talking about bars, I'm like, hold on 1 second. I go get Mick like he my big brother. And we running back down to argue with niggas up in the corner. I'm like, I'll go get Mickey Factz right now. I dare y'all to argue with him. So, yeah, I think you're right. You got to build it. But I don't think this comment was about that. I think this comment was about people saying that hip hop is dead. Mm-hmm. And him being like, hey, it's too much. It's actually too much hip hop dropping right now for y'all to be talking about, oh, we're not seeing enough in mainstream, or there's a discoverability problem. If you're not seeing it, you're not looking. And I do think that's true. But I also think the people who are not looking are a little spoiled, because there was a time when you really didn't have to look. There was a time when you had to look, and then that time went away for a second and you didn't have to look because it was there. It was like, it's looking for you. Like, shit, you couldn't look nowhere else. And now I think we're going back into the you have to look phase. And I think a lot of these people are like, what? Look, I'm spoiled. And so I think it's just like a retraining where people be like, oh shit, I gotta look. Yeah.
Well, especially because the music apps are algorithmic now. So I have to remember, like, okay, even to go outside of genre, like I'm gonna have to enter in the search to even get to that, because my algorithm may not even show me certain things. So it is almost like going back to the bins, except for the bins are just, oh my God, thousands and thousands and thousands of songs that you can go through. But also I agree with not only is there so much hip hop coming out, the absence part of the conversation is just not true. And I was glad that someone quote tweeted one of those tweets with like the list of all the songs that Drake had dropped. It's like there hasn't been an absence, like from personality to stream to music. Like he's been there. I just don't think people are registering that it's not hitting the way that Drake used to hit for them. And also there's so much shit coming out that's really good and really quality and like worth your time, especially like outside of Mike and Earl's new shit, which is a little bit longer. It's actually a double album. A lot of the like newer, like Casino was like, it was like 34 minutes, 37-minute runtime. Like Moby's new album was like 41 minutes. Like a lot of the new stuff is like even under an hour, you can consume some really good shit too. So
yeah, like the new Buddy album. Oh my God, I love the new Buddy album so much. It's the only thing I've been rocking all week. It's great. It's got great, like the jazz stuff, the storytelling, even the West Coast stuff, the hooks. You know, it's the topics he's leaning into. You know, like the Buddy album came out last week. As far as I know, I might be the only person talking about it, but that thing has me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Buddy, the new Buddy album.
The Semi Sims 3.
Semi Sim. Twin. This right here.
Because around here,
Hold on,
we
let me
call
clean
it a
that up
little.
for y'all.
Yeah.
Everybody was gonna
I
see
glanced
that.
up and saw you pulled it away at the right time. As soon as I glanced up, that point is coming. The point is coming.
There it is.
A little to the side. Semi
Sim.
Yeah, see, it's a 37-minute runtime.
Yeah.
That's solid. Like
Fantastic. I implore everybody. If I was a teacher, this would be everybody's homework assignment. You know, I mean, it really captures his. Say what?
You could be a teacher.
Yeah, you know, tune in to Culture United every Wednesday. Night classes.
All right, well, then it is your homework.
But, you know, I mean, like that project, that one, Miami Lice has had me in a chokehold all year with Homeboy Sandman and A$AP Rock. There's just a lot of good things happening, you know, and glad we got people like Gill and Company out here spreading the good word.
Where's the Buddy guy from?
Compton.
Oh.
Yeah. He was really close with Nipsey, too.
wow.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna listen to that. I just had an idea. I wonder if I can get AI to build me a website or an app that looks like crates, and it's like you digging through the things, and it's like playing like 10 seconds of songs that just came out or albums that came out. So like you dig through it, you see the Buddy cover pops up, then it'll play like 10 seconds of a song, and then you keep going, and it's just like snippets of songs. Don't steal my idea, internet.
Right, girl.
It's too late. You better tell people.
Oh no! Like
you
it's
better-
just like the same way you flick, like you flicking like this, and so it's like crate digging.
You
Yeah.
better tell Claude to get on it right now. You better tell Claude. You better whisper
Oh,
to Claude.
that's a trademark right now.
Claude.
Trademark right now, Claude. I'd be fired up. Would you do that? Would you like really, instead of scrolling on the internet, would you crate dig like that? Some dig?
100%.
If you gave me a website for sure, because you know what's crazy? Similar-ish to that, Hayley Williams actually released her album on her website before she dropped it on DSPs. And you were going through different folders. It was almost like you logged into her desktop and you were clicking on different folders, and some had just photos of her or like a short 10-second video, or like, and then the other folders were like music. And I was like, I'm really on like an old school website clicking around, and like she made the cursor like the old school cursor. So something like that would be so up my alley. Like going to a.com, like that would be fire.
That's very Beyonce-esque too. I don't know if people actually go to Beyonce's website anymore, but Beyonce's website is actually fun. Like a lot of people don't know this, but Beyonce updates her website as if it's her own social media. Like Beyonce's website is super fun. It took me a while to go
looks
through
like
it.
Beyonce. Let's see what it looks
I
like.
feel like how she be updating for like people's birthdays and stuff. And
Yeah,
that's
this is so cute. My girl.
Let me see. Let's put this on here. I wonder if there's a.
Yeah, see, y'all ain't seen these pictures?
nope.
She ain't putting it on the gram. She said, come to the website and you'll see. Now you can scroll one of those ways. Yeah, scroll. Y'all ain't seen none of these pictures on the gram. You got to go to her website. And I think when you click tour, right? I don't know if you know, but this one's slow as hell. But
this is Beyonce. We gotta savor every second.
That's facts.
Beyonce,
But I think
all on
that's
your mouth
interesting
like
how she
liquor.
does that because most people, celebrities or whatever, they got to put everything on Instagram, on Twitter, on whatever. That's where they want their pictures to be seen at. Beyonce doesn't do that. Beyonce fills up her website. Like you kind of have to check it every day because you'll never know when it'll update.
Yeah.
And she does her own social media, child. All of the shit be there, child. Go ahead, Beyonce.
This is fire though.
Right? Beyonce
And
been doing it for years.
it does kind of speak to that, like, you know how Justin keeps saying this reminds him of the blog era. And like one of my friends who's a photographer was like, I'm literally finna like queue up my blog and put my shit on there. Like I'm tired of posting on Instagram. Like it's not the layout I wanted. The ratio is not the way I want it. I'm like, that's so dope that there seems to be a kind of return to the go to my blog, go to my Discord, go to my micro community to see what's up with me. And that's when the people, whoever's tapped into that and is like swiping their cards is probably gonna be there too.
Yeah, I think the bubble is gonna have to it's interesting how things sway. Go to tour so you can see how she do all the different dates. Click tour at the top. It's interesting how things sway because I think that now as you hover over each one, she got the pictures from each place. Look how she fucked with this. She fucked with it. Maybe keeps she
Oh,
fucked
wow.
so hard. She fucked with it so hard. But it's like the social media companies got very greedy. Like, yeah, okay, we know y'all are billionaire companies and we're all here, but we want to see what we want to see. So as you go further and further away from what we want, that is what's going to make the bubble explode, where people are going to start going back to their own blogs. Like, come on now, y'all ain't seen none of this on the gram. Look at this.
This is
If the gram
Yeah, this
can't
is fire.
hold me,
like, who did the web design? Like
Right.
what did you put in there to make it do that?
and when's the
Beyonce
last time you
Industries.
asked and when's the last time you asked yourself who did the web design? Like, do you remember those days where it used to be like,
Yes.
girl, who did your website?
Right.
I think those days are coming back
I love that.
slowly but surely.
Claude, this ain't nothing but Claude.
Claude could do this.
Okay,
Claude could do this. I don't know if Claude could do this because we is talking about Beyonce, but
Claude could do
Claude
this.
would be like, give me 1 second with a cigarette. Claude would pop a cigarette in the side of the CD holder. Of the, give me a second. Claude switched it right up.
That's fire though. I rock with that.
Yeah, that is fire.
I rock with this
So
dope. That's dope. Man, that's what's up. Putting us on to something. I like that. I rock with that. Shout out to Doomer, says a lack of mainstream is good for a period of time. In my opinion, it filters out the grifters. 100%. 100% agree with that.
Yeah, that's what Elle was speaking about earlier too. And it is kind of a theme. A lot of people don't bring up Watch the Party Die or enough for my liking. And I think because people were hell bent on misunderstanding what he was saying, like, oh, niggas can't turn up no more. Like, okay, that's not what he was saying. But in there is a State of the Union, and it is kind of a call to like burn it down and rebuild. He literally, used that verbiage. And so I like that perspective too, and not just being like, fuck this hip hop shit, it's all negative. Let's be done with beef, blah, blah, blah. He pontificated about what Lecrae would do and what D1 would do, and said, okay, but this is what I'm gonna do, and let's see what happens if we burn it down and build anew, and what comes new of that. And he talked about dirty macking. He talked about, it wasn't just like, oh, everything's bots now. You know what I mean? It was like, what are we feeding the kids? Are we leading them to an early casket? Trying to be, who's in that mentor OG space? So I don't know. I don't think people give Kenny enough credit for actually speaking to that early on in terms of like what he felt like the battle was supposed to be, a sort of spiritual purification of the genre. I think that's kind of how he viewed it. So
One second applause.
Yeah, and I feel like whether people disagree or not, the fact that he had the power to make it happen was fire enough. Like, cause he say something like niggas got a lot of opinions, but no power to carry it. So I be kind of feeling like, even if you disagree, you can't do shit about it, buddy. Sorry.
Whacked out murals are so fire.
fire.
My man said that part, it hits me differently at different points in time when I hear it. I remember there was one night earlier this year where I just got stuck on that. I just kept running back this one part where he kept going. He said, What bridge they, how's it go? What bridge they done burned? All of them is over with. I just kept rewinding that part over and over. What bridge they done burned? All of them is over with. Not even the COVID did part. The COVID did part is fire. That's set up. What bridge they done? All of them is over with. That song is so crazy when he says that part.
And him steady saying, since y'all pandering to choose a side, let me do it for you. Like him being like, this is a one-sided thing you have going on with me. It's done over here. I loved how he just stood in that and was like, I'm not trying to be diplomatic.
Right.
I still be laughing at this type of shit to make you niggas move to Europe. I don't know why that is so funny to me. Like, what was he thinking about? Especially when you see the fit that they say. Well, no, that was not like us. But just to me, it's like I think Kendrick is literally hilarious. Like to me, I think he is like probably generally funny. Because like, what made you think this type of shit to make you niggas move to Europe? Like, what made you think of that? So funny to me.
He is the key.
1 second applause. Big shout out to RL Smith 6625. Do we still need Drake or do we need dope, real, original hip hop to break through?
Yeah, I think the part they're missing is I'm not saying Drake should come back and do hip hop. I think that's the part a lot of people are missing in what I'm saying. I like Drake with the melodies. I don't like Drake when he act tough. You know what I'm saying?
To be fair though, there's a range before. There's a lot of Drake rapping before he started acting tough.
True.
Yeah.
I like that Drake rapping.
Songy, because to be honest, a lot of the singers now are doing some sort of an interpretation of rap. Like we don't have a lot of. Well, I don't want to go that far.
Yeah, but people have been getting their Bone
There
Thugs
was a
and Harmony
time when
on
we
for a
had
long
more
time.
vocalists,
Yeah,
even when we were talking about singing.
Right, people have been doing their Bone Thugs and Harmony impression for a very long time.
Exactly. So I'm saying that Drake over there, please don't come talking about who rep a set. Please.
But to Justice's point, there was a time where he was like, and a lot of it to me was, I'm in the strip club and I got into it with this girl and I put her on and like I taught her everything she knows. And let me tell you, like, and some of this, and like when you break it down like that, it's like, okay, that is weird and creepy. But over the right beat, he used to put it in such a way where I did not even second guess that. But there was some, and then he was like, no, actually I'm mob ties, and actually I'm with Hell's Angels, and okay, don't do that.
First half of Scorpion is amazing. Amazing. I stand by it. Yeah. I don't care who wrote it. It's great music. There's my two favorite Drake songs though are "Started from the Bottom" and "Worst Behavior." Like,
but "Started from the Bottom" is a whole that whole verse is somebody else's verse. Am I saying the right song?
You're talking about, you think Mike Zombie is?
I'm talking about Rapper Forte's whole verse. Like the whole.
That's not "Started from the Bottom."
That's not "Started from the Bottom." Okay.
No, that's the other joint. Yeah, the Rapper Forte. "Started from the Bottom" is I done kept it real from the jump. Living at my mama's house, we argue every month. I was trying to get it on my own.
Yeah.
Working all night, traffic on the way home, and my auntie calling me like, "Where you at?"
The regular shit.
I give you the keys, so you bring it right back. I just really funny how it goes. Now I'm on the road, $500,000 for a show, and we started from the. I love that album, that song. I mean, the album. I guess the album too, but that song and "Worst Behavior" came out right when I got the offer to run Hip Hop DX. Yeah. And so that whole year, that was my theme song. Started from the bottom, now we're here. You know what I'm saying? Love that song. And then "Worst Behavior," that whole flow, the worst behavior flow to me, from my point of view, it always seems like the slower flows are the more difficult flows than the faster flows. Like anytime I've written rhymes or whatever, the slow flows are the more difficult ones. So when he came out with "Worst Behavior" and he's like, on my worst behavior. They used to never want to hear us.
Yeah.
Remember? Motherfuckers never loved like that slow shit. That's the way he rocks that. The way he delivers that, like those two songs, and they're just motivational songs. I think there's always room for motivational music in the marketplace.
Yeah.
Like you can.
I have heard some people being like, "Hey, you didn't start from the bottom. Stop it."
That's everybody's bottom. His bottom wasn't comparing a bottom to somebody else.
Yes,
he was living at his mom's house. Now, he's not saying he started in poverty. He's not saying he started with You know, he's not projecting something. Because I've had this conversation with people a lot. It's people's interpretation of what the bottom is. Because
But does he know that? Like, is that another veil? Because like when I hear bottom, I start thinking about they said I never make it to the top. Whose song is that? Because I come from, is that Boosie? From the where they don't beg. You know what I'm talking about?
I think that's
Now
Boosie.
that bottom.
Look.
No, I get what you're saying, Justin. I'm not
but much like life, though, not everybody's bottom's the same, right? Now, everybody can relate to that feeling, even if it's not something that everybody looks at as the. If he had said, "I'd have kept it real from the jump," selling drugs every day out my mama trunk, you know, that might be a problem.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I know
I
I'm
would
not
be
going to
like,
win the argument. I know I lose the argument, but I do think it is.
Like what Elle too is saying though, that's doing a lot of work. The fact that the bottom could be anything is doing a lot of work.
Like when you said the bottom,
but
you're right. It's just what he's trying to portray to be down, and we know that was an angle, which was part of the Drake persona. But
it was a good angle.
It's true that you could be from the middle, and it's the bottom to you because. Right. In your mind, you're not even seeing what we would call the bottom. You like that's underground. Like you niggas are from hell. Oh, the bottom. God damn, you niggas is from the lava. So I get that, but
or even take it out of like, you know, economic circumstance. Mm-hmm. You get a new job, you start at the bottom. You get promoted, you work hard, started from the bottom, now we're here.
Like your new job.
That's what's dope with it. That's what's dope about it to me.
Nah, I know. I'm not gonna win the argument, but I wouldn't win the overall point, but I'm still gonna say it. Fuck it. I'm rebellious.
It wouldn't be a Drake conversation.
You got co-signed by Wayne early on. I mean, if we really want to go there,
it was crazy trying to put Wayne on that list, but I was being nice to our guests. Oh, I said it.
If we hadn't gotten to the stat and the conversation bobbed and weaved, but I really wanted to come back to that too and ask him, like, can you be there with substance or can style just like take you as far as you need to go?
Definitely. We was being on our best behavior. Best. Because I was like, I have to find some middle ground here. I was like, it's not the top 5, right? He was like, no. I'm like, I can leave it alone.
Yeah. That was a good clarifying question.
I was trying to pull myself back, and I was like,
that was funny. Big shout out to R.L. Smith. 1 second applause. Our brother K-Way for real. Big shout out to K-Way for real. Can't expect youth that were musically raised by niggas with the weirdest cases, allegations, and wild character flaws to carry the torch and give us real hip-hop. We've continuously accepted anti-black incel behavior. Shocking. Triple question mark.
I mean, that's some real shit, I can't lie. And I think it does open up the broader conversation because I think a big portion of so when I did the Hip Hop is Red Pill video, Open My Eagle reacted to it and he was like, I don't want us to look at hip hop with rose colored glasses. Like that was one of his bigger critiques. Like he was like, I can tell she did this off the cuff, but like that's one of the bigger critiques. So in the video where the follow-up where it's like revisiting Hip Hop is Red Pill, that had a whole section of like the weird cases, the allegations, and the systematic downplaying of those things over the course of hip hop for the sake of genius and good beats and like heart. Oh, but he made this, or oh, but he made that. You know what I mean? And so I think that this is a really it's an interesting angle, and it's something that needs to be talked about more to make up for the fact that we've said, okay, genius takes precedent over like abuse. But I also don't want to underplay like the young people who are still producing their stuff, writing their stuff, caring about the art form that exists in Gen Z. And I think that I want to just not lose that in this conversation. Like obviously a lot of OGs were weirdos and I still don't think that there's like a strong OG presence. You know, they be trolling, I don't know. Some of the stuff is just not principled and very capitalistic and very kind of right-winged. And I still stand on that. But there are young cats getting on stage saying Free Palestine and doing ciphers and actually doing freestyles that they didn't write. And like, caring about the art form, and that shouldn't be like lost either.
1 second applause.
And I don't know if weird cases, allegations, and wild character flaws are new. I mean, we just had a baby powder story.
That was heavy.
Tomato.
Crazy. All right, help us get away from it. I'm sorry I brought it back up.
1 second applause to K-Way.
There you go.
Let me shout out K-Way real quick, though. Hold on. Let me check out his page.
Yeah. K-Way, when you was playing the when you was showing the when I see K-Way's name, I gotta make sure I'm not drinking anything. When you was showing the Beyonce shit and you took it down, he said, "No, put Beyonce back up." He said, "I feel like dude on Sinners. I don't care if she worked all day." Like,
oh,
yes, do you remember that?
Yes, Pearlie was like,
damn fool.
So this is let me see if it's on screen. Is it on screen? It's not. So this is K-Way's YouTube channel. Everybody check it out. I'm gonna drop it in the chat. Everybody give K-Way a sub. If you've enjoyed K-Way's super chats over the previous weeks, go over to his YouTube account and give him a sub. Check out his commentary. He is funny everywhere he go, including on his own platform. There it is right there, man. K-Way, we appreciate you over here.
I'm about to subscribe right now. Right down now.
Every time K-Way like does a super chat, it's like CU comedy. It really
for real.
It's special. Like, golly.
Oh, this is interesting. I just started connecting Culture United to my Facebook page, which has no engagement, but I'm trying to expand. And I realized that every time I comment in the comment section, it comes from Facebook too. So there's 2 K-Way for real links right now. You have no excuses. There's 2 K-Way for real links right now. Word up. It's all happening. 1 second applause.
And it goes to the chat. Click one of those links and click subscribe.
Yeah, there you go. There it is.
Nice.
You know what I'm saying? And then you can have open multiple tabs. That's the cool thing about the internet. It's not like buying a magazine. I got $9, I got one shot. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's the browser. I say, browse over here, browse over there. Let's see what everybody's doing. Don't let 2 of my favorite shows be live streaming at the same time. I'm going back and forth. Okay, let me mute this one for a second, see what I missed. Okay, let me go back over. Let me check the super chats on this one, then I'm gonna check the listen on this one. You know what I'm saying? That's how my day goes every day.
Same.
Don't let Miss Hummus and Rap Roundtable be on at the same time. I am back and forth like a bug like this.
Right.
1 second applause, both of them. All right, what we got? Kaylani Films.
Hey,
Hip-hop has been on the decline since 2023, and guess who was on top then? Drizzy Drake. They need to stop with the ignorant ass narrative. 1 second applause.
Damn, that's actually a great point. There are so many little logical fallacies in the whole Drake is absent and so hip hop died narrative. But that's a great one too. Like, what say you about the decline before the beef when Drake was the #1 guy?
Yeah, because the argument could be made when it was spread out equally. You kind of were able to balance the shit, but then if we put all our eggs in one basket and Kendrick comes and blows a hole out the bottom of the basket, or the labels, not even Kendrick, the labels decide to, we got this one basket, this basket's starting to get weak, let's start to pivot somewhere else, versus seeing a whole smorgasbord of options, is definitely possible that that could have been part of the decline. I don't put it on Drake at all, though. I think it's a technological change over time, the way people process music, the increase of podcast conversations, things like that. I think it's more that than it's Drake, but
yeah,
you're gonna get clipped to hell.
Oh, please don't.
You're gonna get clipped to hell. I'm not gonna do it. Somebody gonna clip the hell out of this. They're going to be like, see, I told you, UMG is behind it all. And Rock Nation, they're the reason Drake fell off. That's what happened. Oh, Rock Nation and UMG.
I'll be so sorry.
That's what you're going to be out there.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist, though. Rock, they say that about everything. It could be a pothole. God damn it, Rock Nation.
Oh man, that's so funny. 1 second applause. Appreciate you, Kaylani. Let's see what we got here. Oh, Big Biz Grizz. Big Biz Grizz. Right. I saw this one earlier. I did want to talk about this. Can we not fund and support the new kids though? Slayer, Navy Blue, Mike Larizi, Kenny Mason, Samara Sin, Salimata, Mavi, etc. How about we invest, maybe?
I wonder what does that look like. I mean, I like what Even is doing with the direct to consumer shit.
Oh, did you see the even back and forth with Russ?
No.
I thought it was really interesting. I'm gonna pull it up right now. We'll come back to you, Big Biz Grizz.
No, I didn't, because
Yeah.
Russ. Remember when Russ talked shit when somebody did a distribution? Lord, I think it's Rock Nation. Shit. Here we go again.
Oh, Rock Nation, you know, at the bottom of the nation when the nation has fallen is fault of Rock Nation.
Yeah, we gotta start saying it with an accent. Rock Nation. I think it was them. They did their own distribution, and I think they were taking 15%. And remember, Russ was like, "Now, why the fuck would you need 15%? You didn't do anything. We uploaded it to the thing. 15% is crazy." So he has been kind of vocal about, "Oh shit, let's see what Russ said." Let's see if
I'm gonna go through it here. Let me see. Where's that? I can close this. I don't need this. I can close this. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need
we have
this.
a live producer during our
I don't
streams.
need this.
His name is Justin.
All right. So Even is advertising, and they said, you made the song, you made the video, you built the fan base. Someone else is collecting most of the money. That's the problem. Direct to consumer solves, right? And so you go down here to the quotes, because you know if it's dope, it's going down in the quotes. And here comes Russ. Russ says, this isn't a gotcha, just something that's been confusing for me to watch, but paying 20% on all revenue for y'all to host an artist's work that their fans can buy is indirect to consumer, not direct to consumer. Direct to consumer means no middleman. Y'all the middleman and take 20% for it. Shopify is like $39 a month plus $3 per sale. A domain is like $15 a year. Basically, an artist can bypass this and get a website and sell directly to their fans. Just food for thought, right? A lot of great points. Like you're over here talking about direct to consumer, but you kind of aren't, right? So here comes Even, because you know if it's dope.
Hold on, let me guess. You gotta have a way to play it. All right, let's go.
So he goes, no gotcha taken. This is exactly the conversation worth having. Most artists never make $1 from streaming, so asking them to spend hundreds to thousands to go direct to consumer can be a lot to ask. That's why Even is free. No subscription, no hosting. Shopify runs $350 a year on the annual plan. An artist needs about 100,000 streams to cover that. And if they want Billboard chart eligibility, they're paying extra through third-party apps. We only make money when you make money. Helping an artist make $100 and us making $20 feels better to us than an artist paying $350 a year while only earning $100. Our 20% covers payment processing, currency conversion in 140 plus currencies, auto payouts to performing rights organizations, plus the MLC marketing resources and assets, 100% of customer support, and Fan Connect, SMS and email to your fans built in. The people who wrote the song get paid. We'd love to show you what we're building. Happy to walk you through it. Ooh, they want to educate Russ. They try to teach Russ something. So Russ comes back and he says, I hear y'all, but streaming is low friction and buying is high friction. So if an artist can't generate streams, they're unlikely to generate purchases either. Y'all are essentially charging 20% for infrastructure that becomes cheap and fully ownable once you scale, which means it can be useful early on to help artists monetize faster, but quickly becomes economically inefficient as soon as an artist has enough money to host their own domain and sell their music directly to their fans without giving someone 20%. I appreciate the willingness to have a public convo about this. I think it's helpful for artists. Now, last time I checked this, I didn't see even responded. I'm not even sure if he even responded. So let's take a quick look, and it doesn't appear that they did. But I thought this was actually a really helpful, really interesting back and forth between these two.
Yeah, Russ had him on the ropes, but I don't think that it wasn't a good mic drop at the end where it's like, well, yeah, this makes sense in the beginning, but once you have a good enough fan base, then it doesn't make sense anymore. Okay. Then when you have a good enough fan base, you transition off of it.
I think one of the things I think is interesting is, and I'm not sure about Even. If anybody in the comment section has more information on this, let me know. But I'm not sure what data and analytics even provides, allows you to have, right? How geo-targeted can you get? Meaning,
Right.
oh yeah, I know most of my audience might be 18 to 25, but like 18, 25 black women in South Carolina with sons named Justin, like, can I get that? I don't know, right? But that's all the information that you get when you have your own platforms. The reason I bring that up is almost nobody gives you that. They give you like general high-level marketing, but the real stuff that you need to start running your own ads, pitching your own ads to your own companies or whatever, that's very difficult to get for most places. And so is it better to start building that early, particularly in a space where people sell data? They're selling all your data already anyway. That's another ancillary revenue stream most of these platforms are using that you don't even have a chance to necessarily maximize or monetize. There are other aspects to this that I think it's a worthy question as to whether, how early do you get started on those type of things? You know what I'm saying? So, but it's actually, I thought it was a pretty helpful conversation going back and forth. I know it didn't have that much to do with what Big Biz Grizz is talking about, but invest.
In terms of support, the support question, I think that does, like, broke that conversation in nicely. But I appreciate, like I said earlier, I appreciate back and forths like this because it does pull behind the curtain and inform some of the younger artists who are not getting like the traditional artist development or not going that traditional route that would maybe like break this down to you or whatever, or do, a lot of the heavy lifting for you in terms of promotion and marketing. But I don't know. I think both sides made good points. I feel like Even made a great point as to like that trade-off that they explained about like, okay, if you make 100 or we make 20, we feel like that's better than you paying like double, triple that and still getting the same amount back or less even. Like, I don't know. But I don't think I even know enough to like make a judgment call on like who won that or what was the,
what's oh my God, what's the name of that book that Nipsey read that he created? Oh, 1,000 True Fans. The 1,000 True Fan model, right? Where you don't need 1 million people. You need like 100 real people that's going to hold you down. Is that something that you need to go through somebody to get? Is the real question.
Yeah.
Right? Because the whole industry is moving towards that. The whole industry is a super fan model.
Right.
The entire industry is targeting people who love people so much that they're willing to spend money on them 7 different ways.
Right.
So can you reach those people without going through streaming? I think that's really the question.
Low key. Isn't that what we kind of were having this conversation about throughout this like kind of conversation where you do see artists building their own micro communities and sustaining themselves based off of just doing that on freaking Twitter or Discord?
Right.
Maybe so. I mean, the argument could be made that you could build that yourself, but I think to your earlier question, like how early are you building that on your own and how much time, capital, like what goes into that? But I mean, everybody kind of these days has a smartphone and download an app that might be free and that's where your people gather and pay for your shit. Right. So maybe not.
I see the philosophical eyes moving around over there, the lean back.
I hate
focus.
to tell you guys what I just thought of.
What?
Oh my God, I hope this is not true. Okay. You're right, Justin. Did you see me going into my own
I
thought?
saw you.
Oh my God. Somebody said in the chat, even you. And I don't like when they say that, but I just thought about it. Lil Russell bought into Even. Was he trying to come up with a song with the word even in it when he came up with this even you shit? Was this a failed attempt at promoting even?
Tomato.
Hopefully not, but
I wouldn't put it past them.
I would. That's a very common type of stupid. I've seen that type of stupid before. I have seen that type of short-sighted before. Just think about it. He kept saying, even you. I hope that's not true.
This will happen after that lunch with Jay-Z.
Rock Nation. Will crumble.
Oh God.
He do be going to bat for even on the TL, so maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
No.
maybe he like, what could a song be if I wanted to say even you, the devil.
Adolf. Jesus.
And the best black people ever.
Even you. He looked right at us.
Oh God, that's funny. But I do think that we invest our time and energy and ears into supporting and sharing new artists that we really rock with.
Shout out all the people they shouted out to. I fuck with a portion of that list. So
right. My second applause, Big Biz Grizz. Shot Nose undefeated. She says, commercially, other genres are cannibalizing and using hip-hop influence for years and being categorized in other genres, pop, K-pop, country, 100%. 100%.
Yep, that's what BK was speaking to. That's a fact.
Right. And Legos.
Like, how is that not getting, how are we not talking about that? How, like, everybody trying to put a little trap beat over their little motherfucking crooning and shit. Like,
right. Yeah, I was watching some country videos that were using fisheye lenses. I was like, man, if y'all don't give Hype Williams his fucking swag back, if you gonna chill out with that. 1 second. When country started coming out with mixtapes in the teens, I was like, Nas was right. This ain't going nowhere. Took it to billions. We knew he would.
We stole wife beaters from them, though.
You say what?
Nothing. I don't want to.
Did we? Did we?
That's why they call it.
What's the derogatory nickname for wife beaters? Where's that come from?
Wife beaters.
Is that the that's
a derogatory name? They A-shirts.
That's how you first heard that? Just wife beaters straight up?
Yes.
There was a whole country connotation where I was when they were talking about that.
That's what I'm saying. They used
to say Mexican wife beaters. I
can't
even give that to country. That's what it used to be back where I was. I mean, maybe that's just where I was, and where I was particularly.
I was always like,
I was in a particular part of the South, maybe, but like that's how it used to be called.
White dudes with cowboy hats on them. I didn't know they was called A-shirts. So I had a son. I'm like, oh shit, these is called A-shirts.
Can you imagine going to Walmart?
What white dudes that? They're like, excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me.
Oh God, that's funny. Big shout out to C. Brian 7486. I think there needs to be a platform like 106 in Park to develop monoculture again, to give new artists that stamp to help them grow. The closest thing I saw to that was Casanat with that house last summer.
Yes.
Absolutely. This nigga had Miranda Cosgrove and damn Offset on the same platform promoting whatever they was putting out. Yeah. I mean, and actually Playboi Max is kind of in that era right now too with his thing called the Song Wars. That's how like Slayer kind of got into the, people's, I don't know, just view or whatever. So it does seem like since the streaming culture has a lot of our attention and they, those are the people that are just like on, a lot of them are on for like 8, 10, 12 hours a day. Kai does his like mafia-thons that are 24 hours. They even record him while he's sleeping and showering and all that. So that might actually be, Twitch or Rumble or whatever. That might actually start to be Kick. Jesus. That may start to be the places, the TV or whatever. That's certainly what the kiddos are like glued to. So.
Yeah, and then they also did that partnership with On the Radar to have people freestyle.
Oh, that's right.
So you take a streaming platform and then you partner with different brands who specialize in their thing, and then boom.
And he gave that all up for fashion.
Allegedly.
You believe it?
I don't have a reason not to.
I think that, yes. But I think that doing what he does is extremely toxic to the brain and body and that of someone who was growing. And I think that it's like a lot of that was a response to that. I think like he changed the game with the subathon and the mafia-thon. That is now a whole new genre of streaming. And then like causing riots because you want an IRL stream and you didn't plan for a riot to ensue. And now you're, I just don't think that's normal. And so I think that a big part of that was like, okay, you talk to your people are like, okay, you take your sabbatical, you get the fade, you go to YouTube, you kind of scale this shit back a little bit. Instead of 24/7, you just drop a couple, and I feel like that's part of what that was, which I think he did it gracefully. But
I'm interested to hear that story in like 10 years because I think, like you said, I think the right step was like, oh, I want to do like tailored content or like Mr. Beast, this type of content that's like pre-shot, edited, put together like a television show, and just completely putting it on the shelf and being like, I have my sketchbook because I really care about fashion. Just was like, I don't have an answer. I'm just interested. I have it like in my mind. 10 years from now, I'm gonna come back and check on this.
It feels like Jordan going to play baseball to you?
Yes. Yep. Like, something's suspicious here. Not saying it is something wrong.
Oh, Rock Nation at the problem. Every equation is Rock Nation.
Rock Nation.
Oh, that's funny. 1 second applause. See Brian. Big Biz Grizz again says, hell, Snoop, Cube, Jay, etc. are literal grandpas and are still being presented as the main representation of hip hop. That's a big problem, and I think so. I think that's a problem, but I don't know if it's as big as it used to be, right? And for multiple reasons. One, clearly everything is still in hip hop, right? So we've already established that hip hop is still everywhere around us, from Legos to country, right? Two, when I decided to leave banking and write about rap music, I was banking on the fact that hip hop was going to be something me and my generation were going to love forever.
Mm-hmm.
Hip hop has always been a young person's game, but there's never been a generation of old people. So hip hop is growing older. As we grow, we take hip hop with us, right? And when that happens, that opens up a whole lot more in the marketplace than just the songs. When that happens, the songs are no longer the only product, right? And so, as you've seen with other elements within hip hop, they all take their own life and they travel the world, but then they come together like the Avengers because they're still hip hop, right? I think it's a very real problem for the rap industry. And I think that's where the conversation, when people are having this conversation, coming from that standpoint. And I think that's something we need to be very concerned about. But I don't think about that as the same thing when it comes to hip hop. Do you know what I mean? Because hip hop is still so omnipresent. It's more omnipresent than ever, and there's more people who celebrate it and teach it and live it and include it in all of their other endeavors and everything that they're doing, that it's still there. Yeah. The rap industry might be older than it should be right now, but that doesn't mean that I don't go on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok every day and see motherfuckers rapping at me all the time. Like, my DM is filled with young people rapping, or people showing me their kids, or people showing me their whatever. So I think that that part of the conversation should also be included when people talk about where hip hop is. I think hip hop is, when people talk about hip hop, I think a lot of times, a lot of people really talk about rap music. I'm not talking about Big Big's Grizz. I know he gets the difference, but a lot of people really talk about rap music. And when they're talking about rap music, they're really talking about the rap industry.
Yeah.
And that's not really the best way to tell that story.
But even if you are going industry, I do think that, and maybe I'm overstating it, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you are talking about the women in hip hop. Like on the main stage, bringing the commercialism aspect to it, which, I personally don't love either, but just if we're just in that realm, like, I think those that are trying to carry on the superstar narrative and act and do and have products that they sell and still do freestyles and still write their music and still care about the art form, it's the women doing that, even with a Cardi, who isn't just like, she may be a wordsmith, but not in the sense that a lot of people say that, like, she has writers and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't really care too much, but even her bringing out Lil Kim on her tour and her performing at a high level and her still like caring about the mother role in terms of like a woman that's kind of aging gracefully like in hip hop, like she's filling that mantle too. You know, Megan's on Broadway right now, though she's doing incredible stuff. So I think that even when we talk about the more commercial stuff, and you know, obviously the underground is always going to live, even the over underground. Like, I mean, that's not going anywhere. If we're talking about being outside in the streets and touching grass, but even like on the industry side, I feel like the women just don't take up enough of the conversation for my liking, and they're trying and they're up there and they're doing that. You know.
Do you count Cardi as coming from the underground?
I think strip clubs are underground.
Yeah, I was gonna say it depends on the angle. Yeah, and also yes, yeah.
I kind of do. I don't think it's traditional underground, but I feel like that was some.
I mean, that's how you break a record in Atlanta for a long period of time.
That's true. And also she said that's also how she knows what goes off in the club too. Because she's like, I was dancing to that shit. And I think that's a very fire skill. And also I met her like on Vine, talking about a hoe never gets cold, and then loving hip hop, and then like her whole, you know, she is of the community. She can still go back to her neighborhood. She can still talk about how much eggs cost. I fuck with that. But yeah. So, and she's working on stage. I don't know. I love it.
One second applause. Duma 253 says, I'd like to see TCM Culture United third verse start premiering, platforming up-and-coming artists like On the Radar. Do it ourselves. For real, Justin got motion. I think so too. There's two concepts I have in my mind. Actually, I have both written down. Yeah, look at that, progress. And so I'll share those at some other point in time, but you're right. My career started 100% new artist focused for a number of reasons. One, mainstream artists are, you know, they're the biggest artists, but our interactions with them a lot of times are farthest from just the cultural community aspect of hip hop. And that's the part that I also loved and feel really close to. And two, that's who I had access to. You could go to an open mic night. You know, I was trying to write about rap music. I wasn't trying to sign a rap. I mean, I guess I could have signed one too now that I think about it, but I wasn't, you know, I was trying to write about rap. And so that helped me feel my way around the industry, understand the artist's journey at a different point in time, but meet a lot of the stakeholders. You meet a lot of venue owners, you meet a lot of different managers, you meet booking agents, you meet PR people, you meet other people with cameras standing in the front row filming a show, a concert, you know, the community culture aspect of it. And so, and then when I got to Hip Hop DX, and I worked at Brooklyn Bodega, that whole organization, all we did, we had a whole show called Show and Prove, which is a contest for new artists. The winner of that got to perform at the Brooklyn Hip Hop Festival. I get to Hip Hop DX, I create a show called Hollywood Freestyle. Rappers come over, climb the ladder, rap in front of the Hollywood sign, climb down the ladder. And it was so new artists could get a chance to, you know, meet people at Hip Hop DX, but also see that Hip Hop DX is real people and people can see how they can rap without a beat. Let's see how they do. Not everybody's built for that, but that's what it was. And so this is the first time, I say all that to say, this is really the first time in my career where I haven't had a new artist platform. And so I've been thinking about that quite a bit over the past 18 months, and I got two concepts written down. So don't be surprised if you see them soon, along with some other things, because that last part is right. Justin got motion. There's all, and this is just beginning. Y'all wait. This next year is gonna be so. We'll come back to it. But either way, big shout out to you, Duma. We'll take a pause.
I need a Justin got motion shirt. I know. The way Justin got motion, that shit was fire. I need that actually as a gift. I gotta be honest. I need that. And you know what else? I'm sorry, I need as a gift. Remember that time when Justin went on a rant? It was like 2 episodes ago, and after his rant, he was like, "Sorry to yell."
Classic, instant classic.
Oh, funny. That's funny. Big shout out to Opulent Light Being. 1 second applause. Says music feels like less moving because there is too much available. Ever been to a grocery store staring at all the boxes of cereal for 10 minutes? Yo, I saw when I put this on the screen earlier, I was like, that is brilliant too. Yes. That is brilliant. I have done that, and I have walked away.
Yeah.
And not purchased anything.
Yeah.
There's too many options.
They call that, or I call that, but I did get it from somewhere, but I can't tell you where I got it from because I don't remember. Analysis paralysis.
Yeah, paralysis
Yep.
analysis. That's true. Too
Or
much.
yes,
DoorDash gets me like that all the time.
man, Netflix too. Like Netflix,
Yes.
I'm sick of y'all. I spend more time looking at all of these damn things than watching the shows. I'm asleep by the time the show comes on for an hour and a half looking at trailers.
Yep.
That's so crazy.
Yep. That's too much.
Like I was trying to, over the past week, I really wanted a cheeseburger, but I'm in a very clean eating cycle right now, so I can't always have a cheeseburger. But this is one of the weeks where I was like, I need to get this cheeseburger. So I ordered the cheeseburger, and there's got to be 112 different places to get a cheeseburger within 5 miles of here, and I just kept scrolling and scrolling. Ooh. Nah, scrolling. Put my phone down, got back to work, and said, I'll get a cheeseburger tomorrow. Too many options.
Yep.
Too many options. And that's what it looks like on New Music Fridays on Apple Music.
Literally, when you see the list of the people, God bless the people that are like, this is what's dropping today. And they like,
Right.
like that's too much.
But shout out to them. 1 second applause, because that's a real service.
Yes.
like that's a real service. There's certain accounts online that I follow just because I find them to be a utility in how they operate their accounts. Like not the Academics TV account. Like when Academics was just doing charts all the time, like he was like the easiest place to go find the charts for a solid 4 years. Like very simple, let you know the ups and downs. I'm like, that's how you make yourself a utility. All these guys are posting what's dropping this week. Thank you.
Yes.
Sincerely. that helps me. Ooh, new nav. Ooh.
Them and the timestamp people. I'm like, thank God. Like and I know with chapters and stuff it's different, but the people that used to just be in there and being like, here's the time. If you
Here's the timestamp, yeah.
that, like, love y'all.
1 second applause to them too.
I found one on Instagram and they do these like super detailed infographics. Oh my goodness. And it's crazy because I don't know the name of it. I just get excited when it scrolls past like, oh, what the fuck is this? It'll be this new infographic like maybe album sales for a certain year or it'll just be all these interesting I like data. All of these interesting, intricate topics with this really cool infographic. I'm like, I want to do that. I mean, it'll never bubble up to the top of my list, but it's on there. It's like number 83.
That's what's up. Well, they get a 1 second applause too. That's the police outside.
I couldn't hear it at first, but now I hear it.
You hear it now? maybe it's an ambulance. I'm not even sure. Shout out to C. Brian says, we've been drenched with so much media at this point. I think our dopamine levels are way down, which is what music taps into. So it's hard to be moved by something.
Yes, it's like system overload. It's a lot of things giving us that hit too. So I can see that.
I saw an interesting article talking about how music affects humans the most significantly when they're 13 to 15 years old. Because at that age, your brain is still forming, and it's when you get the most extreme dopamine hit for music and art. And so whatever you love at that age tends to be what sticks with you forever. And every year after that is just like a little stair step. That's why there's so many of my Jedi Masters, for example, not nearly as interested in music or hip hop as they used to be when I was growing up. They still love it, don't get me wrong. They still love the stuff that they love. They might focus everything into battle rap instead of, what's happening and with new music and all that's coming out. But you just get farther and farther away from where you were when you got that dopamine hit when you were 15.
Damn, that's why I have such good taste. Some good years right there, boy. Some shit was coming out. I ain't gonna tell y'all what year it was because then y'all gonna know how old I was. It coming out them years, buddy. Movies, clothes, music. Damn, lucky me.
Big Biz Grizz, life without art music is a life not worth living. Amen, brother. 1 second applause to that.
That was
Jermaine
great.
L. Johnson. Big shout out to Jermaine L.
Oh,
Johnson. One second applause.
Hi,
Ain't seen him in a
Jermaine.
minute. Hey, what's up, Jermaine? How you been? Good? That's how my
Yeah,
grandma used to
Justin, I'm
talk.
doing good. Yeah, Justin, I'm doing great. Jason,
I got to figure out. I got to remind me to talk to Glasses about how he does the call-in thing, because I think we need to do call-ins for this.
Oh, that could be so fun.
Yeah. Or maybe I should get a burner account and attach it to my little thing here.
Yeah.
yeah, because you have a. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that I wanted to talk about your setup. I don't know why I just immediately got suspicious. Well, I have a Rodecaster. So what
Yeah.
I can do is I could Bluetooth connect my other phone, and people could call the other phone, and we would hear it through the same way you're hearing this microphone.
Hey, that's dope.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's
I will cuss y'all out if y'all call up here acting crazy.
No, Fred, do not get disrespectful because you will hear from us.
Not if you got us cornered because we on the internet trying to be culture united. We will
Let's do it.
divide and reunite.
I love that. If need be.
Somebody clip that. We will divide and reunite.
Quick,
It's amazing.
dude.
Second applause to that.
Trolls got the salivating, but don't. No, yeah.
Shout out to Jermaine. He says, why does Drake, Cole still have to drop every year? All of them are middle-aged now. They've entered the space of legacy artists like Nas and Hove. It's now totally okay for them to take 6-year breaks. I think that window has shifted. I don't think legacy artists, I don't think the age makes as much of a difference. And I think when you have Clips getting nominated, Clips and Killer Mike winning Grammys and Nas winning Grammys this later, everybody has a longer shelf life. I also think, particularly for the type of rap that a lot of these artists do, like when you start, we talk about Nas, Big, and Pac, but in the grand scheme of things, like they are outliers even to themselves to some degree, right? We don't really meet Eminem until his late 20s, Kanye until his late 20s. You know, a lot of these guys don't really show up, you know, until later in life, even from that era. But I don't know. Look, I'm not going to turn down new music. Like, I'm not going to sit around and say, dang, Dot, you dropped again? Dog, chill out.
Also, let's be honest, out of them, to me, and obviously I'm biased, whatever, but I think I'm also speaking facts too. Sometimes the Venn diagram of my bias and fucking fact overlaps and it's a circle, nigga. Okay?
The diagram is a circle.
And that's where I'm at right now. But I think Kendrick in his last the features on Keem's album, GNX, let's just take those two things. He doesn't sound like he's anywhere near about to stop giving us stuff. He could even give us an EP or a project. Like nothing in his pen or his voice or his artistry. I mean, it looks like he's still even staying fit, whatever, gives me, I'm out of here. Like I want to hear from him. Now I do want to hear a real ass long form sit down with bro. I really do want like a journalist that cares and that can give some hardball questions and not have to care about access journalism enough, like has enough, you know, I want to hear that too. But I wouldn't mind hearing more of what he gave us with a Whacked Out Murals, with Watch the Party Die, with that type of fervor and anger and kind of like, oh, I'm just so disgusted. I have to still show y'all that I feel like he's not done. Now with Cole and Drake, I mean, Cole has dropped some interesting things, you know, whatever, and like Drake has the Nokia thing or whatever. I think they're kind of giving us the same. I think Kendrick said something like, you know, giving you the same old flows and trying to convince me that you their favorite. Like, nah, like some of this stuff you can really table it. They don't have to drop every year. They don't have to drop multiple times a year. They can take breaks, whatever. I'm fine with Drake and Cole taking a break, but I want to hear some new Kendrick. I don't care. Like, I think he still has it in him.
I don't think he started a new company thinking about relaxing.
True. And they're killing those Adidas ads too, by the way.
I knew that was them. I knew it. I didn't even look. I was like, you know, this little kid playing basketball, zooming in on the dog. That's gotta be PG Lang. That looked like PG Lang.
That's a
That
good
actually
sign.
worries me.
Thanks
though,
for
like,
letting me know that, BK. I wasn't sure. I just had that feeling. But 1 second, plus.
that actually worries me though. Like I'm like we would get less music because it's another creative outlet. Because making commercials and telling stories in that way and things of that nature is really fun. Events and all of that stuff is really fun. Like, did you notice that Jay said that when he was like going to the studio with Beyonce fulfills that need for that creative output? That made me nervous. Like, oh hell no.
Yeah.
Stop going to the studio with Beyonce. You thirsty, buddy. Like what the hell? So I mean that PG Lang shit could fulfill that creative drive, or he finds a new way to express things. So I do have a little bit of worry about that.
That's true, because he was behind the scenes even at the casino live, the listening party that was live, and he's in the little control room, and even in the documentary, he's like speaking in the doc. You know, I was like, okay, maybe not. But then you see the Good Flirts music video, and you're like, what's going? Look, you looking fresh, looking good, and you sounding good. Like, yeah, I don't know.
On the couch with my favorite sinner.
Just giving us evergreen bars, man.
Shout out to Jermaine, 1 second, applause. K-Way for real, back again. Hip hop was down in 2023 per many outlets. If anything, the beef cleared the way for more parody. I like the way you spelled it too. Unfortunately, we have a comprehension and misinformation epidemic. Folk want to be first rather than correct. Yeah.
You like the way he spelled what?
Parody.
Is it spelled wrong?
I think he means parity, like nonpartisan parody.
Oh,
Yeah, more diversity, and parody is, like, oh, this is a parody account.
I knew I missed something.
But I think that K-Way did that on purpose because that's the type of humor he has. Because this is like the rise of parody. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that's why you got to be following.
Yeah, I'm not gonna miss tomorrow. I'm gonna ask. That's why you gotta ask.
You gotta follow. That's why you gotta follow K-Way YouTube channel.
Facts. The link's in the chat. Just scroll up.
Links in the chat. 1 second, applause. Folk do want to be first, though. Folk do want to be first. I made a mistake last week in my content strategy, and I've been wanting to do this Lego video for a very long time because this is the coolest story to me. Like, that video is the epitome of life through the lens of hip hop, right? The Legos are rapping their ass off against the oppressor. Like, that's amazing. They got Malcolm X, Lego Malcolm X. You know what I mean? Like, I love it. It's like that is my worldview in Lego. I've been watching this for like two months, 6 weeks, whenever the joint really started going, because they started this company last year, and I saw a couple of them. I didn't know what they were doing. But they, and I started seeing all the Nintendo and Call of Duty stuff that the White House was doing. And then I started seeing the Legos. I'm like, oh, look at the propaganda war, the IP propaganda war, Call of Duty versus Lego. My money's on Lego. More people know Lego than Call of Duty. And Lego got facial expressions. Ain't no Call of Duty, no facial expressions. That's not even gonna work. Wanted to do this for like 2 months. And so last week, I was like, okay, this is the day. The day I'm gonna do it. And then Offset gets shot.
Damn.
And now, so I'm sitting here looking at this, I'm like, all right. This Lego story I really love right here, right? But on the other hand, Offset getting shot is actually breaking news, right? Like, that's actually breaking news. But like, is it breaking news that people want to hear from me? I don't know if I need to be the one breaking that news. I don't even think this is why people that I know come to listen, what am I gonna say? I mean, I reached out to the police department. I reached out to his team, got statements. It looked like everybody else's statements. I guess it, presents, but then Lego's sitting right over here, And so I'm sitting there looking at this. I'm like, I struggled with this for gotta be 4 hours because some of the information around Offset was coming so slowly. And I felt like a lot of times with stories like that, it could break in the next 20 minutes or it can break in the next 5 hours, right? So I waited. And then it got too late because I had to get up early the next day to shoot something or do something else, whatever else I had to do. So I just did the Offset story really quick. And that was probably the last time for me to do the Lego story before everybody started doing Lego stories.
Hmm.
And so I made the wrong decision, right? I don't even know if I contributed anything to the Offset story. Like I did the story, I got exclusive stuff, but everybody had the same information there, right? And so the next morning is when more stuff would have came in. Point is, I finally got around to the Lego story today, but I was over here like, dang, you know, do I want to be first? Or do I want to catch this early Offset wave, you know, for the channel? Or do I just want to do this story that really makes more sense for me and my channel in general? You know, I ended up doing both stories, but I think the Lego story ran into another challenge too because YouTube ended up blocking those videos, content from that particular channel. And so I ended up getting copyright flagged, so I had to cut out 2 of the videos. The other ones are still in there.
Yeah.
Point is, these are things that people think about, and I think K-Way got that right.
Retweet.
1 second pause.
I love that story. I was just waiting for my stomach to growl, so I had to stay on mute. I'm like, dang, come on, stomach. Gotta say shit. Left Justin hanging.
Right. Big shout out to Shy No. Symba live concert values seem to have increased. I mean, fortunately, these mugs just lost that lawsuit.
Man, I logged into Ticketmaster so fast. How much am I getting on my Ticketmaster return? You think they're gonna pay us?
I mean, I think that wasn't a class action, was it? I think if somebody files a class action, I think it could work.
You don't think they're gonna make them refund some of the money in some way? No, that doesn't work like that. Right, gotta pay.
I think that's a different suit. I think they have grounds to do it, but we'll see. Let me see. Did I put this on screen? I did. Oh, look at that. I'm getting better at this. Breaking news: a jury found that Live Nation and Ticketmaster to be an illegal monopoly that overcharges fans. After the federal government settled the case, 34 states kept pushing the giant ticket and concert company. Now the states have won. 9-second applause. There it is. It's the second one. That's where the name is.
I hear it every time. Yeah, because I remember everybody was mad at the federal government because they was like, see, they'll never be held liable because the government will settle. And the states came out like, we don't give a damn.
Hello?
Yeah.
We ain't settling shit. So,
I mean, that's the thing that, you know, Trump just had that rant not even a rant, but I guess it was kind of a rant the other day where he was saying, we don't have any money, we got to do war. We got to let the states handle all this stuff. You know, and I had 2 reactions to that. One, I was like, finally, motherfuckers, thank you. Thank you for not making us feel like we have to, like we're crazy. We finally got a president that's just going to say it. Good. That's on the record. Good, right? The bad thing is like, but that shouldn't even be happening anyway, right? But then I look at, you know, the balance between the federal government and the states. And the states can do a lot of things. And this is an example of the states getting together and doing something about something, you know. I think this could happen with healthcare. This could happen with a lot of things. But we haven't necessarily seen that yet. And from a blue state, since I'm in California, I wish we stopped supporting all these other states that don't want to do nothing. Where I see a lot of this being broke is that you have all these Confederate states that don't make any money. They're just net. They just take money from the blue states to put people in prison. So, like this whole thing, I don't know. But I was happy to see this on. As someone who grew up in a region that talked about states' rights all the time, I was happy to see this.
I was literally about to unironically be like, states' rights.
Right.
But from Louisiana, living in Texas, red to red,
Right.
They be preaching that shit, and then it's like when you want to fight unjust federal, you know, or whatever, then it's like, wait, no, but not that. Like, don't tread on me, but tread on me in this way.
Yeah.
Yes. But
tomato on me, make it rain on me. Oh, busted.
1 second applause to Shaduz. Brittany Danielle, we can get back to real monoculture if we take back ownership of hip hop, talk to the people, and keep it real. K. Dot said, the party has to die so we can build it in our image. And don't forget Ray Vaughn and Samara Sin. Yeah, 1 second applause. I agree with that.
Like Ray Vaughn. He was very nice to me when I met him.
Oh,
like very, like not trying to like suck up or anything. Just he seemed like a genuinely nice person. So
Yeah, he's a funny guy too. I like his backstory a lot. Like he's seen a lot and he's learned a lot.
That man can rap too.
Yeah,
In any arena.
Kemin Oak says, "Is this the Symba, father figure Symba? If so, we need a J. Cole discussion. Also, would love a top 5 or top 10 all time from each of you." I'll text this to him now.
let's see.
Text it to him now. Sorry, I didn't see that one earlier. Would have caught him before he bounced.
That was in fact the Symba. THE.
One second, pause.
You think he gonna have Lil Wayne in his top 5?
You say what?
You think he gonna have Lil Wayne in his top 5?
He did say, you said 5 or lower, so it's possible.
And he said 5 and low. So he might.
I think so. I think so. Stace Jam X says, Nas was how old when he dropped Illmatic? I want to talk youth, but ain't honoring youth projects. Want to talk youth, but ain't honoring youth projects.
How old was Nas? Let's see.
18? He was 18 years old. My man was 18 years old.
I ain't gonna lie, I feel crazy still Googling this after Justin said he was 18, but all right.
Yeah, I mean, maybe 17, but he's 18. He was a teenager. And that's the thing that's like, that's to me, but I think that speaks to a generation, right? I mean, that era was trying to, one of the ethos of hip hop was knowledge. Like we valued MCs that were teaching us things. We valued, organizations that were trying to uplift our communities. The things that we valued the Cosby Show because it showed different aspects of Black life. Like that was just the energy of that time. We get to the 2000s and we start lying, and not even just rap, just general. Like everything is in a mansion. Every TV show is in a mansion. You don't even get like poor white people shows no more. You don't get Grace Under Fire. You don't get Roseanne. You don't get All in the Family. Everybody's even Joe Millionaire, the fake millionaire dating show. Like even the broke guys on a dating show is in a mansion pretending to be rich, right? And all of that to me is part of the Prime Directive because at that same time, you have, we're coming off an era where the restrictions were taken off Wall Street, so all the financial product experimentation can start happening, and that's where you get derivatives, and that's where we're at war with 9/11, Afghanistan, we're at war with Iraq, but the thing that George Bush kept saying was, don't worry about sacrifices, go to the mall, buy a house, right? That was just a totally different era, that was a totally different ethos, so that the music and the art reflects that, so you're gonna get young MCs or younger people with really thoughtful, deep rhymes in an era that was where they were trying to project education, project stop the violence, project knowledge of self. And in 2000, we're projecting lean and flipping houses. Yeah. So it's an era thing. And we've, since really truthfully that era, probably since No Child Left Behind, every child got left behind. And so now we have just I think everybody's seen the numbers, but there's a sincere gap in reading comprehension and understanding big topics, and I think that is part of it. So I understand where State Jam X is, the 18-year-old dropping one of the best albums of all time, if not the best album of all time, but this isn't the medium for these 18-year-olds at scale, the way it was then. Not even medium from a hip-hop standpoint, but just like education and reading.
And it ain't just them, the adults is illiterate too. Somebody said something out of pocket, and I sent them like 4 messages back to back. And he was like, I ain't reading all that. And I looked at the shit and was like, this is 9 lines. What do you mean you're not reading all of that? This is not a lot to read.
I'm not reading all that. This is 9 lines. Oh,
it was 9 lines. And so I just was trying to like think about that idea. Like you saw that and that felt like a mountain to climb. Like, want me to read 9 lines to understand what's going on? I'm not reading all that.
Look, I was actually encouraged when Twitter extended its character limit.
Yeah.
So, oh, good. All right, maybe people read more.
Oh, good.
Oh, that's nice. But then they added video, so okay. But we got Legos. That's why you got to tell stories in Legos. People know
Have you heard
Legos.
say, "Oh, she sent me a brick of text," or they'll say, "She sent me a wall of text." Read it.
Yeah, just like 4 sentences.
Mm.
On the flip side,
Mm-hmm.
emojis are like hieroglyphics.
I do like emojis. I
Yes.
do like the idea of talking in emojis, and I actually like the shorthand. So I'm young and old because the way that you do the shorthand
That's a
and all
truth.
that shit, it's kind of hip. Not gonna lie. Cool.
1 second applause. Gill and Company. Wayne belongs where he was earlier. Clash Royale halftime show.
I hate that I even know what you're talking about. Gil
Please
Company shit.
Please tell us. Like, is that one of those games that all of our aunties are playing? And they're like,
And they had a halftime show, the one and it has all the ads within the ad, and you could it's probably in-app purchases and shit like that. They had a halftime show and he performed next to
oh, this is that offbeat metaverse halftime show that Lil Wayne was doing?
Yeah.
Audio guy, Lil Wayne. There's no way you was offbeat like that on purpose. Hell no. They fucked up in the metaverse. The gravity came in the metaverse and the microphone sound was getting to us before the instrumental sound. They didn't tweak that shit right for that mountain you was on. It wasn't your fault, Lil Wayne.
Yeah.
Ain't no way he was offbeat for the whole song.
No.
That's the most excited you've been all day.
I was happy that I started figuring out what was going on.
Right. Brand new thoughts. This is why we love entendres.
Yeah.
Right. Oh.
Yeah, I know everybody's like, why is Lauren so Lauren, they probably don't even know my name. Why is Elle so sad? I didn't know if I was gonna share or not, but I was really close to the girl that you guys have been seeing, Ashley Janae, who passed. My close friend was in Africa with her fiance. And so I just been sad all week. I know I look puffy in the face and everything. And I just want y'all to know that talking to you guys on this stream has been the happiest I've kind of been all week. And at first I wasn't going to come and I didn't know if I was going to bring it up because I didn't know what was the right thing to talk about because I know people have seen how crazy this story is. And that has really been out of my mind a lot during this stream. So I just want you guys to know I really appreciate y'all. And I look forward to Culture United every week. This has been like a getaway from one of the worst weeks of my damn life. So I just want you guys to know that.
We love you, Elle.
We love you, Elle.
I love you guys back.
And I'm so excited to come. I was so happy when you popped up, and we had a little black vibe going on. It's like somber but joyous. That's the beauty, the duality of grief. So
yeah, I wasn't gonna come because at first I was like, is that tacky? And then I knew I was gonna look crazy because right here, my eyes they're rough right here, but. I was just talking to some of our mutual friends or whatever, and they was just talking about how, Ashley will want me to keep doing things. And, I just want to speak positivity over her. People have been saying some of the worst, crazy, most untrue things about her. And I am very proud of the family in a way, people have come together in order to try to bring her justice. And so I did want to show up my Culture United people, as well as just to know that even when things are terrible, we still got to keep moving forward. So I just know that talking to you guys has been such a great, and I didn't know this. So it's not like I came here oh, I need a relief. I kind of came here shit, I hope I don't cry on the stream. But this has been such a relief of laughing and thinking about bars and the diatribes. I really have had a great time, and I really appreciate you. And you guys have been so supportive too. Like I called BK yesterday, and I talked to Justin today. So we're a family.
We are a family.
So
I'm gonna.
Oh, my bad. I hit the
okay,
wrong
so
track.
let's go to the next thing before I start crying.
Don't get me to cry too. Like,
Okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was really happy when you hit me and said you were coming. You know, and people don't know she reached out probably about 2-3 minutes before we were gonna go live and said she was gonna be there in 10 minutes. And I purposely didn't start the show. So I was like, we're not doing this until Elle gets here. And I'm sure I speak for BK. I'm sure I speak for everybody in the Culture United community when I say that we're here for you in any capacity that you need us, even if it's just a year. You know what I mean?
I appreciate y'all so much. It was down to the wire where I was like, I'm coming, fuck it. I'm coming, fuck it. And it was, I needed this. I needed this break. I needed this laughter. I needed this, like, it's almost like a reminder of reality because like all of this stuff started hitting the fan like right after our last week thing. So this whole week has just been like surreal. And so like doing this today, it's almost like a little bit reorienting of like, you know, good in the world, like kind of like not my mission, but like where I'm supposed to be. Cause I just been like, the world is terrible all week. Like the world is terrible. The world is fucked up. There's nothing good here. And it's like, I really needed this and I appreciate it. And, you know, rest in peace to Ashley. I can't believe this happened to you. And just know we're going to keep fighting for you. So I'm here.
Now take applause to Ashley.
Oof.
Word up. You want to get back to some super chats?
Yes, please, please.
Do some more super chats? Let's see. Where we at? I forgot where we was at. Okay, I found it. This is a good one. Long-winded short story, right on time, says, women on my list in no order. Jean Grey, Digga, Rod Digga, Queen Latifah, MC Light, Yo-Yo, Lauryn Hill, Bahamadia, Shauna, low-key Shauna. I heard a story about that. Where was he telling the story? Was this on Third Verse? Does Stat tell the story on Third Verse? Maybe everybody knows this, but he described the scene. So when Kanye did Gold Digger, he really wanted that to go to Shauna. And he made that whole song for Shauna, because she's from Chicago too, you know. And she didn't like it. She didn't like it. I think he's talked about this on today's episode of Third Verse. She was like, nah, that ain't gonna be nothing. And it turned into a massive, massive song, you know what I mean? But Stat was in the room when that conversation was happening, or he's talking to Ludacris about it, or something like that. But listen, go check out Third Verse podcast and get the details on that. But
I'm
not mad
Shauna.
at this list of women.
Oh, not at all. I used to love Shauna, right? Growing up in Chicago. Always been a rap bitch, right? I'm with my friend. She like rap, but she's not a rap bitch, right? I'm so excited. I'm like, I'm finna meet Shauna. She walking with me. We walking up to her. I'm like, hi, Shauna. My friend cuts me off. It goes 60, 604, 6. I'm like, bitch, that ain't Shauna. That's the brat. And Shauna got so mad and was like, and walked away from us. And that's my Shauna. I didn't get to.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's
my
crazy.
friend started rapping the fucking brat. I'm like, bitch, that is.
Once again, applause. And
Tomato.
She was so hyped too. She's like, I'm about to kill this shit. Shauna.
Oh gosh, that's funny.
Oh, Shauna, I'm sorry. I knew. I'm so sorry. And I wonder if you remember that. We was in Chicago. I don't remember what nightclub it was. It was very dark and you was very frustrated and annoyed. It wasn't my fault. I cussed out all night, Shauna. It was not my fault. Damn it.
Your eyes look so sincere when you looked at the camera right
Oh,
there.
for real.
Like, I know you meant that. We can feel that.
You hear me?
Give her for me. It was terrible.
Oh, 1 second applause. That's funny. Heaven Sent Frieza says, Rakim missing the Russell on his list for real. 100. Even you. Dang. We just did another commercial.
Oh,
another commercial.
damn.
Wow.
You is crazy.
Yo,
That's
but,
funny.
look, also added to the lexicon, whether he tried to or not. But
Right.
oh, heaven said, even you is always gonna be.
Right. Oh, 1 second applause.
Start using that as an insult. Like, you sure live heaven sent, ain't you? Wait, oh, live heaven sent.
Shout out to Toast God, member for 9 months, says it's the water bottle analogy. That's why Kendrick is the GOAT. He fills up more attributes than everyone else. This one we're talking about lyricists. And we're talking about,
That sounds like something up my alley.
Yeah.
so
You
it's
guys know
like,
what that is?
I think what he's saying is, where Stats talking about who's the best at this, who's the best at that, who's the best at that, who's the best at that. How do you define the GOAT? Well, it's the water bottle analogy. He fills up more of the bottle, more attributes than everyone else. That's not what it is?
Nope. The water bottle analogy illustrates that your value remains constant even if your perceived worth changes based on your environment, similar to how a bottle of water costs more at an airport than at a grocery store. It encourages changing surroundings and surrounding yourself with people who appreciate you. So be the water bottle at the airport and not the water bottle at, where do I be getting free water from? Can't remember. So be the water bottle at the airport.
Word up.
No,
Hey, I
water
learned something new. I learned a brand new thing. That's what's up. Shout out to Toast God and Elle for the water bottle analogy.
You can kind of tell, that was my philosophy. You can kind of tell, like, oh, when it's the water bottle analogy, I'm like, oh shit, that's one of them ones. One of them ones.
That's dope.
That's how they be in class. They be like, the cave analogy. Like,
Brittany Danielle says, Symba, I heard you first on Father Figure. That was dope. Yeah, let me go send this on to Symba too.
he missed all the super chats.
I know, man. People have a lot of stuff to talk about. But he's in studio with his son, so you know.
That's
Yeah,
dope.
it's fire.
Yeah, that's what
Is the water bottle more expensive in the airport or at a concert?
Yeah, I don't know.
They
Depends
ride
on where,
each other.
depends on where the concert is. I've been looking at. Okay. Get off of that. Yep. I've been seeing all these stories about World Cup tickets. Have you seen what they're doing with the World Cup?
Are you in the lottery?
Oh, I mean the Olympics. I did the Olympics.
Oh,
I didn't do the lottery. I didn't do the lottery for the World
They
Cup.
doubled something. Something was $50, now it's $100. What happened?
Taking a train from Penn Station to where the World Cup is going to be in Jersey. Go to 18 miles is $100. Hold on a second. Let me show you this.
Wow, they said they like doubled or tripled the price like last week or a couple days ago or something.
Right, yeah, that's what they did.
That's
That's
insane.
I mean, the Olympic tickets weren't cheap either, but I'm sure they're probably going to pull the same shenanigans when it gets closer to it. But
I think I signed up for the lottery and missed my damn Olympics lottery. If I'm honest. It's over now, right? I've missed
it's
it,
a
right?
wrap. It's a wrap now.
Damn it.
Secondary market. All right, so here's some of the updates. FIFA has banned tailgating at many World Cup venues. This news comes at the same time as notification of $100 plus for return tickets from Penn Station for World Cup matches and $80 to $95 train tickets for Boston World Cup matches. Take the train for $100 to go 18 miles. Put in context, you can get from New York to Baltimore for $100 on a train. You can get from here to San Diego for $37 on a train.
Wow.
18 miles. 80,
And you know that
$95.
train about to be so uncomfortable. It's gonna look like, you ever see those like Asian train markers where they all just fall off the train and fall in on the train?
Yeah, it's gonna be bad. I mean, look at this right here.
It'd be
New
kinda
York's
fun.
Penn Station will also be entirely closed for commuters for hours around matches of the international soccer tournament. And FIFA is now charging around $175 on average for parking spots at World Cup venues.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Accent.
Hope y'all have fun.
I don't know who the
Enjoy.
fuck y'all is.
I mean, that's
I got a
away from like
World Cup.
$10,000 for a ticket.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Them gotta be companies buying them tickets then, right?
And I presume a lot of international people, too. But you're talking football stadiums. I mean, companies ain't buying that many tickets. And most of the companies, a lot of companies in general have suites in these stadiums.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of their tickets are already included since they have seats in the stadium, you know.
Oh wow, that's big time baller shit right there.
Yeah.
Big Biz Grizz says, money is more important than timeless art. Got it. 1 second applause. People didn't like that one.
That is kind of what they were saying, but I couldn't bring myself to push back too much because, of course, people want money. So it's like I didn't want to hate on that too much. Like, of course you want money. Like, but when he was like, I got into this shit to make money, I'm like,
Yeah, I was like I was wondering, like, okay, what are the specifics? Like, are we talking about like literally just like paying your bills, saving a little money, having a little extra spend? Or are we talking about like getting rich off this shit to like the nth degree? I don't know. I feel like it's levels to, like, I get the side of, okay, I got a family to feed and I want to make music. I want to like feed my family off the music I make and the art, you know, but I think it's different stratospheres to that shit. So I wonder what the specifics were on that.
yeah, but then it's like, can't be like, man, you supposed to love this shit so much that you poor.
Yeah, right.
Can't say that either.
Right. Yeah.
Man.
It was weird. I was arguing with myself in my mind, like, no.
So Symba says, life is crazy. That's wild that they met me through that joint. Talk about father figure. So that is the response. We'll see what he says to you, K-Way, about Steve Kerr.
Wow.
Big Biz Grizz. Well, the sellout music ain't selling no more. Now what?
Facts.
Right. And that's the part that I think we all can agree on one way or the other. It's good to get a lot of this, the grifting removed from the ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because that's another thing too. It wasn't as easy to get a deal in the golden era, in the shiny suit era, in the trap era. Just generally speaking, it wasn't as easy to get a deal. You needed some sort of gateway. You needed a guy who worked at a label. You needed a guy with a company who was selling out his trunk and reported numbers to somebody who was able to get something. Like, you actually had to be dope, you know, before something happened. And now you just need to be viral. And now the labels, a lot of times, you need more than that, don't get me wrong, but a lot of times labels are more acquisition companies than they are, artists and repertoire experiences.
Yeah, because I know, like, I started rapping maybe when I was like 12, 13. And it would be like, it's kind of far-fetched to think that you would get a deal. But then when they kind of start like leveling the playing field, where it was like, well, you can put together your own shit and get online and make your own career. And then it was like, you just kind of got to be somewhat of a goofy in order to go viral. Like, damn. Like, shit, I might quit completely now. So it was a weird kind of trade-off. It's like, well, you got a chance now. Just go be goofy. Go sell your soul. You definitely can do it now.
Jordan Suarez says, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you, Stat. 1 second applause. I sent that to him too. We'll see if he responds. I'll let you know, Jordan, what he says though. Ariel Smoke, my brother. 1 second applause to Ariel Smoke. Oh wait, Snap replied already. He said heart. He hearted it.
Aww.
Let's see if he said anything else.
That's sweet.
Nothing else yet.
When my nails break, I can do the new heart.
Shout out to Ariel Smoke though, man. Ariel Smoke is so dope. 1 second applause to him. He says, TCM, rest in piss, Bam Bussy, respectively.
Whoa.
Bam Bussy.
He was saluting you though first though. It's like salute TCM. Period.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hope yes.
Yeah.
Because that rest of that wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah. Damn.
But I appreciate you, Ariel, and 100%. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to linger here too long, you know, but it's one of the most disgusting things a human can do. Disgusting things imaginable. And hearing Mickey's story and how his experience was so similar to mine, I didn't expect that either, you know. And so, but hey, man, rest in piss sounds about right to me. 1 second applause to Ariel.
Can we get also a tomato?
Yes.
Tomato.
Yeah. I don't even think that's hard enough.
Yeah.
There you go. I don't know. These are other ones. There's other drops I had here that just didn't work out and I haven't changed them. It was like I was trying to, it's like boo, but it just comes in, so. but it gets cut off, so I never use it. It doesn't fit anywhere.
I'm gonna sue.
And that's Jason Martin saying, "I'm gonna sue," and he was talking about Drake.
I'm gonna sue.
Oh my God.
So Jason Martin.
I have a shootout on
I'm
here.
gonna sue.
Just shoot up.
You have a shootout outside your house?
I have one. I don't know what happened.
I think on her soundboard.
Move the camera. Put the camera on it.
I lost it. It's not here no more.
Oh, the shootout on the soundboard. I thought you were looking out the window. I
Oh,
was like,
It's crazy.
I was like, snitch right now. Snitch for everybody.
put the camera on it. I would have. Want to know? I would have.
Snitch for everybody right now. Show us.
Culture United. Like,
That's
oh,
funny.
I need a
Oh,
roll.
God.
Yeah.
Y'all see that shootout last night? Yo, I know y'all saw that shootout on Culture United, though. Pop, 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 pop.
That's the world star shit. Yeah.
Put the camera on.
That's funny.
The dude.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. There you go.
I like how you you reacted. It was
Yeah,
like,
I always, every time I hit the button, I'm
you
like,
know, I love that.
Oh, Nigel. Nigel's back. This is Nigel from last week.
oh, hi, Nigel.
Yeah, Nigel. Okay, so first off, rap R&B producer whose first placement was in 2020, aka Overcast, was who I was asking about. Is there anyone else you could name apart from those two? Oh yeah, Chief Baby Do It. Chief Baby Do It. Beats hard. Went west. Love that song. You know, straight out Chicago. Fantastic artist in my opinion.
I think somebody said Coast Contra because this question's.
And they started making beats too. Yeah, Coach. I think two of them make beats now too. So Coast Contra.
Yeah, we were stumped last week. He tried to come back again, like try again.
Right. Anyone else you guys want to add to this?
No. We're so stumped. I'm gonna look it up again though this week. I'm sorry I had a rough week. I didn't do it, but
Did Ice Spice and Riot? Does that work? First placement was in 2020. Oh, actually, or in the 2020s. I thought that's what that was, but
right, I
no.
did too. But the way he said it this time, it seemed like it was in 2020.
Right.
Before 2020 to present day.
Right. Because I think she would, unless she was 2019, but.
And obviously we didn't understand the question because we were trying to think of we was fucking.
Yeah, we couldn't tell if you wanted rapper, a producer, or a producer rapper.
Right.
Right.
We couldn't tell.
That was like I'm back to clarify the question and then didn't clarify the question.
Right.
And that's when we started debating whether he was an LLM.
Right. Oh. And yes, to somebody in the chat, I did mention Ice Spice to qualify for the question. Not that that wasn't.
Yeah.
Like we have forgotten about her completely.
Shout out to Nigel. That's what's up. Appreciate you, and thank you for coming back too. You know that was a very interesting moment, and you know I think I see the point of it. You know what I mean? Like people do get caught up in a lot of the same conversations, and you're taking the opportunity to highlight people that you rock with, and we really appreciate that. Okay, let's see. K-Way for real, 1 second applause to K-Way, says, giving Stat his flowers. I appreciate you, bro. I'm going to send you some Moon Rocks, Kush, a fifth of Alizé, Frankie Beverly, and May's greatest hits on tip. I think we played this. I think I did this one already, right?
You have to keep going, though. You was already in it. A fifth of Alizé is so funny, too. I don't know.
1 second applause. Is this the same one? Did I read this twice? Or am I hallucinating?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Making sure. All right, well, back up.
This one too.
This one too. Okay, cool. Oh, here we go. Nigel, secondly, of Red Veil, Mike Samarson, Marco Plus, Symba, Mickey Factz, you put them on a song with Kendrick. Which one of them would have the best verse? I'll send this to them, but let's talk about this. I think this is interesting.
I vote Red Veil, then Marco, then Mike, or maybe I'm going Red Veil first. Because I feel like he gets into those, he is one that is getting into those deeper topics and, you know, writing songs, talking about the panopticon, a Foucaultian fucking concept, and is like, you know, talking about I'm an artist and I'm waking up, and the dystopian nature of, you know, participating in the industry and being whatever. I think he could conceptually get in that bag, like with Kendrick. I like Marco Plus too. I'm just stepping into the Marco Plus waters. I think Mike could give a really cool performance, and some laid back chill shit. But Samara is really good too. I don't particularly listen to her music, but I know that she's a fire lyricist. I think she's a double XL freshman, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Was.
Yeah.
So,
She was the only woman last year, I think.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so she's
Arguably had the best verse, best cypher performance. Either her or Ray Vaughn,
I'm not
in my
surprised.
opinion.
I'm going Mickey Factz. I'm rolling with the squad.
I think that's the question. Was that the
Oh.
question? Oh, they're included too.
They're included. I don't know why he separated them, or maybe that's just his slash. He's a cold slash user. I'm learning about Nigel and the way he.
I thought he was asking them to respond
Right.
to it.
No, I think he was including him in the possibilities of people to be on the track with Kendrick and who will have the best verse.
Why are they in parentheses, Papa? Like, what's going
I
on?
don't know. And
I think he wrote the whole sentence out, then he thought about it and came back and added them. That's my
Maybe.
guess. I don't know. He's like, or these other niggas that's on the thing too.
What's going on, Nigel?
Justin has the
I thought we smoothed things out.
Right.
No, Nigel's gonna be difficult. I'm here for you, Nigel.
I'm gonna say Marco Plus. I think Marco Plus got a gravity to him. And I think anybody who's gonna be around with Kendrick needs to have a gravity to him. I'm not saying these other people don't, but Marco Plus got a gravity, he's got a presence, he's got a point of view, along with all the other things you need to be a dope MC. If these aren't questions for Symba and Mickey, and they're also included, I think both of them are gonna, I think both of them. I think that would be a very competitive song that I'd love to hear. I'll say that. I would love to see everybody's imagination spill all over that track. And I think Kendrick would end up being like kind of in the middle, right? Because Symba, described as a game spitter in the beginning. And then you got, and early in the conversation, you got Mickey Factz, who's credited as a super lyricist, right? And then you've got Dot right there on the track too. So it would actually be a really dynamic listen to me. I would love to actually hear that track, but.
Because, Dot is in his like singing about booty meat era too, like he can really give you anything in this era. He's going love song, Luther vibe. He can really do anything right now.
Yeah.
Nigel, please just explain it. Nigel, when we don't understand Nigel's question, he pops in the chat and be like, I'm here to clarify. Clarify it. Yeah, you want to ask me? I'm right here. Just assume we're asking. Just tell us.
Was that question for Symba and Mickey Factz, or are you asking, are they included with Marco Plus, Samara Sin, Mike, and Redvale?
Thank you, Justin.
Yeah.
Let us know. All right, but you got another one from him right now, though. And finally, how do you protect the younger cats who are directly relying on you day in and day out? And what are the steps for healing should they be attacked? Fantastic question.
I believe in attacking the youth, first of all. I know a lot of people do not believe in that. I believe in tough love. I think we grew up. Nigel is in the chat talking about anyway here and the clarification. Just clarify for us, Nigel. Just do it. We can see your chat. So I believe in attacking the youth. Maybe attack is too hard of the word, but I think that the era of tough love, like where you in like an intern mode where it's like, man, what are you doing? It's supposed to be this, and that. I kind of believe in that, but I grew up like that. So I might be an abuse victim championing abuse, maybe, and not baby powder abuse, but like rough, like I don't know that you learn better with the, oh, it's okay, baby. You'll get them next time. Try again. I don't know that that's the best way to learn in an industry like this because there's a lot of heartbreak. It's a lot of tough nights. It's a lot of stress. And I think you got to kind of stress test the I could be wrong. That's just what I think. So
it could be a limit to it. I kind of do. I like the rough around the, like a little bit of tough love angle too. But also maybe with limits and knowing who you're shepherding and like what's going to be the best way to reach them specifically. But I think we can, as long as we, if Nigel, you're talking about like us as people commenting on the space and whatever. I feel like as long as we are in good faith and are trying to be a little bit more ethical about it, the tough love comes from it is love. It ain't just hate or abuse or being like run 5 miles just because I want to see you run 5 miles. Like it needs to have a purpose to it. But
yeah, like I think walking to get the cheesecake was abusive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like it's levels to this
like,
shit.
Like sitting there and having to open up 1,000 letters or something, or hey, these flyers need to go out, so you need to cut all these flyers up, and it's 10,000 of them, and it's gonna take you hella long. Cool. Walking to fucking Manhattan to get some cheesecake, nigga. No. Okay, so Nigel clarified.
Okay.
Heads up, the clarification is confusing. Here we go. The song with Kendrick will be about death, and Symba and Mickey will be writing about death.
Where was that even in the original?
Go back to secondly. Can you go back to secondly? Did we miss the word death?
No.
Just
of Rebel, like Marathon, Marco Plus, or Symba, Mickey. Some death on that part. You put them on a song with Kendrick. Which one of them will have the best verse? And the clarification is a song with Kendrick will be about death, and Symba and Mickey will be right.
Man, Nigel, you ain't beating them LLM allegations.
Oh, I'm about to start spelling your name backwards because I'm starting to think, oh, wait, we got another one. Redville, he named all the people, will be rapping with Kendrick about death as a personification.
But see, that wasn't in this.
That wasn't in it, but
it's another question.
But
it's another question.
Who would be the best at a personification song verse? As I try to figure out what acronyms Nigel Hillisad is. Let's see if that's Claude. I don't know these people's rap style enough to know who would be better at personification. I'm going to say Mickey Factz, but these are biased facts for me.
Right.
I'm just confused.
I'll break the question down. Out of all of these rappers, who would have the best verse that's being death personified? Kendrick's on there somewhere. Kendrick's on there.
They all have.
It sounds like a fire song, though.
It
sounds fire.
Now,
I definitely want to hear it.
For sure.
Yeah, it's all happening. 1 second applause to you.
The hip hop game?
Oh gosh, that's a good one. We should post that one to Twitter.
Right.
Yeah.
Yo, post that to Twitter, Elle, and tag me on it. Let's see
I
what you
never
say.
would. Never. I don't even got to fully think about it. I'm doing something else. Heard that? Nope. Like, oh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
All right. Shout out to Brown Girl Elle, 318-99. 1 second applause. She said, I had a date tonight, just tuned in on Baby Girl Spitting Facts. Thank you. Janelle L. and Justin for supporting her always. We'll be watching from the beginning short. Thank you very much. 9 second applause to you and your date. That's what's up. It's a family affair over here.
No, facts. Also, it's technically, when you say it, it'll be like 318. It's the area code for Shreveport.
There we go. Represent. 21 Blackjack. GTA 6 not going to be on PC for a year, yo.
I know.
Oh, okay.
I ain't going to buy no good PC for no year either. I ain't putting that shit on my Mac. That shit got to be on one of them LED PC Windows things.
Right.
One of the Reddit setups.
Mm-hmm. Put that shit over there.
Can't wait for real. Justin, I joined late. Did you give your thoughts on the Ticketmaster verdict? I think you were here for it. Boom. Look at God. Look at God. Look at God. That's my man, Ray Vaughn. You don't know that song? Look at God. Look at God. I'm going to shake. Keep God. 1 second, please. A lot of rapping today. We got all these rappers in here. I'm the only one rapping. That's crazy. All right. That's
Yeah.
crazy. Jarv, what's up, Jarv? What's second applause from Rap Roundtable? Make sure you follow Rap Roundtable. Check them out every week, twice a week. I think it's twice a week, right? Yo, crazy conversations over there. Jarv says OVO Club Paradise better pray Iceman lands because all this faux hype is exhausting.
You know,
You've been pump faking on Iceman as long as this battle. People talk about this battle. They got a problem with that. But they got a problem talking about Iceman still. He's been talking about Iceman since the battle.
literally.
At least the battle happened. We got something to show for the battle.
Iceman is lore now at this point.
Golly.
It's lore at this point. But I think they had a really good segment. The Rap Roundtable, shout out them. They had a good segment on the Pusha T, like them trying to put, like, I'm saying them, whatever. This narrative being pushed that like Pusha T's whole angle is diminished because Quentin Miller wrote a couple hooks for him, and like you could tell there's just obvious narrative cook-ups with the last time hip hop had this number, Drake was on the chart, and Pusha T got Quentin Miller to go. It's the faux hype, the faux drama, the iced out chairs and shit. It's just not landing for me. So I mean, hopefully the music does, because that's the only thing that gets people to like not give a fuck. In my opinion, it's just a fire record. People will, everything else will melt away. But if it's not that, then this all just looks, desperate.
Did you guys like the chairs from a marketing standpoint?
I thought it was cool.
Yeah,
I liked it a lot.
yeah.
I liked it too, and I heard a lot of people saying it was corny. I was like, "Am I losing my cool?"
I thought that was a great
No.
idea.
It's cool.
I got nervous. I was like, "Y'all hate it." But I heard what it,
But it's cool, I think.
I think it's cool.
I heard it gave movie more than it gave album. Like it gave like Game of Thrones, or it gave like. And then when they said that, I was like, I can kind of see it. But when I first saw it, I said,
I mean, it's Iceman. It looks like a chair Iceman would sit on.
"Yeah,
Bobby
it
Drake,
was."
that's what Bobby Drake's chair would look like, you know.
Remember when Arnold Schwarzenegger was in that little cryogenic suit shit?
Yeah, that's what. No, his whole pad looked like that.
Yes, it does.
His whole spot looked like that.
It sure does. BK, do you know what movie I'm talking about? It's one of them Batmans.
Yeah, it's the bad one. It's the terrible. It's the
Like
worst
the old
Batman.
school, like the corny ass one. Yes,
Batman and Robin. Yeah,
Great.
where they
Which
had
was great. It's great, but
they had bat skates, and they had bat black cards. He had a bat credit card.
wow.
That's how you know Bruce Wayne ain't nothing but the cops. I mean, Batman ain't nothing but the cops. This man got enough money to have his own credit card. He ain't out here. He just stopped poverty. Why don't you do that?
Hey, I could get
Stop
anything.
poverty across Gotham City. I'm pretty sure you have a better way to spend your nights.
No, you would not have to be like choke slamming niggas selling a tray 5. You would not
Right.
have to do that if you just fed the streets for real. Like,
Right. You wouldn't have to do that. That's how you know it's trauma in his life. He'd rather go beat people up, not kill them, and repeat that process forever. When he could just be like, you know what? Poverty gone. We solved that. All right. That gets you 99% of people out the way.
Mentally ill too, didn't he?
You said it again?
He would kind of beat up the mentally ill all the time, if you think about it.
Those are his main enemies.
Yeah.
He's beating up people with mental disorders.
That man's kind of ableist. I never thought of it.
little pit and classes. Yeah.
Charging things to the back. That's when I saw that. I was young when I saw that too. I was young enough to realize, like, oh, okay, well, I'm not sure if Batman's my friend.
That's
I feel
like,
like as
it's
Batman,
very
hey, Batman, those guys assaulted me. You might think I'm the suspect. When I saw that, my man got a back credit card.
nah.
He has his own financial institution. They saw.
Maybe that was
Tomato.
an early Cash App card. You know, you can engrave whatever you want on your Cash App card now. That nigga he was in the beta.
That was what's the shit called? Magnises. You know what Magnises is? You know what Fire
I
Festival?
how you roll your eyes at us.
You remember Fire Festival?
Yes.
Ja Rule and the white dude?
Farland guy.
Yeah. Before they did Fire Festival, they did Magnises. Let me show you this.
Oh my God. I love when Justin tells that story.
Yeah. That was actually such a good documentary, though. I'm like,
It was
right
really
at
good.
it. Magnises, right?
This is one of my favorite Ja Rule interviews ever. We're gonna watch this whole thing.
Magnises.
We're gonna add this to the stage. We'll turn this volume up right here.
Creative mind to living it up, selling more than 30 million albums worldwide. Ja Rule is taking his talents to a new business. The rapper lending his creative mind to an elite credit card for millennials. The man himself joins me now, along with Billy McFarland, the founder and CEO of Magnises. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. Ja Rule, so many celebrities become brand ambassadors for something or other. Why'd you choose this?
It's a very unique situation. Whenever you can marry the affluent with the less fortunate, you get the birth child,
Hi, wait.
which is called hip hop.
Okay, well, this isn't called hip hop. This is called the credit card.
This is a credit card, but when you marry those two worlds together, you get something very special.
Where's the affluent? Where's the less fortunate in this? Because this is go ahead.
Hip hop.
Okay.
It brands things in a different way because we speak to the less fortunate. We are the voices of the have-nots, but we are also those voices that came from something very dark and something very, minuscule and minute, being the ghettos of America, and we're able to make something positive out of that.
Okay.
And that's with the affluence.
There you go. Billy, this is not a traditional credit card because, a lot of people have gotten in trouble with credit cards, whether it's Kim Kardashian or they back the credit cards that have the usury rates and it's really come back to bite them in the where. So with this one, though, it's basically you take a regular credit card and load it into this black card,
Correct.
which you pay a yearly fee for, and it gives you privileges.
So I think the most important thing to look at is you take someone my age, mid-20s in New York City, probably the only thing honest that we carry around that isn't relevant and doesn't reflect who we are is our debit or credit card. We're stuck to these big, colorful, big banks who don't really offer us benefits that we can use on a daily basis. So the whole concept of Magnises is to create a community of all the card holders from all walks of life and all industries, bring them together, and then create all these great experiences they can do every single day in a city.
You load your credit card into this little black card. It looks
Yes.
like a black card when you're handing it out. What are the benefits? What do you get for that? Because you pay, it's $250 a year,
It's
right?
$250 a year.
And what do you get?
And the benefits are, one, is community. So we take everybody who has a card and bring them together and create a lot of great networking opportunities. And second is we're partners with local merchants. So fashion stores, restaurants, gyms, et cetera. We have an event every single day with a different merchant and gives brands a really unique way to connect with and deliver value to all these members.
Okay. Let me ask you a little something about current events, other stuff going on in music. Prince is performing in the Rally for Peace. It's a concert in Baltimore.
Yeah.
What do you think about what's going on in Baltimore?
I think it's a very sad situation, what's going on in Baltimore. I don't, it's not just Baltimore. I think this is going on throughout the country and with what's going on in our urban communities with the police. I think it just somebody needs to be the peacemaker to bring it all together to make things better on that front. And I don't know who's the guy to do it. I don't know who's going to step up and be our leader, so to speak, to go out and say the right things and do the right things. But as long as we keep marching peacefully, I think that's the best way for us to get our point of view.
You make a great point. Because
Yo, all right, this is too much. But that interview is one of my favorite Ja Rule conversations. Minuscule and minute. When you marry the affluent with the less fortunate, you get the birth child that is hip hop. My man said that. Oh God.
Wow. So they was like scamming before the Firefish.
Yeah, that was their intro. That was their beta test.
Here's an update. Magnises collapsed in 2017.
Right.
Not surprised.
He said it was never actually a credit card. It was a black metal card that you graft the magnetic stripe of your existing card onto.
Right.
And you pay for that.
Right.
And what's the benefits? Community.
Yeah, access to a Magnises townhouse in the West Village.
This dude is a fantastic scammer. Fantastic
Says
scammer.
the company was founded by Billy McFarland. Yes, that Billy McFarland. What does that mean?
Damn.
What does that mean?
That means Fire Festival made a lot of noise.
Yeah.
People know about Fire Festival now. That's funny.
Yeah.
All right. 1 second applause. Big shout out to you, Jar. 21 Blackjack says if Audrey, wow. That's a totally different person. If Aubrey drops at all this year, especially around World Cup, it's getting stepped on. I think World Cup's probably a good time for him to drop. I think he's supposed to be performing at the championship round, right? So you need new music to perform.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you need it, but I'm sure he would want it. No, I'm saying I don't know if you need him. I'm sure.
Yeah, and actually, for Drake, he might do better with just doing his back catalog. To be honest, I mean that's what's doing the most right now.
I mean, either way, right? The combination of World Cup, a new album, you're going to perform back catalog on stage, but you still get the back catalog boost from the World Cup and from the new album.
That's true.
So I think there's strategy in there.
Yeah, you pull like a Kendrick and a Bad Bunny where you perform on a big stage with like your new stuff.
I would love to see. I can't wait to see what Drake does on that big stage because the bar's been raised over the past couple of years of what you do in a stadium.
True.
That bar is higher. It used to be you put a nice stage set, bring out some rock stars and some of your homies, sing a couple of the tunes and get off. These motherfuckers are running football fields. They got football fields set up like penitentiaries, running through, zigzagging through Puerto Rico on your way to a touchdown, telling messages, got novellas and marriages taking place on stage. Right. You got people, a million people jumping out of a GNX car like a clown car. That bar just got higher. Yeah. I'm not sure if you guys have ever been to a Drake show. I've been to maybe 3 or 4 of them. And Drake shows, I've never seen a Drake show that was like super dynamic when it came to like staging or super dynamic when it came. I mean, there was this one time, actually this one thing he did was pretty cool. He had this part of a show where it lifted him to basically the cheap seats in the arena. I saw it at Staples Center. And he went all the way around the stadium. They moved him in a big circle around the bowl, and he was pointing out people individually in the audience. He was like, I see you right there in the red shirt. I see you over there, like stuff like that. And I thought that was pretty dope. But I haven't seen anything that looks like what we saw at the Super Bowl the past 2 years. I mean, I haven't even seen him do anything like what Usher did at the Super Bowl. I ain't seen nobody turn the Super Bowl into a roller skating rink.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's going to be interesting.
Because I feel like with Drake, a lot of this shit be gimmicky and gaudy. And that's why this shit don't be landing. Even back to the chairs, it's like cool in concept, but it's like somehow with him, he just finds a way to make the shit just like tacky or gaudy or gimmicky. I haven't seen him like creatively well, I guess when he did, I think that was It's All a Blur, where he had like the holographic child version of himself and he was interacting. I thought that was pretty creative, but and then you got the like Ferrari like floating around the arena and like, you know, tacky shit like that. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yo, you can't talk about Drake without like little jab right there. Oh yeah, that was cool with the gaudy and tacky.
I'm pulling him on him.
That's funny.
I'm pulling him on him.
I mean, it's tough. It is tough, you know. Like at least I don't want to say at least, but there are certain things that I do think about. Like, it's not even worth it. Let's keep moving. All right. Sometimes the best thought's the one that you don't let out, you know.
Yep. So I had my auntie years on too. I was listening hard as hell. I was like, what? What was that?
Right. Big shout out to Said, my brother. 1 second applause. Thank you. Thank you for becoming a member, man. Thank you. Can't wait for real. And along with a lot of stars tragically passing away, Big Sean keep fumbling albums like he fumbled Good Women, and DJ Khaled been on a diet for 11 years. He's got astute commentary. His commentary be astute now.
He be saying that.
Yo, and the reference, the things he pulls from. That's what I'm always impressed by with people's commentary. I'm like, ooh, how did they get from over there to over here?
And DJ
That's
Khaled.
great. Well, second applause.
Anyway, he's not on a real diet.
Here we go. Aerial Smoke. Long live XXX. You read about that? 1 second applause. We got, okay, this next one. From Cobb Dog 360. Drake's PR agency, the same agency caught planning to falsely accuse a producer as an S trafficker. Pusha T. Epstein story was pushed, and now this Quentin Miller reference track for Hook's non-story push too. Yeah, this is, I can't think of her name. What's the name of that PR agency? But she was going through it with
Rebel Wilson. But I don't know what the PR company was, but it was, I know Rebel Wilson was tied up in that somehow, but.
I think that was one of her clients.
Okay.
This was Daredevil's wife, right? I can't think of her name right now.
Yeah.
But you ain't wrong, Cop Dog. 1 second applause.
I don't agree with this type of stringing together of ideas, but I know I'm gonna get jumped. Let me just look up who is Matt Murdock's wife and just help you guys with your theories. That company was the same company that did this. I don't really like that. Vanessa, is her name Vanessa? No.
Oh gosh, I can't think of her name.
Vanessa Mariana Fisk.
That is.
Oh no, I think that's the real Daredevil's name.
That's
right.
Wilson Fisk's wife.
I ain't no help. I don't know the comic book shit. I don't know what to say.
No,
y'all.
the Daredevil, the guy who played Daredevil is the guy from Waiting. The guy from. But why? Oh,
Charlie Cox?
No, what's his name? Oh my gosh! Sometimes
So
I
the guy
just try
who
to
played
use.
Daredevil.
The guy who played Daredevil is who? No, not Daredevil. I'm sorry, Deadpool. Excuse me, not Daredevil. Deadpool.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
that's a whole
Deadpool's
different comic dude. Now I should
They
know
got
his
the
name. Ryan Reynolds.
They got the
know
same
his-
color scheme. Yeah, it's Ryan Reynolds' wife.
Who is Ryan Reynolds? Is it Ryan? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Deadpool is wild funny. I'm not gonna lie. And bringing back that Madonna song was worth it. Blake Lively.
Yeah, something with Blake Lively.
Oh, and Justin Baldoni or whatever.
Right, and that was her and it's I think that PR company is who Cop Dog's talking about.
Oh, okay.
But if you really think about it, Daredevil and Deadpool aren't that far away, right? They both got sticks. One of them covers their eyes, one of them can't see.
Red
the
and
other one
black.
talk too much.
Red and black.
Red and black, doing backflips.
Skinny white dude. There.
Reese Bones says, super late, but I have something to watch tomorrow. Big ups, y'all. Great black voices and minds. I really heart watching this stream every week. # Norfolk Stream Stew Money. Shout out to the 757. 1 second applause. I just live in Chesapeake, Western Branch. Western Branch.
Stream Stew Money. Who the fuck is that?
Oh wow.
K-Way, damn, I just licked my phone.
It must have been the Beyonce.
Yep.
To catch up.
Beyonce.
Oh, God, K-Way. Undefeated. Star Trek Ambassador 3632, thank you very much, says, I'm dying at Elle being her beehive self. 1 second applause. I did learn something about that that website, though. Like, that was actually a really dope foray.
Mm-hmm. It's like either I'm just gonna do it for my own beehive. It goes back to like we said with the silo shit. Like if you beehive, you'll go to the website.
Yep.
Right. Nigel's back. He says, also, BK, what's a good Lyricist song? Trying to recommend him to people.
I would go with Catch the Groove. That's a good place to start with him. But also follow him on IG. He's always dropping little snippets and freestyles, and also catch him on the radar cipher. His freestyle was really, really good to me. Very, very creative. But I would start with Catch the Groove and let it take you elsewhere.
When we were having that conversation earlier, I think Lyricist might have been the only one in the age group that Stat was talking about. Because Mickey mentioned
Keem,
he's 25. You know what I'm saying? Someone else came up. Everybody's their mid.
27, you were saying.
Who?
Dochi's like 27.
Yes, Dochi's 27.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All those people are in an older age group. And so what Stat was talking about was people in their teens and early 20s. And that is a hard thing.
Maybe
it's a little bit more difficult.
And I know like YK is kind of bubbling up too, but it'll be difficult. I mean, it'll be interesting to see like where like she goes. But I know even her involvement with the Metro Boomin tape and kind of how Take Her Through There kind of went crazy for the summer. And it'll be interesting to see like who's bubbling up and also just in this type of media environment without like heavy push and media training and artist development and all that stuff too. So.
I mean, Stat's talking about like lyricists, like MCs. I wouldn't put YK in Nicey.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't either.
So, that's a very particular thing.
I'm just talking about mainstream appeal, but I guess he's talking about like skill set and also
That's what he's talking about. I mean, No Child Left Behind was a long time ago. A lot of children got left behind. No shots, no shade, but we see it just in the data and the numbers all the time.
Mm-hmm. And like pushing kids through even when they fail. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I want you to know all this time I've been rearranging the letters in Nigel Hillside, trying to figure out what he's hiding. All out hillside nag.
Just tell Claude to figure it out.
I am. Claude is saying hillside nag. I don't know if that's quite it.
Star Trek Ambassador back again says, I don't like Drake at all anymore, music and everything. But if he tried to go back to that comeback season flow, I'll probably pirate the shit. Hey, look at that. Happy medium. 1 second applause.
Shout out to all the pirates.
Is that still a thing?
What, pirating?
Mm-hmm.
You can go watch it on someone else's YouTube channel, the wrong person's YouTube channel. I mean, the money will still go back to them, but they won't get, they won't get the money for the engagement on their actual page.
Gotcha.
Because I'm sure they claim all the music, so the revenue is going to go to them. But you can at least say you watched it, not fully within their universe.
I'm getting
small
sleepy.
things that count sometimes.
I'm about to start getting silly. I don't want to leave. I just, just be ready for me to start getting silly. It's kind of.
I think we're coming up here to the end. We don't have too many more to go. So
I kind of like when we get into silly moments. Like, okay.
Yeah, we start getting delirious out here.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's like I get a little
minuscule and minute Magnises.
Minuscule and minute.
Yeah, I know I'm killing this.
Oh God, that's so funny. Brown Girl Elle back again. The Trinity JLBK. Ain't nothing wrong with that. 1 second applause. I like that.
I saw somebody say they love after hours with us. I love that notion that we stay behind in class after everybody been cleared out or some shit. Yeah.
I like it too. And it's a lot more, I don't want to say freedom, but it feels like a different show.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I like that aspect. It's like multiple shows in one show.
Right.
Yeah.
Me too. The funniest thing is when they segued into that story of Symba and Stat. Oh my God. When I say I muted up, it's good, buddy. Yeah, it is kind of fun to do like the ending. Like, y'all saw that?
Yeah.
Right.
It's got a happy ending to that story.
Yeah.
A
lot of respect.
We you don't hear enough stories about people coming to terms and understanding each other, That's good. I'm glad Stat shared that story too about the regret he feels.
Me too.
Like he really does. Like sincerely, Stat's a friend of mine, and so we've talked about all kinds of things, and that is a very real, genuine feeling he has. And I couldn't imagine, because I don't feel the same way personally about my experiences in this space, but I think it takes a lot to even share something like that if you're somebody like Stat.
Yeah.
It was very. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that I think it humanized him.
Yeah.
No, sorry. We both.
It was also very disarming to my suspicion, because last show when he said it, I felt this suspicion and then I forgot about it. So when he said it again, I was like, oh yeah. I meant to pry in here and see if this made sense or not. And when he said that, I was like, oh, okay, fine, thank you. Thank you for answering my question. So very disarming.
It's good, yeah. Big shout out to Star Trek Ambassador 3632 once again. Kai and Max getting artists on their platform is cool and all, but the problem is that they're not as cultured like Justin and TCM. If they were, we would eat.
I will say, there's a lot of loaded stuff in there, but low key, yeah. But I was watching the Song Wars, and there were a couple songs that I actually downloaded from that, and I was like, when was the last time I just watched something and was like, oh my God, hearing cool new stuff and downloading it from that point. Maybe when I was at a live show, and it was the pre-music they were playing, and I Shazammed it. That was maybe the last time I did that, but. If they had maybe a little bit more guidance from somebody that's been around and is, I don't know, it could turn into something more fruitful, I think, or more rich. But I think what they're doing is good,
You know, and I think one thing I try to do is give a lot of people grace to grow into things that they probably didn't expect were happening to them. You know, I'm not sure if Kai started streaming thinking that he was going to get this big and that this many non-kids were going to be watching him and critiquing how he's asking questions to professional people, you know. So he stepped away now, but people do improve. And, you know, he's still wild young. Like, the stuff he's seen already right now trumps whatever I saw at that age. I can tell you that. You know what I mean? So, you know, give it time.
You know, I always wanted them to like break off into their own platforms. And I know that sounds crazy. I sound like Russ. But during the pandemic, I remember Erykah Badu did a live stream and they had some sort of custom like platform where things were very interactive, and it's like merch popped up on the side where you could like check out the merch without leaving the screen, and then like polls could come up, and then you can like go back and see the old songs that she performed already and like click them to your stream. Like the screen was interactive. And so that's what I kind of wanted him to develop into, like, hey, I'm Kai Cenat and I made my own platform at this point that's new and interactive, so you come to my platform to see my streams. Like, I think he had enough followers to be able to do that.
Not too late.
Not too late, Kai Cenat. I only want 10% for like 3 years.
We got Nigel back. Says, also, real quick homework for BK and Elle. Jordan. Check her out. I'll be back to ask about her. All right, we got homework assignment.
I'm sure you will be back, Nigel.
I like Nigel. I like Nigel's energy. Nigel comes through, making suggestions.
Shout out to him. I'm just saying.
Nigel got pop quizzes.
No, I like it. That's why I'm getting comfortable enough to talk shit to you, Nigel. So
no, facts.
Yeah, it's from a place of love. It's not, it's not from annoyance.
Beautiful.
She is cool.
Like earlier when I was trying to do the anagram, he said, I will be back. I was trying to do the anagrams with his name. He said, Claude can't figure me out. The hell? Yeah, that's right, Nigel. I know that's right. Heading's ill. That's the anagram.
This is Jordan, everybody.
Was she on that Netflix show? No, maybe not. Maybe I'm tripping.
There she is.
Like with the Cardi B, Chance.
She looked like
maybe not.
She looked like Chet Holmgren girlfriend.
Shit, huh?
You see Chet Holmgren?
Oh,
Chet Holmgren's girlfriend?
No.
It was like the biggest story in basketball other than the Hornets yesterday.
Oh, Chet, the white dude. Yeah. The other white dude. My bad. Yeah. The basketball player. Wait, he has a black girlfriend?
Yeah, they hard launched.
Oh.
There it is.
I said, why do you know what hard launch is?
I learned all kinds of things from this audience. This is an educated audience. Okay? This audience will put us on.
About Chet don't know what to do with all that. Let me look up Chet.
This is right here.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I did see this.
He played basketball? He looked like he do magic.
He's 7'6". He's got no other choice.
Yeah. He kind of cold.
Did you say 7'6" or 6'7"?
7'6", 7'5", 7 something.
Yeah.
Shooting threes.
Hey, when we doing that?
Are they going in?
Right. Positionless basketball is so annoying. It's not nearly as fun. You guys have to understand, I'm from an era when I was in elementary school, there was literally an NBA player that I was taller than. His name was Muggsy Bogues.
Oh.
Okay. You want to know what that does to an elementary student's idea of what's possible? Wait a minute. I'm taller than an NBA. Anything. I could do it all. That his existence did so much for just my mentality and my personal self-esteem on what I could accomplish. Because I already beat him at what I thought the hardest part was, the height thing. My dad's 5'9", my mom was 5'3". I thought I was going to be having problems out here. I'm dangling from monkey bars trying to stretch myself.
Wow. You were so conscious as a child.
You say
very
what?
aware. You were very aware as a child.
Yeah. No. My mom was a teacher, my dad was an engineer, so like, you know, he built stuff and she explained stuff, right?
Wow.
And they gave me homework all the time, away from the homework that I got. I need you to read this. Justin, this week I need you to read this Kwanzaa book. Okay, we're gonna talk about it at dinner on Tuesday. Let me know what you learned, stuff like that.
I love that.
Thinking you was gonna outball Muggsy Bogues is crazy, but whatever.
Right. It never happened. It never
You also
happened.
imaginative. Love it. He used to be balling. BK, I know you probably don't remember. I remember I used to be looking like that little nigga got handled.
For real. For real. He had the highest assist.
He would just be like moving around all the big niggas like, watch out, nigga.
He led the league in assist to turnover ratio. That's a very specific stat, by the way, but he was very good at that.
That mean the dudes would lose the ball when he started.
Yeah.
It meant he had the highest number of assists before he had a turnover. So he might get like 6 assists before he turned the ball over.
Oh.
Whereas other people might get an assist and then have a turnover, or they get 3 assists and they have a turnover.
Nice. Okay.
He had the highest number of assists before he had a turnover.
Cool. Team player.
Yeah, there you go. Can't wait for real. All this is linked to Al Gore and Lauryn Hill. Had Al not had the 2000 election stolen from him, and Lauryn Hill would have put out a second album, culture, hip hop, and the world would be different. I do think that is very true. Though.
That is true.
Can you imagine the world if Lauryn Hill put out another album?
Or
Like
if
a produced album?
Al or
Oh,
what?
gosh.
Yeah. Like he was talking about climate change back then. Like, anyway.
I mean, he did win. Imagine if he had a spine and fought it.
Yeah.
That's my problem with the blue team. Okay, the blue team, they never put nothing back. They just give a semblance of that things have calmed down.
They don't use the bully pulpit either. Like they don't ram shit through. It's like, how are we done with 50% of Project 2025 in like less than a year? But y'all feel like y'all can't pass. Like anyway, but don't get me started.
That's terrible.
And they think they're being tough now because they curse. They like, ooh.
Thank you for clocking that. I'm like, oh, you said shit, so you feel like you're relating to like the working class. Like,
It's terrible.
But I don't know why we didn't talk about this yet. But TMZ in Washington.
I'm so happy about that. That's a game changer. That's a game changer right there.
it is.
I got all my bells turned on, and I want to see it all as soon as it drops. I can't
what?
wait. Oh my God, the people! Do you think the people can handle TMZ?
No.
My question is, why did it take him so long?
I don't know.
But I think it's also just a perfect time because legacy media is getting gutted, bought, consolidated, and there's like a gaping hole. That was horrible. But there is a wide space in the marketplace for this type of kind of like guerrilla warfare style. Like we just gonna whip out the phone and like, hey, Lindsey Graham, what's up? I feel like just the environment is lending towards that, which is unfortunate because it's like newsrooms are getting laid off and like you got Barry Weiss over at CBS, like shelving CCOT stories, but I think they're using their tools for good and they're covering these politicians the way they should be, because it is a very like kind of slutty, tacky, like backroom door, shady, shisty type of industry. And for it to be covered with civility, with I think the civility they don't deserve when they're making these horrific decisions, I really like how down and dirty they're getting. So I'm for it.
Those people they're not going to know what hit them. And this is another thing I like. A lot of times with citizen journalists, they can kind of bully you, push you around and be like, all right, well, sue us then. Do that shit to TMZ and watch what happens.
Right.
They going to sue y'all ass for real.
I want to give another quick shout out to Nigel. I sent that question to Mickey Factz. He came back, his answer was probably Kendrick. Now, that stands out to me because I don't think Mickey understood that question either. And so all he had to do was read it. So just letting you know, Nigel. Letting you know. These reactions are pretty consistent. All right, shout out to Doomer253. He says, Justin should have artists come freestyle, then have stat immediately after sit them down and break their spirit. That's the formula. I think you guys should definitely check out the Third Verse Thursdays, the morning show. And that's the show we do Thursday mornings. And so big thank you to everyone who became a member. 1 second applause. Now we have member access to things. And so now we can actually do that. Now we can play songs, make them members only. We've got members only lives, and once a month there's a members only live for the third Versican tier. And we're also opening it up for different artists who want to play their music and do exactly what you're talking about, Doomer. So you can look out for that on the Third Verse podcast because I want to see some souls break, right? Because we know it has a happy ending because we just saw Symba, right? Symba weathered it and he came out on the other side, you know? So that's a great idea. That will be happening. I'm not sure if it's, I hadn't planned that for this platform in particular, but that will be happening on Third Verse. And I'll be sure to hit you, Doomer, whenever we start officially launching that platform. 1 second, applause.
That was such a good story. He said, so I felt like Stat was a hater.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Such a good story.
Yeah, it was good. K-Way, don't come out with a neo soul album called Harry Coochie Music. Oh gosh.
I wonder who he was talking to.
He would do that.
It is definitely that time.
Right. Like I feel like K-Way would do that.
That sure sounds like a good segment. K-Way's R&B podcast.
Yeah.
And now it's time for our nightly
Harry
Coochie music. Harry Coochie music rundown. These are the R&B songs that remind me of women with hairy coochies.
That's so funny. I said the ball was cheap, but whatever. We judging people by their coochies.
Yeah, no. Like, shout out to my bushy bitches out there. The fuck? Like,
I didn't think that was a slight. Did that look like a slight to you?
No. I'm just.
Oh, okay.
No.
I didn't think that was a slight.
Was crazy, but whatever.
Yeah. Shout out to Darling Nikki. 1 second applause. She said, hold up, Jay, Taylor-Made Freestyle was your favorite of Drake's songs or your favorite song of the whole battle? Favorite of Drake's songs. Definitely favorite of Drake's songs. Not favorite song of the whole battle. It's probably my 5th favorite song of the whole battle. Maybe 6, you know. But it's, to me, it's the best one that Drake put out. I mean, for reasons I've explained in a lot of different ways now, in a lot of different conversations, but I just think the creativity in it's not something I'm used to from Drake on a songwriting or lyrical level, and I really appreciate that from him. It's the first time I listened to a Drake song where at the end of it I was like, oh, I had 3 different perspectives. That's not something I normally get from Drake, and I think he does a good job of it, and I think him as an actor would have a lot to pull from that. I think he's read a lot of scripts over the course of his life. I think there's a lot of places he can go where he doesn't have to be necessarily, where he can be the main character without being the main character, and I think he would thrive in that environment, you know. But maybe it doesn't sell as well, and I can understand that too.
Maybe he should go back to acting.
Say what?
Maybe he should go back to acting.
That's the other thing. I mean, look, when he did the ESPYs, that's great. Every time he's on SNL, that's great. You know, he's wildly talented. And some people might say he's always been acting. So there's that too.
even like he voice acted for an Ice Age movie, like even down to like that, you know, you could go full on Kevin Hart and just do 3 back-to-back animated movies about some motherfucking talking animals. Like,
yeah, that's where the money is. I just watched this Eddie Murphy documentary, which I really enjoyed and appreciated, by the way. And the amount of time they spent on him playing the donkey as one of like his biggest roles, you know, I thought that was awesome.
So.
Danny O707 says, Mr. Freeze too cool to compare to Bobby Drake. Mr. Freeze, not the Arnold Schwarzenegger one, I'll say that. That Arnold Schwarzenegger Mr. Freeze was not cool.
I did not know that y'all thought that Batman was corny. This is news to me. With Poison Ivy?
With bat skates? With Bane, as Bane was Poison Ivy's simp. Do you know who Bane is? Bane is a brilliant mind that has drugs injected into it. And that one, Poison Ivy's simp.
But she tricked him with her poison whims. He was brainwashed. That wasn't the real Bane. It's not like he decided to be her simp. He was medically, physically brainwashed.
Bane is more brilliant than Bruce Wayne, you know, in the comics. Like, if Bruce Wayne could figure out how not to let that happen again in the course of that movie, Bane would have figured it out before the movie started.
Bane didn't have a lab, though.
In the movie. He still had all the drug stuff in his helmet. That lets you know he had something.
That's facts. That's facts. Okay, that's cool.
Go gadget bat skates. That's what it looked like to me the whole time. Go gadget bat
Camp
skates.
is what camp is the word. I said corny, but camp
Campy,
definitely.
yeah, it is campy. That's 100% what it is.
Yeah.
But
Y'all
I
saying
look
it's corny now, or it was corny then when it came out.
then the whole series went from Batman with probably the best Joker ever, or the first Batman
With the
to
Prince song.
right. Then next one you get Batman Returns, and that's the one that was pretty comic. It was dope from a comic book standpoint, but that was some dark stuff. They're stealing all the babies in Gotham. Like, you can't sell Happy Meal toys, but that is probably one that's underrated. Then you get the Batman with nipples. They go from that to nipples, okay, and then we get bat skates and a bat card. Hip hop, minuscule and minute. That whole thing was bad to me. That was terrible. That's why they didn't make another Batman for like another 9 years. They were like, let's wash this stench off a little bit. Start back in the beginning. Let's get back to something real. Like, I can look at that one and see the thought process. The thought process is like, oh yeah, Batman that comes on Nick at Night is campy. Like when they had the tights and everything looked whack. Like he was trying to remake that one after they had already done the dope stuff. We wanted to see the Tim Burton Batman. Tim Burton got it. Okay. You don't go from Tim Burton to Go Gadget bat skates. I just don't think
the
that's
Penguin too, right?
Penguin was the second
Was
one.
the
That was
Penguin in the one
Batman.
with the Iceman?
No, that was Batman Returns was the Penguin. Penguin and Catwoman.
I didn't
Danny
like
DeVito.
that. He looked terrible.
When he ate that fish. Arr, 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 arr.
Wow.
Yeah, that was ugly. Ditto, 1 second applause. Great show. Thank you.
Thank you. Arnold,
Will
I did
Thompson,
not-
TMZ taking out 2 congressional members already.
I don't know if that's true, but I will go with that narrative. I think those people were going to, because when I first saw Eric, because Eric Swalwell or whatever, he's one of them. When I first saw that he was resigning, I was like, damn. And then the next day, when you saw that lady giving her testimony, I was like, yeah, your ass needed to resign.
Right.
You was fucking out of there. So I don't know that I give those points to TMZ because they knew she was on her fucking way.
True.
That story was crazy. She was telling the story. I was like,
NPC John Smith says, Aubrey is genuinely funny MF. Louis C.K. is also genuinely funny. Both of them are funny. I think so too. That's one of the things that I think was a missed opportunity in the battle. I don't think he was funny enough.
facts.
Yeah, Kendrick made us laugh so many times and just so many just hilarious quotables. It was like, yeah, that won me over a couple times.
What
All
is
right,
it?
so-
The praise was crazy.
And here's our last one for the night. Who better than Nigel? Darwin
Nigel.
better than Batman and Robin, best X-Man.
What? Okay, Darwin better than Batman and Robin. Darwin is better than Batman and Robin. The best is X-Men. So Batman and Robin was a movie. That's the one with the where they were in the carnival and the parents died. I mean, the parents died in all of them, but y'all know what I'm talking about? Do y'all remember Batman and Robin where he was on a tramp?
You mean
Not
Batman Forever? Or Batman and Robin?
Oh, Batman and Robin is the one with Iceman.
Right.
Okay. So, sorry, I got to come back to you now. Darwin is better than Batman and Robin, and the best is X-Men. What is Darwin?
What is Darwin?
There's always something
Tell us in
slightly
the chat.
askew. With Nigel, there's always something slightly askew.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when Q-Tip said, we drop it on the angle, and cute like that. Drop it on the angle. That's not Nigel with the angle.
So that's why it's like always a puzzle. Oh, somebody said Darwin is from X-Men First Class. Nigel says he's better than them as characters and even in the movie.
Oh, okay.
No, somebody says Batman Forever has Mr. Freeze. I thought that too, but when I just looked at it, Mr. Freeze is on Batman and Robin. I thought it was Batman Forever too, guys. No, it's Batman and Robin.
I didn't think
It's a riddle. Nigel is really the Riddler when Jim Carrey played the Riddler. Haha. Figured it out now.
We got 2 more going. We got K-Way, greatest superheroes, Captain Planet, not mad at that. Meteor Man, maybe out of order, but I'm with it. Black Panther, definitely out of order. Number 4, Batman. Number 5, Ninja Turtles. I like everybody but the cop.
Ooh.
Batman ain't nothing but a pole. You can't tell me.
I think Iron Man is the best superhero of all time.
Who?
Iron Man.
Iron Man.
I fuck with Iron Man.
Yeah.
I'm like a Spider-Man girl, but you know.
I like tech. Then they could just go in there and start talking to Jarvis. I'm building my own Jarvis right now. Like, that's crazy. Like, you just Jarvis. Fix it.
We got from Danny O. This is the last one of the night. We got Danny O. says, before y'all go, why do y'all think Drake is performing at the World Cup?
Wasn't it announced last year?
I think he's asking like the reason. I think maybe he's alluding to it.
Oh, like why was he booked for that show? I actually don't know.
Where's the championship? Is the championship? I guess it's in the United States, but maybe if it's in Canada, I'm not even sure.
Oh,
maybe the finals in Canada.
Maybe that's
Toronto.
I don't know. I don't know.
I just think he's one of the biggest artists, and I think if you're looking at, you had Kendrick just did the Super Bowl. Bad Bunny just did the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I think Drake's a big international artist. I honestly think it makes sense. I'm not sure if you're alluding to something else.
They just said no. No, I mean, where was it announced? I think I just saw it on Twitter last year or something. But I thought that one of the head guys, maybe not. There's so much that's come out in the past year, so maybe not. But
okay. Well, it says heavily linked to a potential performance at the halftime show in 2026. Now,
so maybe not, y'all. I don't know.
Well, if that changes. Well, thank you for pointing that out. Appreciate it. And
wait, I missed it. Is he doing the World Cup or no?
I guess it hasn't been. We haven't seen commercials yet, but they've been talking about that for a while. And the last one from Just Be Yapping. Big shout out to Jess. Says, Justin, how much of a GoFundMe we got to raise to pay Stat to spill more industry ghostwriting stories? It's tax return season, so I got a little something on it. Okay, hey, you know what? Tune in tomorrow morning to the Third Verse morning show. Third Verse Thursdays. That's what we call it. Third Verse Thursdays. Every Thursday. Third Verse Thursdays. The morning show. 7 a.m. And, make it rain in that mug with your tax return check. That's what's up. I like that. Make it rain in there.
Make it rain.
I know. Jess was in there last week too. You know what time it is. You know where we at, Jess. Stat gonna tell you. Stat was doing something dope. I don't know if you guys saw this, BK and L. Yo, man, it was actually one of the coolest. I gotta tell Stat this was actually a really cool moment. So last week is the first week that we set up the memberships and everything on the Third Verse channel. And so Stat and me and DJ are on, just on live stream. And they're talking, and I'm like, oh, guys, I got to show you. I can show you. What am I doing this? I'm going to show you this. This is actually one of the coolest moments to me. K-Way know what I'm talking about. Let's see. I actually really, really love this moment here. Yeah, this is the one. All right, and just get it set up. This actually was a really, really dope moment right here. I'm just gonna say really, really dope. I'm just gonna say really, really dope moment one more time. So you guys really, really know how dope it was. It was really dope.
It was really, really dope.
But no, this is actually a cool moment. So let me show you this. And we're doing this all the time too. So people who are interested, you can take a look. All right, so here we go.
We crawling. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. This is probably one of the most unsafe lives of all time.
I know. It's making me uncomfortable. Just look. Every time you look at the camera, I'm like, ooh, DJ, don't do that.
Well, our numbers will go crazy if you got in an accident, but I want you to be alive though. Like, you should get in a wreck, and that shit'll blow. It'll blow up the podcast. But I don't want you to be hurt or your car to be damaged. But if you got an accident,
that is crazy.
Let me work on that.
Guys, we have a monumental moment, a seminal moment in the history of the Third Verse podcast and the Third Verse morning show.
What, DJ doing live from the car?
What's that?
No. Watch Stat's face right here. I'm gonna press play, but watch his face. It's so hard. It's endearing to me. I really appreciate this. Watch this. I guess maybe two, but this one much more so. We received our first super chat.
Oh wow!
Our first super chat from our brother K-Way for real. First super chat in third verse history.
K-Way for real. Hey, dog, listen, my boy. Hey, listen, man, listen. We're gonna celebrate our super chats, man. My boy K-Way, the day wait in the day late shit the K-Way. What they say when they talk about a K-Way? What I hate when you talk about K-Way. This is K-Day and the K-Way. The only way we gonna do it is K-Way. You understand me? You super chat us, you get a song. Ain't nobody giving you songs like that. You understand me? Huh? Yeah.
So that's what took place last week. And so we had a whole show plan, but once that happened, the next 2.5 hours is just Stat rapping everybody's name who super chatted. So the whole show, so everybody who super chats, your first super chat, everybody super chat, they get a custom rap from Stat Quo.
That's fire.
Yeah, it was actually cool. It was a cool moment.
Hey, wait, make that my ringtone. Wait, it is a big.
We got here. This is from Punk337. Did I talk about the big bank and D1 conversation? I did want to hit y'all and see if you guys want to talk about that this week. I think we can probably do it next week. It's an awesome conversation. We actually talked about it on Third Verse. So you can check today's episode of the Third Verse podcast, and we talk about that. We debate that for a while. But that's actually a real good conversation. Big shout out to Bank and D1. I think both of them made really good points on that. Definitely take a look at it.
But I gotta watch the whole thing. It seemed like it was pretty good.
It's really good. It's really good. And NPC John Smith says, I'm hyped. I'm just hyped to see y'all are still live. Usually I'm watching the playback after work at this time. Now I know my work day will be much better tomorrow. My man John, we here for you. We're here to please. 1 second applause. All right. All right. I think that's it. Man, that's a marathon. 5.5.
Is that the longest? Is that our longest?
I think we got like to 6 one time.
Okay.
I think there was one.
I'll take your word for it.
But this is up there though. This might be in the top 3. Mm-hmm. This was at one point. This was like a strictly 2-hour show, and now it's like 2 to 3 shows in a few hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we're getting a lot of calls.
I enjoyed every moment of it. I just want you guys to know this was like recess for me. I had so much fun. My cheeks are kind of burning up here. Cracking bad jokes and being crazy at K-Way in the chat. So I loved it. It flew by for me. I had a great time. And we had a great panel.
Yes.
It was a good panel. I
was gonna say this was a really good episode. Yeah. This is this goes up in there. You feel it after, but everyone's contribution was valuable and hilarious, and I'm always just glad to be here, man. This is the delirious portion. You are so right, Elle, where you're like, am I?
Actually, I love everybody.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. This is
I really almost started freestyling about the NPC dude. I had to catch my.
Oh my god!
Biden. I was like, nah, that's Biden. So I didn't do it.
No,
oh man, you guys want any shout outs, salutations you'd like to leave the people with?
When do I want to shout out? No. Nope. I don't want to try to think of something and then be hella fake. Nigel said one more again. Michael Sneed, the company man. Don't know what that means.
It's another artist to check out. Yeah. Look, I'm not mad at Nigel's homework assignments.
I thought it was gonna be another superhero.
Nigel is gonna be a part of the show in that sense of you just gonna have to decode your shit, bro.
Someone's over saying we don't read. Is that Trap Bradshaw? Someone says you don't. Is that Trap Bradshaw? What's up, Trap Bradshaw? He says you don't read $1.99 super chats. We do all the time. Did I miss one? I don't know if I missed one.
Did we miss Trap?
Did Trap Bradshaw? Did we miss Trap?
Trap, you know we ain't gonna skip you. Trap does the stream with glasses Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. Very funny. Now look at me looking like I know how something works.
I don't even see it.
Yeah.
I don't see a skipped $1.99. They robbed you, Trap. They robbed you.
Yeah, they got you. You got stuck up. You got
Take your credit card. It ain't in there. They robbed you.
Fucked up, Trap. I got your back.
They robbed you.
Oh, look at this. I no disrespect,
Now,
Ill Magic
now you're
94. What are y'all's top 5 favorite Common albums?
Bro,
Tune in next time.
You
We'll be
gonna
back
ask-
next week.
no.
We'll make you the first one next week. We'll do that. First comment next week. And in honor of Ill Magic 94, we're going to start with his. Here, I'll screenshot it. How about that? I'll screenshot it too, so I don't forget, and I'll text it to myself. Boom.
I don't have 5. Fuck it. Fight me.
I think I might have exactly 5.
I think I got 4.
What do you got? Like Word for Chocolate?
Yeah, B.
B?
What's the one he just did with the something? I'm too sleepy, so don't judge me. It's in the theater. What's it called?
Theater of the Mind? No, that's ludicrous.
What is Common's last album? It's his last album.
The Auditorium with P Rock?
Yes. Theater of oh Lord. We were at Theater of the Mind.
You got Resurrection?
No.
One Day It All Makes Sense?
We may have to do a
Finding
Word for
Forever.
Chocolate?
Finding Forever.
Finding
Yep.
Forever? Okay.
I like that album.
Okay.
And I think I like 2 songs off of Universal Mind Control. Let me see. What was that?
I do have 2. The first 4 songs of Universal Mind Control I love, and then it gets like,
I she was going crazy anyway.
Or maybe not first 4 songs, but maybe 4 songs in there. Now that I think about it, I think the intro is kind of
Started off really strong, and it was like, lost
Right.
me.
Dang, man,
All
I
right,
can't believe they did that to you, Trap Bradshaw. That's crazy though.
They robbed
They
you?
took your $1.99. They took your $1.99. You know what I'm saying? They didn't let you ask your question, Trap. That's what's up.
Just ask, Trap. We gonna say it. I think it's wrong.
BK, you got anything you want to leave the people with?
Trap Bradshaw said, I said rest in paradise to my sister Ashley. So just wanted
Oh
to
yes,
Did he post that? Where's that?
Ashley.
yeah, absolutely. But obviously, I mean, y'all can, find me at LATM Pod. Look at the material with BK on Patreon and YouTube. And at BK and Mogo, we're doing music video reactions and full album reactions coming soon. Half of our audience is from the UK because we just got into like a UK hip hop bag, and that whole world has been very exciting and fulfilling. And shout out Mars Malone and shout out Dave, shout out all the names I just didn't even know. It's like a whole world going on out there. But yeah, y'all can find me there, and then on IG and Twitter and shit. So see y'all there.
Nice second applause, BK. It's so funny. I love these comments. I'm just getting these now. So every day you talk about Drake. Yo, on my channel, this guy yesterday, he was like, you can only, I see you got to throw Drake at a thumbnail, get your numbers up. I'm like, yo, actually my numbers are higher than they've been in like a year and a half. And I've only done 2 Drake stories the whole year. I did 1 lawsuit one and another lawsuit one. I don't even talk about Drake. But it's Drake season now, so you know you're going to get some Drake. Every time I look up, Iceman coming. Hey, that's what he want us to do. So we actually support your boy. Would you like nobody to talk about your boy?
Nope.
I don't know. That's decisions y'all got to make. I don't know. But, artists put out albums and they put them out, and then that's their season to be talked about. We did this with A$AP Rocky. We did this with J. Cole. We do this with Drake. You do it with Kendrick. You do it with whoever. Like, it's part of artist rollouts. And in a way, and maybe you guys don't feel like that, I feel like that is part of what it means to support an artist. As someone who's been in this space for a very long time, when they're dropping things, you talk about them. You talk, I spent time on the Third Verse podcast talking about Miami Vice, season 4. You know what I mean? I'm talking about Buddy over here today. You know what I mean? So this just is what part of that process is. Now, whether you like it or not, I'm glad you're here to let us know. So thank you for being here.
Oh, that was sweet.
Make sure you check out the Third Verse podcast tomorrow morning, Thursday, Third Verse Thursdays, the morning show where Stat we're gonna be rapping. Drop a super chat, get your fresh exclusive rap from Stat Quo. Did you have anything you want to add, Elle, real quick before I wrap this up?
No, I think that could rhyme though. There's something in there could rhyme.
Okay.
Get a rap from that. Something in there. It's in there.
There it is. Drop a super chat. Get a rap from Stat. How'd that Jay-Z line go? Have an affair. Act like an adult for once.
Yes.
Drop a super chat. Get around this shit.
Yes. I love
That's
the
funny.
performance of it all.
Right. Thank you guys so much for all the support for this show, for this platform. Big thank you to BK. Big thank you to Elle. You know, each week, this wouldn't be the same show without you guys. And you guys have sincerely, in a major way, in my opinion, elevated just the overall experience. So thank you both. And I'm very appreciative. We do this every week. Hashtag See You Wednesdays. Hashtag See You Wednesdays. And it makes sense, right? Because Culture United Wednesdays, but that's where we see you Wednesdays. And we'll be back next Wednesday. Oh, make sure you check out the Culture United Clips channel. Let me show you what it looks like while I got your attention. Sometimes, you know, people say stuff, but you don't actually see the thing that they're saying. Well, this is what it looks like. And we're going to share, and we're going to share, and we're going to share, and we're going to share. Guys, I'm getting so much more efficient at this. So this is the Culture United Clips channel. And if there's ever any segments you guys, if you don't have time to necessarily sit through the entire experience, you come back, catch some of the highlights on the Clips channel. We're always uploading new episodes and new things. So this is going to be an ongoing project because there's also about, I don't know, 25, 30 different episodes in the past. That's too many episodes. 12, 15, maybe 20 episodes that have already been done that I've never chopped into segments on this channel. So that's another way to support us. And so, as always, stop sharing. Okay, gotta get the view back. Okay. All in agreement on the wallpaper. There's a Lupe line for everything. Thank you guys so much again this week. We'll see you next week. Peace.
Culture united, our culture united, our culture united, our culture united, connecting all over the world.